happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to inform this House of the passing of former Member of Parliament, Dr. Winston Williams, who passed away on May 29, 2025. Dr. Williams served as the Member of Parliament for Faizabad in the first and second Republican Parliaments. I will now invite members to pay their respective tributes to Dr. Williams. I first call on the member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound respect that I rise to convey on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago our heartfelt condolences on the passing of Dr. Winston Williams, a former member of parliament for the constituency of Faizabad, a dedicated medical doctor and a devoted servant of the people. Dr. Williams served in the first and second Republican parliaments from 1976 to 1986. His decade-long representation of the people of Faizabad was marked by a deep commitment to improving the lives of his constituents and fostering a sense of community and progress. Dr. Williams was known for his compassionate approach to healthcare, ensuring that every individual received the care and attention they deserved, regardless of their circumstances. His medical practice was not just a profession, but a God-given calling, one that he pursued with unwavering dedication and empathy. Beyond his medical career, Dr. Williams was a champion for social justice and economic development within Faizabad. He worked tirelessly to implement policies that would create opportunities for education, employment, and infrastructural improvements in the region. Colleagues and constituents alike admired his integrity and tireless work ethic, which set a benchmark for public service. Dr. Williams's legacy is one of hope and inspiration. His efforts to bridge gaps and build a stronger community has left an indelible mark on the hearts of those he served. As we remember his contributions, we are reminded of the power of dedicated public service and the impact that one individual can have on the lives of many. Today, we remember not only a former parliamentarian, but also a patriot who devoted his intellectual, medical, and moral gifts to the upliftment of Trinidad and Tobago. As we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life well lived in service to others and a legacy of honor, integrity, and dedicated service. To his family and loved ones, we, in the government of Trinidad and Tobago, extend our sincerest condolences. May Dr. Winston Williams rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Can I now invite the member for San Fernando East?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to express condolences to the family and friends of Dr. Winston Williams. Dr. Winston Williams was a medical doctor and a former member of parliament in Trinidad and Tobago. He served as a member for Faizabad in the first and second Republican parliaments from 1976 to 1981 and 1981 to 1986. Dr. Williams passed away on May 29, 2025 at the age of 89. His contributions to public service and healthcare were recognized throughout his career. Dr. Winston Williams was a pillar of both medicine and governance in Trinidad and Tobago, serving his community with dedication and integrity. His career spanned decades, leaving a lasting impact on healthcare and public policy. During his time in Parliament, Dr. Williams advocated for policies that improve healthcare access, social welfare, and community development. His parliamentary contributions included healthcare reform, pushing for better medical infrastructure and accessibility in underserved areas, public welfare initiatives, supporting programs aimed at improving living conditions for vulnerable populations, legislative debates, engaging in discussions that shape national policy, particularly in health and social services. As a medical doctor, Dr. Williams was deeply committed to community health, ensuring that patients receive quality care regardless of their financial status. His work emphasized preventative medicine, advocating for early intervention and health education, patient-centered care, prioritizing accessibility and compassionate treatment, medical ethics and leadership, setting high standards for professionalism in the healthcare sector. Former parliamentary colleagues praised his integrity and leadership, noting his thoughtful approach to legislative debates and his advocacy for improved medical services. Community members reflected on his compassionate nature, recalling his dedication to patient care and his efforts to uplift underserved populations. Dr. Williams' legacy is one of service, compassion, and leadership, leaving a lasting impact on both medicine and governance. His work in Parliament and medical field reflected a deep commitment to public well-being, ensuring that his influence would be felt long after his tenure. Dr. Williams passed away at the age of 89, leaving behind a legacy of service, compassion, and leadership. His contributions to medicine and governance will continue to inspire future generations. His work in Parliament and the medical field reflected a deep commitment to public well-being, ensuring that his impact would be felt long after today. May God bless and strengthen his friends and family, and may Dr. Williams rest in peace.
Honorable members, I too should like to offer my tributes to the life, service, and dedication of the late Dr. Winston Williams. Dr. Williams, if you will allow me to call him that, entered political life in the 1970s, answering both a humbling but significant call to represent the Faizabad constituency in southern Trinidad. His decision to serve in this role came as no surprise to the nation and the community, which already knew him as a dedicated pharmacist and later a medical doctor, professions which both embodied the diligence and deep commitment to caring for people across all walks of life. During his time in the First and Second Republican Parliament, Dr. Williams was involved in crafting and debating significant legislation which had far-reaching impacts, including the Pharmacy Board Amendment Bill. This subject was undoubtedly close to his heart, given his professional background. He also served on committees including the rationalization of the sugar industry. The work of this committee was aimed at the modernization and diversification of the sugar industry. During his contribution at the stage of the adoption of the report, Dr. Williams noted that whilst mechanization meant redundancy and job loss, his primary concern was for the people who were subject to such job loss. As such, he called for and advocated for the absorption of these citizens in other gainful employment streams, so as to ensure the lack of hardship and that people continued to maintain meaningful employment. He was a fervent advocate for ensuring a growing population had adequate and accessible health facilities and an adequate number of health professionals to attend to their growing and attendant needs. Undoubtedly, his contribution to the debate on the establishment of the Mount Hope Medical Complex for the training of health professionals was both critical, and he did so in an impassioned manner. His plea for education and skills to enhance these sectors came as no surprise, as Dr. Williams maintained a steadfast commitment to education and community development. He was a member of the Pharmaceutical Society of Trinidad and Tobago and the holder of licentiates of the Royal College of Physicians, Surgeons, and Midwifery. These are medical qualifications awarded by the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. And with the founding of the medical school at Mount Hope, he ensured that similar skill sets would be accessible to citizens from every walk of life. Honorable members, to serve in public life is no easy feat, but I am sure you will agree with me when I say this, that this was a citizen who placed service above self. We will be forever grateful for his commitment, dedication, and contributions in this House. Thank you very much. I neglected to add, and I apologize. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable members, I've also directed the clerk of the House to convey our condolences in writing to the family of the late Dr. Williams. And may I invite all of you all to stand for a minute's silence. May his soul rest in peace.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
May I invite the Deputy Speaker, the member for Princestown.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lead the 37th Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago for the year 2024.
I'll call on the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Number 2, the annual report of the Office of the Procurement Regulation of Trinidad and Tobago for the fiscal year 2023-2024. The executed sector-wide approach program, SWAP, loan agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Corporación Andina de Fomento to support resilient road infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago, dated December 13, 2024. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30, 2024. 5. The public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2024. 6. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Agricultural Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 7. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Children's Life Fund for the year ended September 30th, 2015. 8. The report of the Auditor General for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2021. Numbers 9 to 11, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Institute of Marine Affairs for the years ended September 30th, 2012 to 2014. 12, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Office of Procurement Regulation for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 13, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Arima Borough Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2009. 14 to 15, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago for the years ended September 30th, 2011 and 2012. 16, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee for the year ended September 30th, 2008. Number 17 to 20, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Racing Authority for the years ended July 31st, 2017 to 2020. Number 21, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2021. 22, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Mayor's Fund of the Chaguanas Borough Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2021. Number 23, the audited financial statements of the Water and Sewage Authority for the year ended September 30th, 2023. 24, the annual report and report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2024. 25, the audited consolidated financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards and its subsidiary for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Numbers 26 to 28, the audited consolidated financial statements of Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company Limited for the years ended September 30th, 2020 to 2022. Number 29, the audited financial statements of the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program, YTEP Limited, for the year ended September 30th, 2022. Number 30, the audited financial statements of Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2023. 31, the audited consolidated financial statements of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2022. Number 32, the audited financial statements of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2020. Number 33, the audited financial statements of National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Numbers 34 to 35, the audited consolidated financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited and its subsidiaries for the years ended March 31st, 2021 and 2022. Numbers 36 to 37, the audited financial statements of the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the years ended September 30th, 2020 and 2021. Numbers 38 to 39, the audited financial statements of Caroni 1975 Limited for the years ended June 30th, 2022 and 2023. Number 40, the audited consolidated financial statements of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended December 31st, 2021. Number 41, the audited financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center Management Company Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Number 42, the audited financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago, the audited financial statements of Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2023. Number 43, the audited financial statements of the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Number 44, the unconsolidated financial statements of First Citizens Holdings Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Numbers 45 to 47, the unconsolidated financial statements of Lake Asphalt of Trinidad and Tobago 1978 Limited for the years ended September 30th, 2014 to 2016. 48, the report of the management of the Seized Assets Fund for the year ended September 30th, 2024. Number 49, the annual report of First Citizens Investment Services Limited and its subsidiaries for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that papers 4 to 25 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and that papers 26 to 47 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 4 to 25 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 26 to 47 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Can I now call upon the Minister of Housing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the annual administrative report of East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
I now call upon the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay number 51, the annual report of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board for the period October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023.
I now call upon the Minister of Homeland Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the opportunity to lay the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and also the notification of the President with respect to the notification of Mr. Wainmeister appointment to act in the office of the Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Honourable Minister, can I respectfully inquire of you whether you can have recourse? You indicated to the House that you wish to lay the appointment. Can I respectfully ask if it is the appointment or the notification you wish to refer to?
Sorry again. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. The notification of Her Excellency, the President, with respect to the nomination of Mr. Alistair Govero, appointment to the office of Commissioner of Police.
Thank you very much. Can I now call upon the Leader of the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Minister of Public Utilities, and Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism. Mr. Speaker, item 54 to 55, the annual administrative reports of the Trinidad and Tobago Solid Waste Management Company Limited for fiscal years 2018 and 2019. Item 56, the annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation for the period 2013 to 24. Item 57, the administrative report of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023. the annual report of the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation for the period October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2021. Item 59, the annual administrative report of Export TT Limited for the fiscal year 2017-2018. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Can I call on from the member for Aruka Lopino?
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, urgent question number 1 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker.
To the Minister of Public Utility. In light of reports of a number of WASA's surface water treatment plants in North Trinidad and in Tobago being affected due to adverse weather conditions, can the Minister advise what relief efforts are being put in place for the citizens whose water supply has been disrupted as a result?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Aruka Lopino, for the question. But, Mr. Speaker, it is almost disgraceful, if not shameless, for the former Minister of Public Utilities to file this question, knowing that they did nothing to fix the problem in the last 10 years. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the honourable member what the member for Siparia under her leadership, because they told us, leave Siparia right here, and we are leaving Siparia right here. I want to tell you under the leadership of the member for Siparia what WASA has been doing to alleviate that challenge. Mr. Speaker, right now, attendants are on standby at each one of the plants. Some of the debris has been removed, and I can indicate to the national population that the following plants were restored over the last 12 hours. That is in Cora, LNN, Akono, La Pastors, and Guanapo. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the WASA Evolution team plans to install. Mr. Speaker, the WASA Evolution team plans to install deflector plates and band screens to mitigate the problems and allow the plants to operate under adverse conditions. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, before, this was not done in the last 10 years, and the reason the people of Trinidad and Tobago suffered in the past 48 hours was because of the inaction for 10 years of our friends opposite.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to forgive my friend from Cuba South because...
Question, member.
The honorable member obviously does not...
Member, you know much better than that. Your question cannot be framed in the form of a narrative. Ask a question.
Speaker, community centers, health centers, and schools are being affected at this point in time, and asking the member.
Member, the standing order is clear, explicit, plain, and pellucid. You must know, surely, that you cannot frame a supplementary question in the form of a narrative, in the form of an argument. Ask a short, crisp, and concise question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the member, what is being done at this point in time to ensure that we have continuity in public service institutions like schools and hospitals in these affected communities. He has not indicated and clarified whether or not these institutions are provided with a supply of water.
Can I just say that there is no reference to schools, hospitals, and community centers in the primary question. The rules are clear. When you ask a primary question and you are allowed to ask a supplementary question, the supplementary question must relate to the primary question. So the question is not allowed, member.
Questions on notice. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I now call on the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Honorable Prime Minister to speak until the conclusion of her statement.
Honorable members, I am informed that there has been agreement between the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip to allow the Prime Minister to speak until the conclusion of her statement. Madam Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, earlier in this sitting, the Honorable Minister of Finance, pursuant to Section 25(3) of the Exchequer and Audit Act, laid the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for fiscal 2024. I would like to address some of the issues arising out of this report, Mr. Speaker. Report of the Auditor General, Public Accounts, and Financial Year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I've been authorized by Cabinet to make this statement, and what I'm about to disclose today will trigger perhaps in some minds, some hearts, vexation, some disbelief, some outrage in right-thinking citizens. The member for Diego Martin Northeast's very public disagreement with the Auditor General caused widespread disgust in the national community. And in the midst of the ensuing legal drama involving no less than the Privy Council itself, we saw and we moved to ask, as did the lower lord in the Privy Council, why it was that the finance minister then was not being investigated for his conduct. The conduct of this one individual whose legendary arrogance underscored a decade-long ego trip as our country's finance minister has left us with some reputational damage to our public finance management. As a result, Mr. Speaker, we have been unable to resolve the national accounts for 2 consecutive years, a very embarrassing state of affairs for any nation which prides itself on transparency, democracy, and the rule of law. But we on this side will fix that. We will fix it. We will fix what the PNM has broken. The situation should never have spiraled this way. And if there was more astute leadership from the finance minister, the issues would have been very expeditiously resolved. On behalf of the citizens, all the citizens of Trinidad, everybody of TNT, we demand a public apology from the former Minister of Finance. It is my hope that the PNM's devastating loss at the polls has made the then Minister, today the MP for Diego Martin Northeast, humbler and more penitent. This UNC administration we hold the independence and functions of the Auditor General in the highest regard, as we do with all independent institutions. And we are absolutely committed to stabilizing and repairing government's working relationship with all independent, constitutionally appointed agencies to foster an environment of transparency, professionalism, and cooperation. I turn now to some of the facts laid out in, as I said, in this report of the Auditor General. The Minister of Finance, by extension the nation, for the second consecutive year, the Auditor General has not expressed an audit opinion on the public accounts of our Republic. As with last year's report, the Auditor General did not express an opinion. Rather, instead, proffered a disclaimer of opinion. And this forms part of the report from which I quote: I do not express an opinion on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for financial year ended September 30, 2024. This is identical to what was contained in the report previous to that, the 2023 report. Because of the significance of the matters described in the basis for disclaimer of opinion section of the report, the Auditor General continues, I have not been able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for an audit opinion on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. What a shameful state of affairs. What a shameful state of affairs. Those words are found at page 9 of the report, on which I shared with you the 2024 audit report. What this means then is that the Auditor General could not verify, validate, or approve the accounts of the government for 2 consecutive years. In the basis for disclaimer opinion, the Auditor General gives several very troubling reasons why she was led to put in such a disclaimer. One such example was the Auditor General's inability to examine the electronic check clearance system and Go Anywhere platform managed by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to quote from page 10 of this report, the Auditor General's report, and I quote, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, gave authorization for the examination of the electronic check clearance system and the Go Anywhere platform managed by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago related to government's transactions, and despite that, Auditor General could not be given access to these. Despite the scope of the examination being confined to government-issued checks, the Central Bank further restricted the scope, which frustrated the entire examination process. What did you have to hide? Why did you restrict the Auditor General from doing her job? What was the cover-up? We still don't know where the $2.3 billion from the previous year went. We still don't know. And this is not your money, this was taxpayers' money. People of Trinidad and Tobago. Approval by the Central Bank to conduct the examination was not given, hence the examination was not conducted. The restriction imposed by the Central Bank obstructed the ability to gain assurance on the reliability of data from the electronic check clearance system and the Go Anywhere platform since its implementation. Consequently, the completeness, the reliability, the integrity, the validity and accuracy of the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago could not be ascertained. I say, what a shameless state of affairs. Shameless. Other impediments cited by the Auditor General include prior period errors could not be verified, issues regarding the statement of loans or credits guaranteed by the state, questions related to the statement of public debt, omissions relating to the statement of off-balance sheet financing. inability of staff at the Auditor General's Department to gain the relevant access to the Ministry of Education, and supporting documents were not provided to verify payments. As a result, sample expenditure of $1.5 billion could not be verified. $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money could not be verified. I'm not saying this. This is contained in the report of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, this is just one aspect of the fiscal mayhem we inherited from the previous regime. And there is more, as the perusal of the report will reveal. I will turn, however, to some other matters of concern contained in this report. I turn to the whole issue of rent and lease, rentals and leases by government ministries and departments, from themselves maybe, from himself to himself, all the recusals that took place to allow these things to happen, hundreds of recusals in the parliament. I'll share some of it with you. Rent paid for properties leased by the government of TNT for the financial year was $493,209,274.63. We are talking here almost $5 billion. Is that correct? I'm not in mathematics. 493, 209, 274. 193 million. Almost $500 million in rentals. $500 million. Thank you all. Gone into payment of rents and rentals and so on. On the face of it, nothing is really wrong with that. If we don't have the facilities, well, then that's fine. But let's see where this money went. The audit could not verify the accuracy of this figure for these reasons. The master list showed 237 properties were rented by the government, of which 212, 90% of rented properties were without current leases. They didn't have a lease. No lease. Most of the leases had expired, here it is, for about a decade. Not expired last year or the year before. Year upon year, expired leases. And we continue, taxpayers' dollars. Always remember that, it is not your money. It is not mine. It belongs to everybody of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The rent paid by ministries and departments, hear this, they did not agree with the figures on the master list. They did not agree. The rent being said they paid is not agreeing with the figures on the master list. There were huge differences between what was paid by ministries and government departments and what should have been paid according to the master list. So who are the persons or companies getting this? Hear it again. There were huge differences between what was paid by the ministries and departments and what should have been paid according to the master list. Departments paying, but nothing is matching. There was a variance of total rent paid by ministries and departments of $208,304,525. Remains unexplained. The variance remains unexplained. A difference, again, of $208 million. Some properties rented by government and for which rent was paid by ministries and departments were not shown on the master list. This raised concerns of the accuracy and completeness of the master list. Current status of 90% of the rentals shown on the master list read 3-year lease has since expired. Expired leases. Currently on the monthly tenancy, 90% of these leases had expired for over a decade, and the rent paid differed significantly from what is shown on the master list. Total rent paid, as shown on the appropriation accounts of ministries and departments, of $493 million, and some others, about $493 million, could not be verified. could not be verified, as the rent amounts paid were not supported by documentation. Discrepancies of over $10 million in rent paid in respect of the appropriation accounts of 5 ministries and departments for the year when compared with the master list again. So what were we paying for? To whom were we paying it? And why was not there proper accounting and transparency? Ten properties occupied by governments, departments, ministries without leases were more than $5 million a year in rent paid. A listing of this is shown in Chapter 2, subparagraph 255 in the Auditor General's report. Let's turn to that, please, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Chapter 2, looking at paragraph 254 and then 255, dealing with rentals and so on of properties. Discrepancies, this is paragraph 2.54. Discrepancies of over $10 million in rent paid for the year are shown below. Judiciary, rent paid, appropriation account, $30+ million. Rent on the master list, 8.9, about 8.9 million. Ministry of Finance, rent paid, appropriation account, $38.6 million. Rent on the master list, 13.7 million. What is ghost rentals? What was happening? So in the appropriation accounts, well, we have ghost accounts. I'm coming to that in a minute. We have appropriation accounts, and then the money is actually paid. They don't match. The discrepancies, the variance there. Ministry of Health, rent paid, appropriation account, $49.3 million. Rent on the master list, 1.4 million. How there could have ever been these vast discrepancies happening there? Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, on the appropriation account, 13.1 million. Rent paid on the master list, 2.4. Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, rent on the appropriation account, $31.9 million. But on the master list, only $459,000.
Wow.
Let's share some more with you. Out of paragraph 2.55 in chapter 2, page 47 of the report, location of property without current leases where more than $5 million a year in rent was paid. Ministry of Planning and Development, CSO, number 47, Frederick Street, Port of Spain, $13 million, no lease. Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, 39 to 43 St. Vincent Street, Port of Spain, about 9.8 million paid. Coming down to Ministry of Public Utilities, number 1, Alexandra Street. I think we all know where that is.
Al rental, no longer in the house.
Number 1, Alexandra Street.
Rejected by the people.
Rent paid, $8.1 million. Again, leases expired, no lease, no current leases. Personnel Department, number 3, Alexandra Street. I think we all know where that our rental went to. Number 1, Alexandra, and number 3, Alexandra. Sitting in a cabinet and recusing himself, revolving door policy in and out.
Brought back as a senator.
And brought back as a senator. Brought back as a senator. Shame, shame.
Ride the backs of the people of the country.
Number 3, Alexandra Street, $7.7 million paid, no lease. Ministry of Trade and Industry, Independence Square, $7.6 million, no lease. Service commissions, 59 to 61 Cipriani Boulevard, $6.9 million in rent. Ministry of Finance, Valuation Division, Estate Trace Barataria, $6.9 million. I wonder if the MP for Barataria has an idea of where this building is. Because I'll come back to it in a minute. I'll come back and you tell me what is happening there. I'll be very grateful. Ministry of Finance, Valuation Division, as I said, no lease, 6.9 million. Ministry of Housing, well, that's what I'm hoping Barataria will tell us. And is it occupied? Yes, there was a recusal for that as well. A cabinet of recusals. Ministry of Trade and Industry, Independence Square, 7.6 million. Service Commissions, 5961 Cipriani Boulevard, $6.9 million. I said the Foundation Division, I am repeating some of these, I'm sorry, but back down to Estate Trace Barataria. Ministry of Housing, 44 to 46 South Key, Port of Spain. I wonder if the former ministers in housing know to whom this belongs. Here we are paying over $6 million, no lease. Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, 134 Henry Street, $5.8 million, no lease. Ministry of Labor, 5254 Duke Street, Port of Spain, $5.1 million. I turn now to page 48 because it continues. Paragraph 2.56. The master list provided by the Ministry of Public Admin showed that two companies were paid over $15 million per year for 3 properties, each rented by government without any current lease. And here what? Without any cabinet approval. No lease and no cabinet approval. And 2 companies I'm talking, 2. Company 1, Estate Trace Barataria. Back to Estate Trace Barataria. $6.9 million rent paid. Lease expired, not seen. Corner El Socorro Road, Jatan Lane, $4.5 million. Lease expired since 2014. 51 to 55 Frederick Street, Port of Spain, $3.6 million. July 1, 2018, the lease expired. So here we have one company with these 3 locations being rented for over $15 million. Company 2, remember I told you at the start from the report, 2 companies paid over $15 million per year. Rented by government, no current lease or cabinet approval. Company 2, number 1, Alexandra Street, Port of Spain. Location, over $8 million. The lease expired since July 2019. Corner Agra and Patna Street, St. James. Rent over $4.8 million. Lease expired and no cabinet approval. April 30, 2017. 4580C St. Vincent Street, $2.1 million paid. July 31st, lease expired and no cabinet approval. So we have 2 companies, each getting over $15 million each, making it to about $30 million being paid. Leases expired and no cabinet approval. There were 10 properties occupied where current leases were more than $5 million, and the listing is in, as I said, Chapter 2, paragraphs 254, 255, 256. The master list provided by the Ministry of Public Admin showed that 2 companies were paid over $15 million, and I just listed the properties for you, rented by government, no cabinet approval, and no current leases. It was a free-for-all. It was a feeding frenzy of epic proportions at the expense of taxpayers of our country. Facilitated by whom? The PNM government of Trinidad and Tobago. I mentioned Estate Trace twice because this was one of the higher rentals without leases, without cabinet approval. And I'm now being advised that then Minister Faris Alwari recused himself from the cabinet on March 2nd, 2017 for Estate Trace Barataria. This is Alexandra 1, Alexandra 3, Estate Trace, and we will find these, we'll share it with you because I'm giving you what is given here. Yeah. So everybody else in the country, 0%, 4%, but you're sitting down in the 1% too, and you're sitting in the cabinet, walking through in and out and helping your friends and your finances and your family. It is disgusting and disgraceful. Disgusting and disgraceful. That is why on the 28th of April, that is why on 28th of April, You got the licking that you deserved. I turn to another area in that report dealing with, we talk about ghost rentals, ghost landlords, ghost leases, ghost cabinet approvals. I'm talking about short-term employment. Where the ghost guns? All the ghost guns. Talk about this from the auditor's report. This is not Kamala Prasad Visasa MP speaking. This is from the auditor report. The auditor tells us in her report, short-term employment is defined as, in the estimates of expenditure, a short-term or revolving employment in specific government departments and agencies where each employee's term does not exceed 6 months. That is the definition. Does not exceed what? 6 months. Keep that in your minds, please, as we continue this. For the year 2024, fiscal 24, $350 million, $11,116.54 was spent on what? Short-term employment. That is over $350 million. To whom did these short-term contracts go to? And that is why I must give credit to the PSA. Give credit to the PSA. And others who helped to craft the workers' agenda, that this contracting of persons is another kind of slavery. You can't get a mortgage, you can't get a loan to buy a car because you're on short-term contract. Well, it's not even a credit card, I'm being told. So over $350 million on short-term employment. And I say, I give praise to the workers who partnered with us because they brought the workers' agenda close to our hearts. And in this fiscal year, it represented an increase from the previous year's expenditure. So they increased the short-term contract money this year. Why? It was an election year. Let's be real. Let's be real. An election year, hiring persons for 3 months. 3 months to do what? Electioneering. But it didn't help you. It still did not help you. The auditor's report tells us the 8 ministries and departments spending over $15 million under this vote of short-term employment is set out in paragraph 255 in the report of the Auditor General. 8 ministries and departments. As they follow from last year's audit report, a memo was sent to the Chief Personnel Officer on a policy directive which governs recruitment of persons under short-term employment. The response from the CPO, auditor tells us, advised that the CPO is not the employer for persons engaged on short-term in the public service. The authority to employ persons in short-term administrative arrangements resides with accounting officers across government ministries, departments, agencies. So the CPO washed their hands out of this. And you know why? Because we know why. This is what they were doing. Short-term contracts keep you on a string. So you have to do their bidding because you want the contract to get renewed for next short term. Keep you in a form of perpetual slavery. That is what has been going on. Audit tells us further, whilst audit was unaware of a policy directive which governed recruitment of persons on short-term employment, it was noted that there were many instances of persons being kept on for continuous periods exceeding the 6 months. This is contrary, the auditor tells us, to good industrial relations practices and exposes the government to liability. There was no accountability and no attempt to put any measures in place to provide accountability, procedures, or transparency. This was a classic case of jobs for the boys and girls. Again, who is paying for it? All the taxpayers of Trinidad and Antigua. All, everybody, taxpayers' expense. And so no wonder there have been so many allegations about needing a PNM party card to get a job. We saw it on social media. People were being bullied and forced in order to get these little crumbs of short-term contracts. I turn to security services. Again, the cost of security services of ministries and departments for the year total 491 million, over $491 million, according to appropriation accounts. But this figure, $500 million, thank you, Minister. This figure could not be verified since contracts agreements, so much cannot be verified. What were you all running a parlor in a corner in a junction somewhere? In a parlor, you were running up billions of dollars, man. This figure could not be verified since contracts, agreements for the provision of security service were not seen to support 84% of the total expenditure incurred. And the auditor does give some proposed solutions. These are just some of the issues. There's much, much more, which is public from today, that everybody will have access to. All those who wish to see it can see it. Some issues. I assure you, Mr. Speaker, this government, together with the hardworking staff in the various ministries, we have a deep and abiding regard for our Constitution. We know what the problems are, and together we will fix them. Pledge to facilitate the Auditor General's Department in the conduct of their lawful duties with the highest levels of professional courtesy and integrity. And as long as there has been government, people have expectations, and rightfully so. And I want to share something with you. I read in a newspaper where comments are coming that the Auditor General is not the auditor of the central bank accounts, but I'm going to advise you to read the law. And I'm going to instruct the Minister of Finance to use the law so that the Auditor General who is not able to do the accounts and the auditing for 2024 fiscal, that auditor can do so now because the minister has the power under the law. And this is, so don't threaten us. I have told you we will use the law to fix a broken TNT. We will lose the law to do what is right in the interest of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Do not threaten us. I will call no names, but those who sit in the ivory towers, start reading the law. And if you cannot, we have some good lawyers, we can lend them to you. So here we are, Central Bank Act says accounts, reports, and statistics, section 51, bank's financial year. The financial year of the bank shall coincide with the financial year of the government. 52, accounts and audits, marginal note. The accounts of the bank shall be audited annually by auditors who shall be appointed by the board each year with the approval of whom? The minister. Notwithstanding 52.1, the minister may at any time require the Auditor General to examine and report the accounts of the bank, and the bank shall, not may, the bank shall, it is mandatory, the bank shall provide the Auditor General with all necessary and appropriate facilities for an examination. Minister of Finance is instructed and advised to utilize section 52 to send in the Auditor General into the central bank. Don't hide the accounts. Do not hide the accounts. So don't come and tell me the Auditor General is not your auditor. Maybe yes, under section, what was it? 52.1. And even then when you hired, even when you said the Auditor General is not your auditor, is it that you hired another auditor, but you can only have done so with the concurrence of whom? The Minister of Finance. Who was the then Minister of Finance? Which firm did they take instead of utilizing the services of the constitutionally appointed office of the Auditor General? Let's find that out. Whom did you hire? And where are those audited accounts? Who were the auditors? And with this government, everything was friend, family, and financiers, you know. So may I find another recusal in the cabinet to find out who recused and why they recused and which firm was hired. So Minister of Finance, you have your job. Here is it. 52. Send in the Auditor General. Let's find out where the money of the people of Trinidad and Tobago is in it. Let's find out how to spend. Let's find out how it was spent. As I close, our commitment to accountability is not only about adhering to laws and regulation. It is also about expanding a culture that is receptive to oversight. And in this regard, my ministers, myself, members of our government, we are leading from the front. Leading from the front. Each week, we make ourselves available for the postcard presser. Different ones sometimes. I think they really missed me yesterday. I saw somebody crying and saying, oh, the Prime Minister didn't go to the postcard presser yesterday. What did it mean? I was still in cabinet. We were still in cabinet. But out of courtesy, working, and out of courtesy, we sent 3 ministers to give accounting. But I guess they felt they were missing me. I think they were missing me. I commend our 3 ministers out there. Minister Khadija Amin, Minister John, Minister Saddam Hussein. Brilliant job. And you will see our ministers always coming to account. So we move on. Each week then, we offer ministers, MPs, members, public scrutiny at the postcard conferences, accounting to the nation and answering questions. And as it is with government policy, so it is with public finance. In no uncertain terms, we have made it clear that there will be no secrecy when it comes to the management of taxpayers' money. On April 28, 2025, the citizens of our great nation voted overwhelmingly for positive change, and our landslide victory ensured that we can now put an end to the private deals and confidential payouts using public finances. And as I've said before, it is not a defense to plead and cry privacy when taxpayers' money is being spent. There will be no defense of privacy rights when you're using taxpayers' dollars. So wherever it is, we will find you. We will expose you. And we'll let the people of Trinidad and Tobago see where their money is going, how it's going. We will be accountable. So I'm putting everyone on notice. It will not be business as usual under our administration. Over the past decade, under this PNM regime, certain officials have been laboring under the mistaken assumption that they own the treasury and they do not have to account for what they have been doing with the nation's patrimony. I say again, unlike the PNM, we on this side understand it is not our money. This is the people's money. And giving an account of how we have been managing their funds is not an option, it is mandatory. Learning from past mistakes is critical to having remedial efforts. As we move forward, we must ensure that the fiscal wrongdoings and all those things fiscally of the past 9 years are not repeated. Diego Martin, Northeast decade-long tenure as finance minister, with the greatest respect I say, is a masterclass in mistakes. Our plan now is to do better. The UNC was founded on the premise of creating a nation that is not only prosperous, but also just and fair. Therefore, we hold ourselves to the high standards of accountability and transparency to ensure that national resources are used effectively, that the entire nation, from Trinidad to Tobago, from north, south, east, west, and central, prospers. I say again, Mr. Speaker, when the UNC wins, everybody wins. So, as I close, Mr. Speaker, it is time for people of this nation to win back confidence in their public officials, and we will do all that is humanly possible by being accountable to them. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, 24-4.
One question will be permitted pursuant to 24(4), and I don't think I need to remind the experienced members of this House the very narrow parameters of a question pursuant to 24(4).
Speaker, regarding the statement made by the Honorable Prime Minister, in particular references to property rentals, is the Honorable Prime Minister aware that many of the rentals that are of concern to the Honorable Prime Minister were commenced by the UNC government in the period 2010 to 2015, including the building in Barataria, for which the UNC government paid $41 million without occupying it.
That is why I referred to the very narrow, and for the benefit of members of the public who are looking on, so that this does not appear to be a perfunctory exercise of power. This standing order says that the question shall not exceed 15 seconds, which you've offended, but that is proportionate. It must be asked without argument or opinion and shall not address more than one matter of general government policy. So can I invite you, member, to please ask your question. Behave, calm down, everyone, calm down. In a proportionate exercise of discretion, I'm inviting the member to ask a question which complies with the conditions of 24(4), and to please refrain from argument, opinion, narrative, and confine yourself to one issue. Those are the rules. I didn't make them.
Thank you. With respect to the rental of properties that the Honorable Prime Minister has complained about, is the Prime Minister aware one of those properties was rented by the UNC for $41 million without occupying it?
Honourable Member for Diga Martin Northeast, I invite you to read the report. I invite you to read the report. I invite you to read the report. I further invite you to seek. I will respond. The answer is no. The answer is no. You've been there for 9 years. Read the report and seek deliverance. Thank you very much.
Additional explanations, introduction of bills, the Children Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Health.
Now call upon the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Now call upon the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, government business, motions.
I now call upon the Minister of Homeland Security.
Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 123, Section 1A of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123(3) of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall submit to the President a list of names nominated for the appointment to the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated under Section 3, subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the Police Service Commission have submitted to the President the name Mr. Alistair Govero for appointment to the office of Commissioner of Police. And whereas the President has, on the 9th day of May 2025, issued a notification in respect of the nomination. And whereas it is expedient to approve the notification, be it resolved that this notification, that the notification of the President Right, good. Yeah. Be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Alistair Govero to the office of Commissioner of Police be approved. I beg to move.
Member, before you beg to move the motion, can I inquire as to whether you have a contribution in the motion? Which
Yes,
you may
sir.
proceed to do so now if you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Alistair Govero is a leader in law enforcement and security in Trinidad and Tobago. He has a wealth of knowledge and is a proven track record in law enforcement. Mr. Govero has a master in business administration, leadership, entrepreneurial skills, and innovation from the Ruskin University. His dissertation was Disruptive Confluence, a critical analysis of structural design in Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Further, he has training from the University of Cambridge in evidence-based policing. He also had training at Arthur Lockjack Graduate School of Business in environmental criminology and crime analysis, and also from the Cipriani College of Labor, Cooperative Studies in Security Administration and Management. Mr. Govero have also participated in specialist training from special organizations, including the Federal Emergency Management Agency, United Nations Counter-Terrorism Center, United Nations Office for Counter-Terrorism, the International Criminal Policing Organization, the Federal Criminal Police Office in Germany, and the United States Department. Mr. Guerrero has 27 years service in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Having joined the TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, in 1998 as a police constable in the special branch. He moved up the rank to corporal, sergeant, inspector, assistant superintendent, and currently superintendent of police. Although he spent most of his career in the special branch, he have experience in intelligence gathering, analysis, supervision and maintenance of staff, surveillance training of officers in various areas, including intelligence gathering and covert operations, discipline, and the maintenance of resources, including human, vehicles, and specialized equipment. Mr. Guerrero have served on several key national and international law enforcement committees, including cabinet-appointed expert committee on the national power outage, threat risk assessment in the energy sector. Also on the Ministerial Committee of the Forensic Science Center, International Security and Recruitment Vulnerabilities. Committees of the National Counter-Terrorism Policy. Also the Trinidad and Tobago Joint Task Force on Counter-Terrorism. Also, the Trinidad and Tobago Joint Task Force on Human Trafficking. The Trinidad and Tobago Intelligence and Covert Operations Committee. The Law Enforcement Agency Committee. Of the Commonwealth Secretariat Working Group on Returnees. Mr. Guerrero has also authored and co-authored several pivotal policy and investigative documents, such as threat risk and vulnerability assessment of the national security apparatus, April 2024. Cabinet report on the island-wide power outage on April 2022. Threat analysis of the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity in Trinidad and Tobago, March 2022. Revise of security processes at the Forensic Science, October 2021. Terrorist Incident Response Procedure 2015, now adopted by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. His service has earned him multiple awards and commendations, including commendations for dedication and devotion to duty and astute leadership. Commendations and monetary awards for dedication and devotion to duty, painstaking investigations, covert operations which led to the first ever seizure of drugs, dangerous drugs, ketamine, valued over $8 million, and the arrest of several foreign nationals, and also part of the transnational crime syndicate. Commendations for special projects commissioned by the Ministry of National Security, which led to the seizure of large quantities of contraband at the maximum security prison and the arrest of several persons relating to prison smuggling, as well as the recommendation of standing operating procedures and successful execution of policies, objectives, which has reduced the aforementioned act. Awards of high commendations for outstanding work in discovering and dismantling contraband smuggling in southwestern peninsula and the southern coastline. National Security Officers Foundation National Security Awards for dedication and devotion to duty. Community Service Award by the Santa Maria Committee, Muruga, for outstanding and significant contribution to the community, selflessness, dedication, and committed to improving the lives of others. TTPS Special Branch Outstanding Officers Award for dedication, commitment, and loyalty to covert operations, which led to the discovery and dismantling of illegal firearms armory in the Southern Division. I commend the House to consider and reflect on Her Excellency notification of the Police Service Commission recommendation of Mr. Alistair Guerrero for Commissioner of Police. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Alistair Guerrero to the office of Commissioner of Police be approved. Honorable Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been through these debates on many occasions in the last Parliament, and I'm pretty certain that if we do not make the appropriate amendments to our Constitution, we will be through many of these debates in this Parliament. And I want to start by asking the government that we take this opportunity as we debate this motion to examine the aspects of our Constitution as it relates to the appointment of a commissioner and deputy commissioner of police, because I've heard the Honorable Prime Minister made some statements in national media, if it was captured accurately, that perhaps the government may be open to certain constitutional amendments to make the appointment of a commissioner and deputy commissioner more in alignment with what we may believe, Mr. Speaker, to be seamless, one that can ensure that the police service operates seamlessly
Mr. Speaker,
without interruption.
Standing Order 48.1. We are dealing with a notification for the Office of Commissioner of Police. We are not dealing with process today.
I myself was wondering about the relevance. The motion, if I could read it back, it says, be it resolved that the notification of the president be approved. So I will ask members on both sides, all those willing to contribute and intending to contribute, please confine your observations and your contributions to the question which is before the House. What may or may not be notional underlying notions of resolving the law or amending the law, perhaps is for another debate or another forum. As of now, there is one core question before the House, and perhaps we should confine ourselves to the core question which is before the House.
Just framing my contribution in this debate on this matter that is before us. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Alistair Guevara, who is a senior superintendent of police in the special branch, is a career police officer. As the member for St. Joseph and the Minister of Homeland, Tonapuna, and the Minister of Homeland Security would have indicated, 27 years service in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the special branch. And if members of the public would have listened to the Honorable Minister as he read out the CV of the officer, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will no doubt believe that the officer who is being recommended to fill the position of Commissioner of Police is one who has served Trinidad and Tobago as a career police officer in a commendable way, with an unblemished record. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, that this process ensures continuity and stability in the management of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And therefore, the opposition will have absolutely no objection to the recommendation by Her Excellency the President to allow Mr. Guevara to fill the position of Commissioner of Police. I did not get from the member who spoke before me whether it is the intention of the government to approve the notification, but I wish to state at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition has absolutely no objection in the recommendation by Her Excellency the President. I do not wish to be repetitious, Mr. Speaker, because the honorable member would have read from the CV of the candidate, and I too was prepared to make reference to some of the great work that the officer would have performed during his service in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I recognize that he has performed most of his duties in this special branch with expert experience in intelligence gathering, one that is absolutely necessary and required, especially given the challenges faced by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the fight against crime. If this notification is approved, Mr. Speaker, it is Mr. Guevara's responsibility as Commissioner of Police to lead his charges in the police service in the fight against crime, to ensure that all citizens feel a sense of safety and comfort in their homes, in their communities. It is his responsibility. And whilst, yes, we as parliamentarians and legislators have a responsibility to do what we must insofar as it relates to our constitutional mandate, this opposition will recommend the notification and approve the notification of the President with absolutely no hesitation, reminding the officer that if this Parliament approves the notification, we depend on him and we depend on all police officers and those who give up their life on a daily basis in the discharge of their duties in the police service, that we depend on them with the support of their commissioner to ensure that all citizens exist in this country with a sense of safety and peace in their communities. Oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, we get the sense that it is the role of the minister, it is the role of parliamentarians to go out into the streets and to enforce laws. But it is debates and motions like these remind citizens that persons are appointed in constitutional positions who are responsible for discharging their duties to protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Guevara, Mr. Speaker, during my career as a parliamentarian, I have had the opportunity to speak to him on 2 or 3 occasions. And I can say, in the discharge of my constitutional duties, yes, in the discharge of, don't disturb me, in the discharge of my constitutional duties. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I find him to be very professional in the discharge of his duties. And therefore, yes, very professional. And therefore, I believe that he is a worthy candidate to fill the position of Commissioner of Police in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And I will also take the opportunity to let him know that we expect him to continue to discharge his duties professionally and independently, especially when you have so many people occupying high offices in Trinidad and Tobago who are subject to the law. And therefore, we depend on a duly constituted and appointed Commissioner of Police to go in there, manage the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the way that we expect him to guard and protect the Constitution, and to lead law enforcement in such a way that we, the citizens, can feel a sense of safety and comfort. We examine his CV, Mr. Speaker. I have seen, and the opposition has seen absolutely nothing that can point to any concern that we may have, that we can use this floor of Parliament to express those concerns. He is a career law enforcement official spending over 27 years, most of those years, in the special branch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And I expect that with his experience in the special branch, that he will lead the effort for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to work with all of its counterparts, agencies in the region and internationally to ensure that we fight crime. Because crime cannot be only fought on local soils, but it can only be done successfully when we coordinate our resources and our intelligence gathering capacity with other law enforcement agencies in the region and internationally. And I expect that with someone of Mr. Guevara's capacity and experience, that he will lead the police service to have that level of confidence with other counterpart agencies in the region and internationally, so that the necessary information can be gathered where it is needed in the fight against crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. He's a good candidate, and the opposition has absolutely no objection to the recommendations of the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call on the Honorable Prime Minister, who has caught my eye, it was remiss of me not to acknowledge the member for Tunapuna who would have made his maiden contribution in this House. Perhaps the ease with which he made his contribution lulled me to think he was perhaps more experienced than this was his first time. So I contribute that. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to join this debate to discuss and debate the notification of Her Excellency the President respect to Mr. Alistair as Guevara as Commissioner of Police. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder if people have very short memories. Because when I listen to it, I remember, oh, it was very nice and kind and smiling from Maruka Lopino. I wonder he forgot he was there in that government for 5 years. I wonder he's not recently vacating the Office of National Security. And therefore, all the advice and the hopes and dreams, where were they for all those years he was sitting in that government? Where were they? National Security, but you were on the bench, you were part of the government, you're all in it together, you know. Is one shebang, all of you cannot separate from each other. For the 9 years you allowed this, you allowed it, sir. So whilst I can hear some people call it bleeding heart words today, where was the bleeding heart over the years when so many persons were murdered in our country? So many home invasions, extortion, crime rose to astronomical levels. So I'll leave the minister in dreamland, hoping he will get out of there soon and admit they did nothing in the fight against crime. Nothing. So today I think is a very important day for all of us for more than one reason to debate this notification. The appointment here that we are discussing marks a very significant day for everybody in our republic. Because why? Crime affects every single person, everybody. We begin today discussing finding the most suitable and proper person to whom we will give responsibility for the safety and security of our citizens. As your Prime Minister, I'm fully aware that making this decision correctly is one of the principal reasons that you elected us into office, because you were concerned about crime. And whoever is the Commissioner of Police will be the person in charge mainly for helping us deal with crime in the country. The people of the country spoke loudly, I say again, on April 28th. They expressed their dissatisfaction that people who have held the offices of national security, and some as Commissioner of Police during these 9 years, they failed to deliver what everybody is constitutionally entitled to, and that is what? Safety and security. They failed to keep our citizens safe and secure. They failed to effectively and efficiently manage the organization entrusted with the duty to keep our citizens safe. Mr. Speaker, you may or may not know that the last government spent more than $66 billion on national security. $66 billion. During that time, our country, our citizens, as I say again, everyone was more unsafe than at any other time in our history.
Mr. Speaker, 48-1. By the same rule.
Which aspect of 48-1 are you on, member?
Mr. Speaker, the same aspect that you raised with the Chief Whip, relevance.
If you look at 48-1, it's a compendious standing order. Identify which part of the standing order it is offending. If you tell me that, then perhaps.
Mr. Speaker, the standing order refers to relevance.
Exactly. So you're only on the basis of relevance.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask my friend from Diego Martin Central whether he's saying the member for Aruka Lopino is irrelevant?
Let us calm down, please. Let us move forward with grace, dignity, and calm on both sides. And let us not invoke the standing orders where they don't apply. Relevance is a contextual exercise. We all know that. You are entitled to lay a foundation, or as we say in cricketing terms, some of us may or may not be aware, you're entitled to take a run-up before you deliver your ball. A short one at that. So whatever relevance, if you are bordering on irrelevancy, it may be tolerated for a short while, but only for the purpose of laying the relevant foundation. So please, let us not invoke standing orders where they simply do, the invocation simply doesn't arise. Time, we're wasting time. The baseline premise of all is that parliamentary time is precious. So let's move on, please. Prime Minister, you can move on, but please keep it short.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And if you cannot see why this is relevant, that is why you are now sitting on that side and we are on this side. You cannot come and tell me it is irrelevant to talk about how much money was spent. In a context where we are now at an all-time high with crime, in a context where we are now attempting to seek the best person to deal with the crime. So it wasn't just about money. It wasn't just about the $66 billion you spent and failed to address the crime. So I'll take your guidance, Mr. Speaker. And I say again, if you don't know the relevance of what we are speaking about, you deserve to be perpetually in opposition. So $66 billion. Everybody was unsafe. And so in 2016, I want to show you the pattern to see how the crime. Remember when we say when the UNC is in office, the crime always goes down.
Point of order.
Member is on his legs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, 48(1) indicates the member shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion, which is the notification from the president. And it is not an opportunity for the member to go into a wide-ranging speech on what they did about crime, what we did about crime, and so on. It's a notification from the president.
As I have said before, relevance is a contextual exercise. Anyone knows that. I see the member for Port of Spain South smiling gleefully. But relevance is a contextual exercise. You are entitled to set the stage for an argument you may wish to make and set the context in which you are saying it. The member has set out the context as to why the expenditure is relevant. I have ruled that a short run-up is to be given before that ball is delivered. This is not going to be a Michael Holding run-up. You can trust me on that. As graceful as it may sound and look, it is not going to be a Michael Holding run-up. Rather, it's going to be a very short run-up of a spinner's run-up. Okay, so the leeway afforded is a very short leeway. So I'm afraid that the over-reliance on, and perhaps sometimes sterile reliance on relevance may seem to be misplaced and or misguided in this instance. So again, let us continue briefly on that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we are here to consider Mr. Alistair Guevara, whether we should agree to the notification to appoint him as the Commissioner of Police. But it's very important that we understand that the skills and the techniques that are to be utilized to keep us safe and secure, to keep our citizens safe and secure. It's not just about money, because the last government spent all the money, $66 billion. And you know what happened? I tell you, Mr. Speaker, when the UNC is in government, the crime always goes down. When the PNM is in government, the crime always goes up. Remember that?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
And so our duty is to bring crime down. And that is why we are before. This can't go on for the whole evening. You had your turn for 10 years and you failed.
Come on, let's give on for this.
can't speak above the noise, Mr. Speaker.
I fully understand. Can you
Okay.
go on now?
Yes, I did not use the word relevance in my point of order. I used the precise wording of the standing order, which is.
Can we allow the member to speak and make his point, please?
Which is 48.1. The member must confine his or her observations to the subject under discussion. The subject under discussion is the notification. I never said relevance. The member is not confining, the Honorable Prime Minister is not confining her statements to the notification.
So, lest we create some sort of doubt to the members of the public looking on. This is what the standing order says, and if you all permit me, I can read from it. Subject to these standing orders, debate on any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a member shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion. As I have been at pains to point out before, the relevance and or the subject matter is all contextual. It is all the second part of it. Confine his answers to the subject under discussion. Cannot be divorced from the relevant part of it. You can't take relevance and put it in a glass jar in isolation. It has to be contextual. This is a very simple concept to understand. It must be contextual. So I have ruled 3 times that a short amount of leeway is to be permitted to lay a foundation. The member for Port of Spain South is a legendary cross-examiner. He doesn't rush in and ask a question, but rather he lays a foundation before you get to the final question. So what you do, you lay an appropriate foundation. What I'm allowing, pursuant to the standing order, is a short time to set the contextual foundation. So move on, please.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Speaker. So here we are, dealing with this notification from Her Excellency. And I'm saying unless we put the right person in the right place, we will continue to fail as they failed for the last 9 years. In the last 9 years, their Prime Minister, their second Prime Minister, their Minister of National Security, all of them, they transformed our country from a paradise into a country where people were turned into victims. 9 years, parents live in fear all over this country, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Here it is.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order,
I have not even
48.1,
spoken for
it is a
5 minutes.
Michael Holding run-up.
I am going to ask the Honorable Prime Minister to move on quickly to the delivery strike.
You know, I am guided by the ruling of the Honorable Speaker. I have already moved on from the $66 billion, in case you all were not listening. And I've already moved on from that, and I went on to where we are today. If we fail to put the right office holder to fight crime. So we were all caught up in this place where crime had just become a runaway exercise. And all of this occurred under the same guys who now talk about relevance and standing order. Not understanding that relevance is. What do you do to keep your citizens secure? And that is what we are about. That is what we are about. Everyone has to be treated equally. The member made a very strange statement about some people above the law, not above, and no one is above the law, and remember. No one, not under this government. No one is above the law. But I want to take us back. In this very exercise, over the last 9 years, what transpired in this chamber when we were debating motions of this nature, And that is relevant
Mr.
because this
Speaker,
government
point of
intends to
order.
deal with this
Point of
notification
order.
in a totally different way from yours. Well, this can't go on all evening.
48.1, what happened in the past is not relevant to this notification.
No.
At the risk of sounding perfunctory, and that objection needs only to be repeated to be dismissed. Move on.
Thank you. So I come back that everyone has to be treated equally, contrary to what the honorable member for Aruka Lupino has said. And the process which has produced this nomination today has been the product of PNM's manipulation and perversion for the last 9 years. This government, we will not so subvert the law with respect to this notification for the Commissioner of Police. They always ensured, and I will give you the example, is time after time, every time a notification was brought, member is now telling us about, oh, we'll support it, all is well and good, very nice, sweet words. When every time a notification came here, what did they do? They take the top from the list and they put it on the bottom. The Prime Minister ran to Presidents, grab the merit list. That has to be, grab the merit list. And so public confidence really has fallen to an all-time low in the TTPS. And of course, into what happens in this. I remember very early, Mr.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I hear you. On what point of order?
Yes, sir. Same point of order. I realize the member has a prepared speech, but her prepared speech is not relevant.
As I've said before, and I've ruled consistently, let us move on, please. Time constraints.
Those on the other side, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand their whole aim is to frustrate us on this side. Yes. I will not get frustrated. I will not. Whether you jump up 10 times, 15 times, or 30 times, I will not become frustrated because the whole country became frustrated with you and ran you out of office. And therefore, on every occasion that government had the opportunity to deal with a notification or to deal with putting people into office, they have attempted to subvert it. In 2015, the case of Haridad Maraj, I know it well because I was one of the lawyers. When that government attempted to subvert the very law that gives rise to putting a commissioner of police in place by inserting the then Minister of National Security into the process. So that is why we are here today with this notification, that this government will follow the law and not attempt to subvert the law when it comes to putting a commissioner of police in place. Haridad Maraj, remember the name Lucas, remember the name Stephen Williams, remember all the names on the list sent from the Police Service Commission to Her Excellency and to us. You moved every one of them. You moved every one and never followed the law. Never followed the law to appoint a commissioner of police. This government will do differently. We will do it differently. We will follow the law. When they asked us, when public asked me, what will you do? I said, when we get the notification, what will we do? We will follow the law. And that is what we will do today. So we came back to Stephen Williams in 2008, 2018. They subverted the law. They went down the bottom of the list.
Mr. Speaker, 48.1.
Honorable Prime Minister, can I, for the sake of moving on, ask you just to skip over that, because we've made that point and it's in the record. Can I just ask you to move on from that, please? Just to confine to the subversion of the merit list and the consideration of this one. So if you could just skip off about that and move on.
Okay, I'm guided again. I'm a very obedient person in this chamber to the rulings of the speaker, so I'm guided. I am very much guided. But I again say, the situation we are in this country because of crime has been every single time that government has subverted the process that we are now attempting to follow and to put a commission in place. David Duchan, Harold Phillip, don't forget Gary Griffith. When you went from the top of the list to the bottom of the list. So don't come with platitudes today to
Mr.
tell us.
Speaker,
I am responding to you
48-1.
with your platitudes.
This one, I think, is misconceived. In my respectful view, Lupino, Aruka Lupino, I think this objection is misconceived.
So I thank you again, sir, Honorable Speaker. They have nothing else to do. They have nothing else to do. That's their strategy to distract and disrupt the proceedings in this House, and we will ensure we do the people's business in this House. So therefore, when we come to Mr. Guevara, you have read his resume, our colleague read the resume, and therefore all we can say is that I, together with my team, we have agreed we will not subvert the merit list. We will not subvert the recommendation of the Police Service Commission. And if we've done our research and we have no reason to doubt that this is a good nominee, and therefore the government will support the notification as recommended. But I say this further, before I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the nominations before us, I want us to remember October 16, 2021, when the then government revealed that the chairman, he went to the Honorable then Prime Minister, going to the Police Service Commission, saying they had lost all confidence in the then Commissioner of Police. I want to thank those who have served before, the Commissioners of Police, because there was a process, I say, that was subverted. If they were not able to function, let us trust that given precedence to the law and the legal process in this business, that Mr. Guevara will conduct himself with all due integrity. We have no reason to doubt that it would be otherwise, and therefore we give full support to Mr. Guevara as the next Commissioner of Police of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Port of Spain South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the submission from the Honorable Prime Minister and member from Siparia, we put on record that once the court ruled in the matter of Maraj and the Attorney General on the 14th of October 2021, that the process being followed then, as we understood it, for the appointment of acting commissioners were not in accordance with the law. The then government, now this opposition, acted in accordance forthwith with the court's pronouncement and thereafter followed that procedure as outlined by the court to the letter. Prior to that, there was another approach to the merit list, and that is why former commissioners Griffith, McDonald, Jacob, etc. were declared null and void, because the court ruled that the process being followed was incorrect. But before that date, every government followed the process as they understood it to be. Mr. Speaker, coming to the motion and the notification of the President, I am heartened that you have ruled that it must be viewed in a context, because this appointment must be understood within the framework from which it emerged. And we wish to put on record the reason why this side is supporting the notification for the appointment of Mr. Alistair Guevara. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, this came from a process that emanated from an institution, an independent institution called the Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, that body is empowered under Section 122 of the Constitution to appoint commissioners of police, and it is vital in maintaining professionalism and impartiality in the police service. So having come from that process, this notification is a product of that process, and we support it, firstly. Secondly, the checks and balances that were enshrined and that remain enshrined in that process promotes public trust, the rule of law. And in that regard, we support it. But Mr. Speaker, part of the other reasons why we support this nomination, I noticed that the mover of the motion skimmed through the qualifications and it did not do justice to the skill and the merit of this nominee. This nominee, apart from the training already mentioned by the mover and honorable member for Tunapuna, had specialist training and provides specialist training now to the job of Commissioner of Police. He was trained in leadership. He was trained in counter-terrorism, cybersecurity and new technologies, advanced law enforcement, credit card fraud, money laundering, national security training, undercover operations, intelligence analysis, something that is very important, Mr. Speaker, and in another place where you were, interview and interrogation of suspects. If that is done improperly, Mr. Speaker, you know that it may lead to the freeing of persons on technical grounds because the police did not follow the proper process. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, when I perused the curriculum vitae of this candidate, I saw that he received some training in the sphere of information technology and computer training. It means that he has upgraded his skills from when he first entered in 1998 as a constable. What this appointment means, Mr. Speaker, for the person who lives in Silots in Port of Spain South, is if you stand firm with a clean record and you work hard in any sphere of your endeavor, you can reach the highest echelon of your sphere of endeavors. And that is the message I want to put to the members of Port of Spain South who have elected me for another 5 years to be their representative. Every day I thank them, Mr. Speaker. Not a day passes without me saying thanks to them. Not a day passes, even though the member for San Juan Barataria and his interlopers have tried to infiltrate Port of Spain South. It will not happen.
Member.
Mr. Speaker.
Member, you're being called upon to apologize.
Called upon to apologize for his attempt
Well, I
at
can repeat
interloping.
it to you. The mild pejorative that you used towards the member for Barataria. Yes. Can you please apologize and withdraw that description?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the description of the honorable member for Barataria San Juan as an interloper. And I withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker,
I withdraw it on
Mr. Speaker, 48. Let's say to add to this debate, so he's engaging in irrelevant.
So, member for Port of Spain South, can we resume your apology and your withdrawal of the statement?
referral to the honorable member for Barataria San Juan as an interloper. And I will use more parliamentary language. And I will ask him kindly to stay out of Port of Spain South business. Now,
part of it for the
I sincerely apologize for calling you an interloper.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I
Mr.
move
Speaker,
on.
Standing Order 48-4. May I ask you to turn to Standing Order 48-4? The member cannot repeat in the apology the offensive language that he's used.
Can I say this? It is counterproductive. You all have all been here. Like all of us, we've read the standing orders. We know their intent, we know their purpose. Surely you must know better than to do that. So please, can I invite you to unequivocally withdraw it and unequivocally apologize, and don't re-offend by repeating it within the body of your apology.
Mr. Speaker, I unequivocally apologize for the reference made to the Honourable Member of San Juan Barataria by me earlier on. May I move on with my speech, please, Mr. Speaker? Yes.
So we can just have it on the record.
Yes, please.
And shall we move on?
Yes, please.
Please.
So, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, as I was adding, he was trained in information technology and computer training and received intelligence analysis training from the DEA's office. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, because he's having rose from the ranks of constable to senior superintendent. He brings a wealth of knowledge and seems to be well-rounded. But I go back to my main thesis, that his appointment represents the epitome of persons who work hard, work honestly, and I want to commend it to the constituents of Port of Spain South. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I have also understood and I have examined his appointment and how it may very well, how the notification and its effect may very well have a positive effect on the police service. It means that having a substantive commissioner of police, he can now provide leadership and strategic direction to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The appointment of a substantive officer will also instill public trust and confidence in that office. They're now being, based on this notification and its acceptance by the House, a substantive officer in the position. The notification will also ensure, if it is abided by, operational continuity and efficiency, because you will have a head of a service, and I looked at his age, he has some time to shape the service according to his skills. It will also bring, Mr. Speaker, institutional accountability because, as you are well aware, Mr. Speaker, a substantive commissioner of police is fully accountable to oversight bodies such as the Police Service Commission and the Parliament and the public. It may very well engender greater international and national support for the office holder. All these things being considered, Mr. Speaker, and in light of the submissions made by the Honourable Member of Siparia, on this side, we wholeheartedly support the nomination from the recommendation of the Police Service Commission as notified by Her Excellency under her powers, and I respectfully take my seat. Thank you.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before us this afternoon is set out in the order paper is, be it resolved that in notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Alistair Guevara to the office of Commissioner of Police be approved. Now, the context, as you have said, is important. So I'd like to spend a couple minutes dealing with that. Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, after quite a long time in this place. I was here before everyone except my very good friend from Arima, my enemy perhaps from Diego Martin Northeast, and my very good friend on the rest of the benches across there. But I'm here again after a long time. The personnel might have changed. Just based on my experience this afternoon, I think there's something to be left for the tone and tenor of the contributions. I would try to be different. So I'm honored to rise to contribute to the motion. The notification today engages one of the most consequential constitutional functions of this parliament. That is the affirmation of leadership at the highest echelons in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. It bears directly upon the efficiency, integrity, and importantly, public confidence in the administration of law enforcement in Trinidad and Tobago. I might add that every citizen in the country will be interested in our deliberations. Now, if you'd allow me to spend a minute or two on the current law and the applicable order.
Is that relevant?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking them.
I don't know. They don't. I don't know if you have any respect for yourself, as a speaker. For the benefit of the House, I should like to take this opportunity to briefly state the constitutional and legal principles that govern the appointment of a Commissioner of Police. The notification is submitted in complete obedience to Section 123 of the Constitution, which, when read together with the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of the Police Selection Process Number 2, Order of 2021, provides a deliberate, transparent, and constitutionally safeguarded framework for the selection and appointment of individuals to the highest offices within the police service. At the core of the process lies the Commission, a constitutionally established and independent body, vested with the authority to ensure that such appointments are made on the basis of merit, integrity, and institutional suitability. More on that in a while, because my friends opposite seem to get into fits when we point out to them that this process has not been faithfully observed in the past, and not by us. And I say us this afternoon, not by them. So the process is rigorous. It involves advertisement, comprehensive security and professional vetting, the establishment of an order of merit list, familiar to a gentleman who used to be on the other side, who had a propensity to take, steal, borrow, whatever, the list. But seriously, the legal and constitutional validity of the framework was affirmed by the High Court, by Justice Kangaloo, in the matter Balgobin Maraj and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago in 2021. I won't go into that today. But the judgment of Justice Kokaram not only clarified the law, but unequivocally upheld the critical role of the Commission in preserving the independence and impartiality of the appointment process. It is this very interpretation, rooted in respect for constitutional safeguards and the rule of law, that we on this side have steadfastly upheld, and my learned friends on the other side have found all manner of ways to subvert and throw out disrespect. I shall, Mr. Speaker, respectfully say that the point that the government has vigorously defended the position that the Commission's authority is central to safeguarding the integrity and meritocracy of police leadership appointments cannot be seriously questioned. And I say too that it will be recalled that attempts to modify the process for acting appointments by many on the other side through the Constitution Amendment Bill 2024 failed, as we on this side stood firm in maintaining the Commission's role in appointments to the offices of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And we took those positions as a principled stand taken in support of lawful and transparent governance. Mr. Speaker, so I say that to say this. The notification is therefore far from an administrative formality. It is the culmination of a constitutionally enshrined process recognized by the courts, one that reinforces public trust, institutional stability, and the essential depoliticization of police leadership, a lesson that my friends on the other side have not learned. They should have learned before, because they were part of the drafting of these arrangements, to keep their grubby hands off the police service. So the framework strikes a careful and appropriate balance between independence oversight and democratic accountability, ensuring that those entrusted with leading the police service do so under the imprimatur of the Constitution and with full legitimacy. Now I turn now to Mr. Guevara. This government expresses its unequivocal support for the nomination of Mr. Alistair Guevara to the office of Commissioner of Police. Mr. Guevara's distinguished career, spanning more than 2 decades in law enforcement, has been marked by dedication to public service, a consistent record of operational excellence, and commendable leadership in some of the most demanding and complex of circumstances. His nomination not only reflects the high regard in which he is held by the Police Service Commission, but also stands as a resounding endorsement of the integrity, transparency, and meritocratic rigor of the selection process undertaken by the Commission. It affirms that those who are sent to the highest ranks of the police service should do so and should be taken to have done so, not by favor, but by proven merit. They do so by principled conduct and a resolute commitment to the safety and security of all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, this is a point that my friends on the other side ought by now to have learned. They have not. They had. Mr. Guevara is a seasoned law enforcement professional, bringing to the fore over 20 years of experience in national security. His distinguished service within the special branch has seen him occupy several critical investigative roles, each marked by discretion, diligence, and strategic acumen. He's a graduate of the Police Academy in 1996. He has continually sought to elevate his professional capacity. He has received specialized training at the International Law Enforcement Academy in El Salvador, holds a Master of Bachelor's Administration, and has done other courses, numerous other courses in various parts of the world. He has also been called upon in times of national importance to get intelligence on certain sensitive matters. Now, the government has full confidence in the Commission's nomination. We are eager to have the position of the substantive commissioner be regularized, and that we know what has been going on for a considerable period of time under the stewardship of my friends opposite. The chaos that the nation has observed over the past month or two lies entirely at their feet. And so too does the anxiety of the citizens. It is an unequivocal truth that within recent years, the country has experienced a troubling upsurge in crime, with an increase in violent offenses. Those things have created widespread fear among citizens, placed immense pressure on the national security infrastructure. Our government, our new administration has taken a resolute and unwavering stance in its commitment to reduce the high levels of violent crime in this country. And just for the record, we are also looking very seriously at something that my learned friends on the other side might be interested in: the investigation and prosecution of white-collar crime. So watch yourself, all of you, and those of you in front of me, watch yourself very carefully. The administration has prioritized national security as a top agenda item, with focused efforts on boosting law enforcement capacity, enhancing intelligence gathering, and restoring public trust in the police service. In this regard, the government recognizes the importance of appointing expert leadership in the position of Commissioner of Police to drive accountability, reform, and efficiency within the service. This renewed focus, we hope, signals the beginning of an improvement in restoring peace, ensuring justice, safeguarding the well-being of every citizen of this country, and returning us to a position where white-collar crime is punished. And I know that my friend from Aruka Lopino, in another incantation, would have spoken to me before he was infected by his other friend, seriously about white-collar crime. The role of Commissioner of Police is central to the architecture of crime fighting in Trinidad and Tobago. As the highest ranking officer in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Commissioner is vested with the power to manage the police service, mandated to ensure the effective and efficient use of all available resources. That position is reinforced by Section 45 of the Police Service Act, which charges the police with preserving peace, detecting crime, all crime, and apprehending offenders. functions that fall squarely under the strategic and operational leadership of the Commissioner. The importance of having a substantive, not acting commissioner, cannot be overstated. We take this opportunity to place on record our deep appreciation to and thanks for the efforts of Mr. Junior Benjamin, who was left to rescue the service from the debacle that you had taken it to. This country owes him a debt of gratitude. We ask this Honorable House, therefore, to support the motion and to uphold the nomination of the Police Service Commissioner of Mr. Guevaro as this country's substantive Commissioner of Police. I beg to move.
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my contribution to this most important motion,
No, don't study them. You go ahead. Don't study them. You go ahead.
Come on. Come on. Member for Tunapuna, Minister of National Security, I now call upon you.
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my contribution on the most important motion, I wish to express sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. As she led this action from the front and confirmed a commissioner of police. By doing this, we know that it will restore confidence in the process of appointment of a commissioner of police. As the Prime Minister said, she has no horse in the race. To all members of this Honorable House who have chosen to support the nomination of Mr. Alistair Guevaro to the post of Commissioner of Police, this should never be a political exercise, as was done in the past. This motion is not simply about affirming the name put forward by the Police Service Commission. It's about safeguard and public interest, ensuring the stability of Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. It also strengthens the public confidence in law enforcement and leadership. Mr. Guevaro is a seasoned, professional, patriotic servant of the Republic, a man whose qualifications and career speaks volumes. His broad experience in intelligence, covert operations, counterterrorism, and interagency collaboration position him uniquely to lead our police service in this challenging period. Mr. Speaker, I especially wish to commend the members of the opposition for their statesman-like approach in supporting the nomination.
You have no choice.
You want time to knock with us?
No.
All right. There is also,
Don't even clap.
this is also a first for everything we have just witnessed, the first. It is often said that the national security should not be a political football, and today the Parliament lived up to that ideal. In recent years, we have witnessed the difficulties that can arise when consensus breakdown of matters as critical as the appointment of a commissioner of police. It is therefore not lost on the public nor this government that the decision to support Mr. Guevara represents the maturing of our political culture, a movement where country comes before party.
Them don't know about that. You don't study them.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. A movement where country comes before party.
Yes. They don't know about that.
And stability triumph over division. This government is committed to restoring faith in our institutions. We have allowed the Independent Police Service Commission to do it without any interference. Am I to say that again?
Yes, man. Say that again.
Yeah. We have allowed the Independent Police Service Commission to do their work free from interference. And today we are seeking the result of that integrity and appointment based on merit, experience, and service. Mr. Speaker, let us take this moment as a signal to the public that the parliament can work. When it comes to safety of our citizens and strength of our institutions and the protection of democracy, we must act as one. Let us give Mr. Guevara the full backing he deserves as he prepares to lead the organization critical to the well-being and safety of every citizen. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as this House, as we continue to prioritize the safety and security of our nation, the government remains steadfast in its efforts in continuing and modernizing, strengthening the infrastructure within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. In this regard, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service recently purchased and received 67 new police vehicles. This vehicle was added to existing fleet, which we'll be able to utilize throughout the country. Like you don't know. The government has been committed to restore faith in our institutions. We have allowed the Independent Police Service Commission to do its job freely. Yeah? Also, I'm also advised that several critical projects currently in progress. These include construction of the Matura and Manzanilla Police Station, the establishment of a coastal and riverine unit at the Caranage Police Station, and the development work on the Police Academy. In addition, work is undergoing at the St. Madeline's Police Station. In Tobago, phase 1 of this establishment of the mounted and canine branch at the Chauvin Road Police Station is ongoing. Furthermore, the establishment of the state-of-art Police Academy in Komoto, evaluating the standards of local enforcement, training, and professional development is being undertaken. Let us support the brave men and women of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service by ensuring they have steady, respected leadership at the top. Let me repeat this. Let us all support the brave men and women of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service by ensuring they have sturdy, respected leadership at the top. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Alistair Guevara to the Office of Commissioner of Police be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Bill second reading.
Can I call on the Minister of Health?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, first of all, allow me the opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker of this August House, and I want to wish you all the best going forward as you guide us through the process of conducting the business of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to congratulate the member for Siparia for being elected Prime Minister for the second time, and indeed as the only woman in our beloved nation to occupy the office of Prime Minister. Not once, Mr. Speaker, but twice. The member for Siparia remains an outstanding example of resilience, courage, and leadership for women in this country, especially those who are aspiring to high political office. And yes, member for Rima, perhaps one day your turn will come, but I want to say to you that it will be a long time from now because we have a lot to do on this side. To fix the problems that you all would have left on that side. I also want to take the opportunity, of course, to thank the good people of Oropuch West for their warm embrace and support for me as their Member of Parliament. And of course, I must congratulate all my colleagues on this side for their magnificent victories in their respective constituencies, especially the new ones who are joining us here today. Mr. Speaker, it is my belief that we will return to government last April 28th because the people were convinced of our capability and capacity to deliver on our manifesto promises. They believed that we were capable of doing the things that would make their lives, and that of their children better. And they believed that we were capable of bringing back visionary leadership and governance to Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, the people were not wrong in choosing the team on this side. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the 5 short weeks that we have been in government, things have been happening in every ministry. And this is, of course, despite the deep financial hole that Trinidad and Tobago was left in by those on the other side. But we'll speak about that another time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, today we are here to deliver on the first of several promises made to the population by the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, when she asked the people of Trinidad and Tobago for their vote. And that is to amend the Children's Life Fund Act so that more of our children could benefit. It is no secret that fixing healthcare and caring for children has always been foremost in the mind and indeed in the heart of the member for Siparia, the Honorable Prime Minister. Her track record will show that, Mr. Speaker. So just like she did in her first term in 2010, with the passing of the Children's Life Fund Act, as one of her first actions as Prime Minister, we are here today to treat with the nation's children as we lay the very first bill in this first session of the 13th Parliament, having just taken the action to recommend the appointment of a Commissioner of Police, another very important function of this government and this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, of course, the Prime Minister for her faith in trusting me with the ministerial responsibility for health, but especially so for the honor and privilege to lay the very first bill in this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I say to you that I take this responsibility very seriously, and I give you the assurance that I will do my very best. So, Mr. Speaker, why are we coming to amend the Children's Life Fund Act here today? The Children's Life Fund Act 2010 was a historic and innovative legislative measure that gave hundreds of sick children another lease on life by creating a window for them to access highly specialized care from foreign experts at recognized institutions abroad when the required treatment was not available locally. Over the last 15 years, hundreds of lives have been saved. On the other hand, a number of applications were denied, and in many instances, decisions delayed, occasionally resulting in the possibly premature death of some children. Information supplied by the Children's Life Fund Authority show that during the period 2010 to 2025, the 15 years that the Life Fund has been in existence, that there were 472 applications for assistance. Of these, and I refer here to this document from the Children's Life Fund, of these 472 applications, 392 applications were approved, with those children subsequently receiving treatment abroad in foreign medical institutions with good outcomes in the majority of cases. So the Children's Life Fund undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, remains an important item in the state's arsenal when it comes to providing the best care for our sick children. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue here has been the declined applications. On the other hand, we have had some 80 declined applications during the same period, 2010 to 2025. When we requested the information from the Children's Life Fund, Mr. Speaker, several reasons were advanced by the Children's Life Fund Board, as per the information provided here by the CEO, and I reflect on the table which was supplied, looked at the figures which were available from 2015 to 2025. And the reasons given, various reasons, Mr. Speaker. One of the common reasons is not life-threatening. The other reason would be poor prognosis. Another reason was treatment was for investigations, which is not life-saving. Another reason was patient requests fell outside the ambits of the Children's Life Fund Authority. But when this is analyzed, Mr. Speaker, one of the commonest conditions for which the Life Fund application was declined would have been for the condition called beta thalassemia major, which is a blood condition. And I'm going to speak a little bit about that in a short while, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying here that there were several applications which were declined, and for several reasons, which the proposed changes are intended to address in these amendments. The other issue, of course, in addition to applications being declined, Mr. Speaker, would have been the issue of long waiting times for the approval of applications. A perusal of the waiting times from the inception of the fund in 2010, Mr. Speaker, showed that initially, because of the teething problems, you would have had, a long waiting time. But then we would have come down at the end of 2014. There would have been a decline in the waiting time. And we speak here, when we speak of waiting time, we're speaking of application to approval. We are speaking of approval to depart here. And therefore, when you add those two, you get a total processing time. And this is from the time an application is made to when the person, when the child actually departs to have the treatment done. And that has come down to, so the approval to depart here is about 70 days. But Mr. Speaker, this is still too long a time. And in many instances, that long wait can create a problem. So still from 2014 to 2025, the figures we have, it is still somewhere around 85 days for departure. So that is something that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. And it is the intention, of course, of these amendments to try to address that in some meaningful way. But the question here, Mr. Speaker, is what were the consequences of the long waiting times? And all of us here will be familiar with the numerous complaints, the numerous newspaper articles, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to go into all of them, but just to reflect on the kind of pain and suffering that not only the children suffer, but of course the parents, Mr. Speaker. If you will allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote from Trinidad Express, March 2nd, 2016, an article by Nikita Braxton. And I read, and this is regarding baby Miracle loses battle to live. And here, the father, the baby's father, Kerwin Cross, says, believes that had there been a shorter waiting period, Miracle would have been alive today. She waited, and this is painful, she waited as long as she could. She would have gotten through if the system was faster and if it was more efficient. She couldn't wait so long. It's so sad. End of quote there, Mr. Speaker. But I just use that, as an example of why this government, would have taken the step to try to improve the efficiency, not only in terms of expanding the conditions available, but of course in trying to make the process faster. Because 6 children at that age, time is of the essence in terms of accessing and providing medical care, Mr. Speaker. And, the article goes on to say that funds, and I quote again, funds for such complicated surgeries are usually approved in a maximum period of 2 weeks. The surgery was so complex, it took too long for the life fund to respond. I was angry and hurted. This is Kerwin Cross, Baby Miracle's father, expressing his emotions. And, this is 2016. Again, in 2016, Newsday, Saturday, 18 June 2016, there's a sad case of a 1-year-old child, Naveen Hariprasad, who actually died while the state was seeking legal advice from the Ministry of the Attorney General on the question of the interpretation of the laws of the Children's Life Fund. So again, Mr. Speaker, it is in relation to some of these issues that we are here today to try and address and make the fund, the administration of the fund a bit tighter. I'll just give a few more quotations here. And this is 2017. This is the next year, Mr. Speaker, and this is obviously a pattern happening here. And this is the case, says that Children's Life Fund turns down a 5-year-old child. And this 5-year-old child, it's in the newspaper, I can call the name, 5-year-old Halima Mohammed, who is ailing with beta thalassemia major, a blood disorder, and who had been accepted by a hospital in India to undergo a bone marrow transplant. And a bone marrow transplant is actually the cure for children with beta thalassemia major, which is a blood disease, was denied funding by the Children's Life Fund. So, Mr. Speaker, it goes on, and it shows, it's a pattern here in terms of the refusal or denial of the Children's Life Fund based on the current legislation and the constraints of the legislation, perhaps. And again, here's another case here of Jovi Mitchell, who is in need of a bone marrow transplant, beta thalassemia major, and his parents, Anita and Andres Mitchell, are farmers, and they were not able to afford the $1 million surgery. So we see, Mr. Speaker, here a pattern of a lot of pain and suffering, where you have parents, of course, who cannot afford these treatments. These treatments are not available locally, and therefore they rely upon the Children's Life Fund to assist them. I go on to 2022, Mr. Speaker, and the headline here in The Guardian of 24th April 2022 is Teens Death Raises Questions About Children's Life Fund. The death of a teenager while he was awaiting treatment abroad has raised questions about the operations of the Children's Life Fund. And this is the case of Tristan Ramlochan, who had a condition called acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And I put that on the record, Mr. Speaker, because this is one of the conditions that we are adding in Schedule 3 of the bill as we go forward. So I'm just showing that the addition and the expansion of the conditions that will be considered for assistance from the Children's Life Fund is expanded based on evidence, is based on a need that has been well established. So unfortunately, this 14-year-old died whilst awaiting the approval to travel. And so this condition of acute lymphoblastic leukemia, if one looks at the schedule, has actually been added as one of the conditions. And the last quotation I will make and put in the record, of course, is one of Jovi Mitchell. And again, here is a condition of major blood disorder, beta thalassemia. And I speak of beta thalassemia because beta thalassemia is not a life-threatening condition. In many instances, it is not a life-threatening condition. And therefore, it would not have qualified under the current situation for assistance by the Children's Life Fund. But it is indeed a condition, which, carries a lot of morbidity, requires repeated blood transfusion, takes a lot of effort, and can affect the quality of life of the children. So, Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I want to put on the record, that, we note that although innovative and visionary in its conception in 2010 by then Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the Children's Life Fund had to evolve to meet changing circumstances and challenges. And this is where, over the last 15 years, would have been the shortcoming. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask a question. Did anyone else take notice of the issues regarding the Children's Life Fund besides the media and besides the opposition, the then opposition? And I see my colleague, the then member for Princestown, who is here on the side today, would have on many occasions raised several issues regarding some of these children, regarding the delay in waiting. Remember, he's here with us. He will recall, of course, as early as 2016, 2017, he would have flagged in this very house, together on the advice of the Prime Minister, member for Vancouver South now here. And of course, that was an issue. So we, besides the media, we in the opposition would have raised these issues. But, Mr. Speaker, story goes on. Somebody else had a look at this. Somebody else was worried, Mr. Speaker. And who was worried about this? Mr. Speaker, a joint select committee of this parliament was worried about this. And the joint select committee of parliament did an inquiry, and the report I have in my hand here, April 1st, 2022. April 1st, 2022, Mr. Speaker. It's 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago. And this here is a report is a third report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities. And the recommendation, and this would have been submitted to the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. Normally, the report of a Joint Select Committee is submitted to the Ministry for the ministerial response. And I have to quote from this, and I quote, "The CLFA, meaning the Children's Life Fund Authority, should develop a draft proposal to amend Act Number 12 of 2010 to accommodate a wider range of children in need of medical treatment."
And I think members would have been informed prior to today's sitting that we are going pursuant to Standing Order 12.2 we are going to take the break at 4:30. We're going to resume the break at 4:30. Now, I am aware that the standing order says half hour. I'm also aware of the countervailing principle that the House has the power to regulate itself. If there is no objection by anyone, I would suggest perhaps 45 minutes. We've been here for quite a long time. So, subject to what members of the House say, I propose we resume at 5:15 if there's no objection. Well, the House until 5:15.
See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my friends together at one location. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, rip up the place, so come music and steal me. The power reveal me. Some woman said they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, so long you not see me. So long. I miss every Grenadian and all Vincentian and all them Belgian and all Jamaican and all Solution and all the islands. I swear. You not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I swear.
mention in my confession to you. My lover, and must discuss what we should and shouldn't do. As a my lover, a good relation is a relation based on trust. My lover, we too jealous and suspicious. It's outrageous and ridiculous to see we messing up the mind. See how we messing up the mind. I tell you no, my lover, let's have a good time. No, my lover, let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Oh no, let's have a good time. My lover, I used to worry about you having a second hand. My lover, as if to help me fulfill my duty as a man. As a my lover, you know we're tripping, we're really stupid for true. My lover, it's so amusing to hear abusing and accusing. It's so confusing. I know they're messing up your mind. I know they're messing up your mind. My lover, my lover, my lover, my lover, my lover, my lover. Oh, let's have a good time. No, my lover, let's have a good time. My lover, let's have a good time. Me darling, no, let's have a good time. I said, my lover, your love too precious and too delicious to lose. My lover, and you too vital and too special to abuse. My lover, what's good for ram goat is good for gander and goosey too. My lover, you must remember, me baby lover, when you out yonder, protect me pleasure and don't go messing up my mind. No, don't go messing up my mind. My darling, no. My lover, let's have a good time. No, my lover, my lover, my lover, let's have a good time. Me darling, no. Let's have a good.
Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on my face. Me thank the Most High for His grace. As me jump out of my bed and me open my bird and me start to breathe. I know know me physical self, but me spiritual self for me I go free. Some boy want me dead with gunshot in my head, but that me not pray. Cause Jesus guide me from my enemy. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for his grace. Me not trying to make it seem like life is easy. Sometimes life get hard like mathematics, believe me. I never KFC on a Friday, but Satan busy. But me not study that because she's a sweet in my life like a sweetie, yeah. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for his grace. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Ooh, oh, God. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for his grace. As me jump out of me bed and me open me bird and me start to breathe. I know me physical self, but me spiritual self for me I go free. Some boy want me dead with gunshot in my head, but that me not pray. Cause Jesus guide me from my enemy. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for his grace. Me not trying to make it seem like life is easy. Sometimes life get hard like mathematics, believe me. I never KFC on a Friday, but Satan busy. But me not study that because she's a sweet in my life like a sweetie, yeah. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for his grace. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh.
Because no race has the last word on culture and civilization. They do not know what we are capable of. They do not know what we are thinking. Because my work has only just begun. Up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty.
Feel it down in your soul, till you can't control it. Put your hand up to the sky, mama don't ask why. In these dark and lonely times, we go
a the archipelago. We have soul and colorful for soul, but them mashing up we good living, we don't live so. Call your neighbor them, rise we name again, state your claim again, tell them we go rain again, because you're powerful, powerful, inside, outside, wonderful, magical, beauty, can't hide, me and you, never lose, trust me, can't lie, hopeful, hopeful, till the day we die. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty people.
Cause my work has only just begun.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
I dream I was in Africa, and I was a warrior, hunting lion and tiger, brave like my forefather. And when the darkness gather, we sit around a fire, telling of the bravery and courage of our great ancestors, and we chanting. And freedom surround me, food and wealth in a quantity. If I could go back to Africa, then I could be a great hunter. Running, swimming, climbing, around a fire dancing, women washing and singing. You can hear their voices echo in the wind. Chanting.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
fell in grief was the death of the tribal chief. The chief had a son named Mutuba, who was to take over. But then came another warrior who claimed to be the next ruler. They tested their skill in a battle, and Mutuba was the winner. So the crowd chant,
This is Caribbean Vibes.
I dream I was in Africa, and I was a warrior, hunting lion and tiger, brave like my forefather. And when the darkness gathered, we sit around a fire, telling of the bravery and courage of our great ancestors, and we chanting. And freedom surround me, food and wealth in a quantity. If I could go back to Africa, then I could be a great hunter. Running, swimming, climbing, or on a fire dancing, women washing and singing. You can hear their voices echo in the wind. Chanting,
This is Caribbean Vibes.
one day the village fell in grief was the death of the tribal chief. The chief had a son named Mutuba, who was to take over. But then came another warrior who claimed to be the next ruler. They tested their skill in a battle, and Mutuba was the winner. So the crowd chant,
This is Caribbean Vibes.
we off. Don't take we off. Experts, don't take we off. Viking, tell them leave we on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Tell them leave we on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Oh, this whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, give me 1 minute extra, just a minute extra. Want to show the papers on the colors and the texture. Let me push my hand up like the gases from a Vespa. Everybody let me see you. Tell them leave me on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Let them leave me on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Yeah, this whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, the whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, hey, after all of that money that I don't save myself, 1 more minute on station, misbehave myself. The truck ain't ready yet, let me parade myself. A few more seconds isn't illegal. Give me 1 minute extra, just a minute extra. Let the papers catch me in the colors and the texture. Want to push me rag up like the gases in a Vespa. Everybody push up all your hand. Wow, whole place come mash up. If you come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, the whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, hey, if you want a proper visual, if we on the stage, we will treat it like a ritual. If we on the stage, even down to the residual. If we on the stage, we know the pattern it habitual. Hey, this is our hyper energy before the lunch. Before we sit down in the shade with champagne and we fudge. You get your cameras and you can film it in a one take. Here we begging for an extra minute for the sun's sake. Check out every color scheme, you see it's not a mistake. Every gal up on the scene is sweeter than a kiss cake. Security is on the stage and they pointing to this way. And all we want to do is come and display. Only we on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Tell them leave we on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Wow, this whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, mash up, mash up, mash up, mash up. Mash up, hey, mash up, mash up, mash up, mash up. Let's go mash up. If they come in to take way off, give me 1 minute extra, just a minute extra. Want to show the papers on the colors and the texture. Let me push my hand up like the gases from a Vespa. Everybody let me see you. Tell them leave me on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Let them leave me on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. Yeah, this whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, the whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, hey, after all of that money that I don't save myself, 1 more minute on station, misbehave myself. The truck ain't ready yet, let me parade myself. A few more seconds isn't illegal. Give me 1 minute extra, just a minute extra. Let the papers catch me in the colors and the texture. Want to push me rag up like the gases in a Vespa. Everybody push up all your hand. Wow, whole place come mash up. If you come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, the whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, hey, if you want a proper visual, if we on the stage, we will treat it like a ritual. If we on the stage, even down to the residual. If we on the stage, we know the pattern it habitual. Hey, this is our hyper energy before the lunch. Before we sit down in the shade with champagne and we fudge. You get your cameras and you can film it in a one take. Here we begging for an extra minute for the sun's sake. Check out every color scheme, you see it's not a mistake. Every gal up on the scene is sweeter than a kiss cake. Security is on the stage and they pointing to this way. And all we want to do is come and display. Only we on the stage, on the stage. mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, whole place come mash up. If they come in to take way off, mash up. Mash up. Mash up. Mash up.
Baby ding bambade, better jump on this Monday with a breakout story. Melda oh, why you gone away? I be in love, all my love. Just the other day, you was laying next to me, but now you're far away. I'll confess these feelings, are you listening? She said never again, yeah, yeah. Tell ya never again, ya take all the pain, yeah, yeah. Tell ya never again, at the end of the day, yeah, yeah. You ain't gonna change your way, no come back again, yeah, yeah. Nah. Where else I go, without you, my darling, it's pressure for so, when you ain't back on there. Where else I go, without you, my darling, it's pressure for so, when you ain't back on there. I'm missing you. Address your feelings, just let me explain. She said never again. Tell ya never again. Ya take all the pain. Tell ya never again. At the end of the day, yeah, yeah. You ain't gonna change your way. No come back again. Nah.
The Chaga magistrate for driving too fast, you mustn't doubt me. Well, this one is class. The Chaga magistrate for driving too fast. But this one got house in the district. He is the only magistrate there to run it. If you see how the people flock up the place, you see how the magistrate got try your own case. He self tell himself you are charged for speeding. He self start to shout the policeman lying. He self tell himself to shout. He said no sport and he charge himself for contempt of court. He said, go ahead, let me hear what happened. So the police said, so you see how this man could speed, and he pointed at the magistrate, Johnny Mead. The magistrate asked him who he talking about. Is you even mean? The policeman shout out. The magistrate pick up a looking glass and ask himself, is it true you was driving fast? He self told himself, you are charged for speeding. He self started to shout, the policeman lying. Himself told himself to shout, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court. Then Mr. Karut, he came up and he started to prosecute. The The magistrate then called his lawyer to defend the defendant, who is your honor. And all the time that the lawyer talking, the magistrate serious, sometime he laughing. At the magistrate tell you himself, look, I have a great mind to take away your license book. Himself told himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself told himself, the policeman lying. Himself told himself, no show, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court. Yes, I nearly dropped when the man take out the pen and start to sum up. Partner, I start to study if he gonna put his own self in custody. I was wrong because again he took out the mirror. He tell himself to pay $20. He bust out a cry. He turn around and say, give me a chance. I want a little time to pay. Himself told himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself told himself, the policeman lying. Himself told himself, all right, I will be kinda giving you 5 years to pay the fine. I have a great mind to take away your license book. Himself told himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself told himself, the policeman lying. Himself told himself, no show, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court. Yes, I nearly dropped when the man take out lock up the place. You see how the magistrate got try your own case. Himself tell himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself start to shout, the policeman lying. Himself tell himself to shout, this is no sport, and he charge himself for contempt of court. He said, go ahead, let me hear what... Well, this one is class. The charge a magistrate for driving too fast. You mustn't doubt me. Well, this one is class. The charge a magistrate for driving too fast. But this one courthouse in the district. He is the only magistrate there to run it. If you see how the people flock up the place, you see how the magistrate got try your own case. He self tell himself, you are charged for speeding. He self start to shout, the policeman lying. He self tell himself to shout, this is no sport, and he charge himself for contempt of court. He said, go ahead, let me hear what happened. So the police said, so you see how this man could speed, and he pointed at the magistrate, Johnny Mead. The magistrate asked him who he talking about. Is you even mean? The policeman shout out. The magistrate pick up a looking glass and ask himself, is it true he was driving fast? He self told himself, you are charged for speeding. He self started to shout, the policeman lying. Himself told himself to shout, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court. Then Mr. Tarut, he came up and he started to prosecute. The magistrate then called his lawyer to defend the defendant, who is your honor. And all the time that the lawyer talking, the magistrate serious, sometime he laughing. At the magistrate tell you himself, look, I have a great mind to take away your license book. Himself told himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself told himself, the policeman lying. Himself told himself to show, this is no sport, and he charged himself for contempt of court. Yes, I nearly dropped when the man take out the pen and start to sum up. Partner, I start to study if he gonna put his own self in custody. I was wrong because again he took out the mirror. He tell himself to pay $20. He bust out a cry. He turn around and say, give me a chance. I want a little time to pay. He self told himself, you are charged for speeding. Himself told himself, the policeman lying. Himself told himself, all right, I will be kinda giving you 5 years to pay the fine. Have a great mind to take away your license book.
Give praise, children. Give praise. Give praise, children. Yeah. Give praise. Give praise, children. Yeah. Give praise. Give praise, children. Our Father who has given us His arms that we can all feel like we're a part of this earthly heaven. Forgive us this day our daily weakness as we seek to cast our mortal burdens on your city. Oh, merciful Father, in this bacchanal season when men lose their reason, but most of us just wonder, wine and have a good time, 'cause we're looking for a line, because we're feeling fine, Lord. And as we jump up and down in this crazy town, send us some music for some healing. Everybody hand raised. Everybody give praise. Everybody hand raised. And if you know what I mean, put up your finger. And if you know what I mean, put up your hand. And if you know what I mean, put up your finger. And if you know what I mean, then scream. Oh, oh, oh. Give Jah His praises. Oh, oh, oh. Let Jah be praised. Oh, oh, the Father in His mercy, He sent a little music to make the vibration raise. So Carnival Day, everybody come and celebrate, yeah. Everybody come and celebrate. See the ragamuffin congregate, yeah. Everybody come and celebrate. And everybody say, eh, 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 I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing, eh, 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 I'm feeling irate. Ooh, ooh. Eh, 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 I love the country. Well, let me hear you sing, eh, 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 I'm feeling irate. Our Father who has given us His heart so we can all feel a part of your heaven. Forgive us today our daily weaknesses as we seek to cast our mortal burdens on your city. On this lovely day when we come out to play and we come out to sway and we breaking away, some will say what they have to say, but only you know the pain we're feeling.
You see, this proposal should be done based on an assessment of applications that were denied based on provisions in the Act, but required parents to seek alternative sources of funding for overseas treatment. The proposal should also consider including a provision for approving medical costs that exceeds the TT 1 million limit on a case-by-case basis. So, Mr. Speaker, I read that into the record, and I have to ask a question, and I'm sure the public has to ask the question, and I'm sure the parents of those children who would have suffered over the last 3 years would have asked the same question, and why wasn't anything done about this in the last 3 years? So, Mr. Speaker, what did the previous government do about this, Mr. Speaker? This has been here for the last 3 years to action. But I will answer that question for those on the other side, Mr. Speaker, and the answer is nothing. So some of the recommendations, are there, And that is part of the reason, of course, that we are here to look at the very recommendations and to action some of these recommendations. So, Mr. Speaker, we are here today to make these amendments so that many of those children who were denied care in the past will now benefit. And this is not only to save their lives, but also to extend the lives of others and to improve their quality of life. So, Mr. Speaker, I will move on now to the proposed amendments in this bill. And if we can look at the first amendment, which is to make the case for life extended diseases. So, clause 3 of the bill speaks to amending, and we are going to speak about life-limiting illness instead of life-threatening illnesses. So this will allow many of those cases that were denied in the past to now be facilitated and considered by the Children's Life Fund Authority. The term, so this is section 4.2b, which is the section that creates the change, but so the term life-limiting illness, as understood by the WHO, the World Health Organization, refers to a condition that can be reasonably expected to shorten a person's life, often with significant impact on their quality of life. It is not just about the time remaining, but also the degree to which the illnesses affect daily functioning and well-being. So in that regard, in terms of expanding the conditions in the schedule, I had the opportunity to do some consultation and to engage some pediatric subspecialists. Those are qualified pediatric baby doctors, so to speak, but who have an interest in subspecialty training. So some of those conditions that you would see in the schedule members would have come from an eminent panel of both local and foreign specialists, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to put on the record, I think it's important to recognize and to commend those who have contributed to this, to these amendments to the new schedule. So I want to put on the record and thank Dr. Kevin Dindial, who is a pediatric hematologist oncologist, Dr. Leonardo Akan, a pediatric endocrinologist, Dr. Barbara Rampasad, a pediatric surgeon, Dr. Ronald Ramrup, a pediatric cardiologist, Dr. Vanita Shukla, a pediatric neurologist, Dr. Nicole Solomon, a pediatric nephrologist. These are all pediatric subspecialists who work at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, and they're pediatricians in different areas, neurology, cardiology, oncology, and so on. And I say this simply because it reflects the input in terms of the conditions we've added to the schedule. So I think that's important. And of course, it's also important to recognize Dr. Sherman Soman, the pediatric gastroenterologist, and Dr. Melanie Kirby, who is the hematology lead at the Hospital for Sick Children, Sick Kids in Canada, which is a well-known internationally recognized facility for treating with sick children. So just to give members the assurance that this list, was compiled based on some very expert input. So Mr. Speaker, this is regarding the change for changing the term from life-threatening to life-limiting illness. Now, Section 21A in the bill, if we look at Clause 6, it introduces a new Section 21A, and this gives the minister the power now to review the decision of the board. And so it says here 21A, where the board rejects an application for a grant under this act, the chief executive officer shall within 3 days thereof submit the decision of the board together with its reasons and also supporting documents to the minister for his review. And the minister may, after reviewing the decision of the board, affirm, annul, or vary that decision, and the minister shall notify the board of his decision within 7 days. So why is there a need? Why was it necessary to introduce this new section? So what it does here, it gives the minister the power to review the rejected applications not necessarily to change the outcome of the decision, Mr. Speaker, but to ensure, that there is some oversight when citizens feel aggrieved. It also allows the minister and the ministry to monitor the decline cases so as to expand the schedule if and when necessary, as more and more diseases become treatable and may be amenable to assistance from the Children's Eye Fund. You see, Mr. Speaker, what is the current situation when an application is declined? Well, at this time, when an application is rejected, the applicant will go to the media or the minister, who at this time has no power to intervene, and the applicant either ends up going to court. By that time, it's too late, Mr. Speaker. And of course, that can cost money and take time, and it is not in the best interest of the child. So this is why this amendment is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. So if we look at section 21B, which is clause 6 again, and this is the second amendment here, 21B, and it says it gives the minister the power to grant approval in exceptional circumstances. Why is this necessary? So there are many cases, and you have to understand the Act as it is currently constituted really limits the board in terms of what they can do and what they can't do. So some of the denials in the past would not necessarily have been the fault of the board. They were constrained. And therefore, as a responsible government, as a government that cares about the needs of children and the health of children, we are looking at a way to allow the minister and to allow the government, to treat with some of these cases, in a more humane and favorable way. So it says here, 21B, notwithstanding any other provision of this Act, the minister may, in urgent or exceptional circumstances, consider and treat with an application for a grant if the minister is satisfied, and there are two conditions, that the board is unable to meet for any reason or otherwise perform its functions in a timely manner, or action is required in the public interest in furtherance of the purposes of this Act. So why is this necessary? Sometimes the thing about children who are ill and who are sick is that sometimes decisions need to be made very quickly, very urgently. Sometimes something may come up on a weekend, on a Saturday or Sunday. It may take a little time although there are provisions in the Act for the board to meet on an emergency basis, this can still take some time. It requires a quorum and so on. So this allows the minister the ability and the power, to review a case, to look at a case, in a very timely manner. And of course, it goes on to say that where the minister acts pursuant to subsection 1, he shall notify the board, or where the board is not constituted the chief executive officer. So it takes care of a situation perhaps where a board may not have been constituted in the absence of a board and so on. So those are the two amendments that are in the bill before us, Mr. Speaker. But so, and again, the justification for this is that for section 21B is it allows the minister the discretion to vary policy in the public interest. That is important in terms of governance. Not every circumstance or medical condition can be legislated for, may not be in the schedule. And of course, the government is ultimately accountable to the people and has responsibility for the health of the children. Now, in the stakeholder consultations, Mr. Speaker, which we did, including the current staff and CEO of the Children's Life Fund Board, input from the current chairman as well, and other stakeholders. And in perusing this report of the Joint Select Committee, there were other issues that came about. And when one looks at the reasons for rejection of some of the children, some of the cases, there were other issues that came up. So one of the things that we are looking at, and I propose, Mr. Speaker, given notice that there will be some further amendments to effect these changes. One of the issues is that the current Act limits the assistance to $1 million. And that is something that would have been in 2015, but of course, the cost of medical treatment has increased. And the evidence here that I will have in front of me would show that between the period 20, and this again is information from the Children's Life Fund Authority, that over the 5-year period, 2020 to fiscal 2025 to date, there were 5 cases where the costs would have exceeded $1 million, and therefore the Children's Life Fund Authority would have been constrained. I just give you an example. So for example, this is a case of a carcinoma, cancer of the sinus of the face, where the cost would have been $2.24 million. And other cases where it would have exceeded $1 million, 1.1, 1.1, in the region. So it would have exceeded $1 million. And keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that many of these citizens who are seeking this care, an extra $100,000 can make the difference. An extra $200,000 can make the difference. But the important thing here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have constraints financially, of course. But when one looks at the record, there would have only been about 5 or 6 cases during that period. So it is something that perhaps the government will be able to manage. So we're looking at that in terms of increasing the ceiling, and that would be the subject of one of the amendments. The other issue that came about, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is a very important issue, because in fact, it's very interesting that the board actually refused this suggestion, and the suggestion was made in one case for a foreign specialist to actually come to Trinidad and Tobago, to come to this country and provide the expertise using the public facilities that are available in Trinidad. This is something that, an avenue that can be explored. It will be a cost to the Children's Life Fund, but it can be a very economic measure in terms of, allowing the foreign specialists to operate in the local facilities. So this can be more cost effective. And the other benefit of that, Mr. Speaker, would be the fact that you create opportunities for training of local doctors. So one can envisage over a period of time that it will come to a point where, with the input of some of these specialists coming here, performing these operations and so on, it's already been done in some avenues, some areas, but that can allow the training of the local doctors. So it's a very important amendment that we are considering. The other amendment that will come before the House, Mr. Speaker, is one that will allow the minister to amend the schedule. The schedule is required because even though we have a list of conditions in the present revised schedule, there are conditions that can come up that can qualify, but need to be approved, sometimes on very short notice. So one of the amendments will make provision for that. The current situation allows the minister to amend the schedule, but it has to come to Parliament by negative resolution. So we could too, again, come into Parliament for negative resolution. Could make the difference between life and death. We are proposing that the minister be given the power to make that decision and by publication. So it's not any secret, it becomes public knowledge. Listen, this condition was approved, and therefore for those in the future. So there's nothing, it's all transparent. So just to give a little justification, I don't want to get too technical here, Mr. Speaker, but just for the benefit of those who might be looking on, for the parents and so on of ill children, we are adding to the schedule in the area of hematology, severe aplastic anemia, beta thalassemia, which has been one of the conditions that has been refused previously, sickle cell disease, and inherited bone marrow failure syndromes. I just want to take a moment to talk a little bit about sickle cell disease. It's a potentially serious condition. And of course, to distinguish between sickle cell disease and sickle cell trait, we had to be cautious that the gate is not open so wide that the fund will become overwhelmed by cases that are not as urgent or as needy. So the sickle cell trait is a mild disease. Many of our children, citizens have that. They can live comfortably with that. But the sickle cell disease is the more serious one. And The treatment for that is a bone marrow transplant, which is not available locally at this time. So we've opened the window here for patients for sickle cell disease. And likewise, I would have mentioned the severe aplastic anemia, again requires a bone marrow transplant, which is not available at this time. And the most important one, the majority of those who were declined would have been for the beta thalassemia. Again, that is an inherited blood disorder. And what happens with these children currently is that every month they have to go for a blood transfusion. And this can be, it can be, a challenge in the resources of the state. It's also a challenge, to have to go in every month to have a blood transfusion, when in truth and in fact, the condition can be cured by a bone marrow transplant through the Children's Life Fund paying for it. So that would be the justification for some of these conditions. The other conditions, so that's the hematology. Endocrinology, we've added 2 other conditions. There's one condition where a baby can be born and be producing too much insulin. And what happens is that the insulin causes the baby's blood sugar to drop. So these children can come back, with recurrent, what we call low blood sugar. It affects their quality of life. It's not treated properly and so on. They can actually die from that. So these are some of the conditions we've added, in addition to some oncology conditions which were refused in the past. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia is one of those, and that would have been part of the report in the newspaper for one such person. So I'm just putting members on notice that those amendments will be circulated and come to the committee stage for discussion. But I think it's important to mention that. So I've been through the bill clause by clause. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to thank the doctors again for their input. I mentioned that already, but I also want to thank another team of specialists, Mr. Speaker. On the record, I will not call the names this time, but there is something called a clinical panel listing. I think it's important that the public knows that, there's a lot of voluntary work. These are highly trained specialists. They can be well paid if they sent in fees. Member for St. Joseph, a member for Toko Manzolina, Toko San Grande, apologies. But these are doctors who are given freely of their time in their expertise. So they are doctors here, the pediatric consultants. So these are the panel of doctors who the Children's Life Fund will refer for opinions. Yeah. So you have pediatric cardiologists, you have pediatric in various fields and so on, right? Then you have pediatric surgeons as well, those who will perform surgery locally. And you have the endocrinology specialists, neurology specialists, organ transplant specialists, and so on. So there are many, many doctors who would give voluntarily of their time. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Those specialists will know who they are in terms of the clinical panel listing. So I wanted to publicly, on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, express our thanks to them and our gratitude to them for performing this job. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to say that these amendments are long overdue, that health is a right under this government, and health for children especially will be a right under this government. And this is why we have taken the liberty and the privilege of the very first bill that we've brought to the parliament is to look after the health of the most vulnerable ones in the society. Of course, this was our Prime Minister's vision. She has, a very soft spot for children, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. So children will be a priority for us, whether it is in the area of health, whether it's in the area of education, the social services. And I want to commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to contributions from colleagues on the other side. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start today's presentation by thanking the constituents of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West for giving me a third term and the privilege of serving them. Because for me, certainly, I see the opportunity to represent constituents and to represent Trinidad and Tobago as a privilege. I move quickly along to say that it is a no-brainer that anything that is being done to provide a level of support and to provide a level of service to the children of Trinidad and Tobago is something that is very commendable. The Children's Life Fund began in 2010. During the course of my presentation, I will refer to some of the difficulties that it has had over the course of time, and in particular, a concern that without proper oversight, how quickly corruption or other issues can creep in. And it is merely a caution, because the Life Fund is now 15 years old. It has gone through many transitions, and we as a country should have a fairly good idea now of what needs to improve, what can improve, what needs to change, and what shouldn't change. I think to give a proper context, it is important that we refer to the Act, because it is important that the population, as well as members of the House, have an understanding of what already exists in law and how the fund, as is set out in law, how this fund is meant to operate. Because it is very easy to fall into a trap that by just looking at the bill that is before us here today, which on the face of it appears to be a simple bill, really a bill that achieves two things in a nutshell. One, as we heard the Minister of Health say, there is an attempt to expand, as he put it, the services that are now covered by the Children's Life Fund, and I'll deal with that. And then really the second amendment is to give the minister really what I call a superpower, because the minister is now being inserted into this piece of legislation, giving him or her a power that really is not subject to review, save that if you introduce the concept of judicial review. And that can be a good thing, or it can be a bad thing, but it's something we need to be cautious about, and I'll get to that. So when one looks at Act 12 of 2010, which is the parent legislation that we're seeking to amend today, one sees, first of all, it is important to see, well, what was this fund set up for? What is the Children's Life Fund and Authority set up for? And that's found at Section 4 of the Act. And importantly, at Section 4.2, and we're being asked to amend 4.2b with the bill before us, Section 4.2 talks about the functions of the authority. And of course, it's A, to operate and manage, administer the Children's Life Fund, which is what we'll expect. But the first amendment that we're being asked to look at here today is to Section 4.2b, facilitate the provision, as it currently stands, the law is, to facilitate the provision of specialist medical treatment to children suffering from life-threatening illnesses for which the required treatment is unavailable at a local medical institution. And what we're being asked to consider here today, and what is being suggested by the government, is, as I heard him say, the minister say, to expand from life-threatening illnesses, to delete that, and to replace it with this concept of life-limiting illnesses listed in Schedule 3. And I caution, by listing it in Schedule 3, and I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to capture, as you told us, after having consulted a number of specialists who give pediatric care to children, you're trying to capture a variety of diseases or conditions. But you're limiting it, is the first submission. And I urge us to be cautious. Because by saying that it is listed in Schedule 3, what you've now done is you've tied the hands of the Children's Life Fund, that any sickness, any illness, any condition that, God forbid, any one of the children in this country has fallen subject to that is not captured in Schedule 3, immediately excludes them from the fund. So we must be cautious about going down that road. I understand what you're trying to achieve, because I assume your policy is by saying or leaving it as life-threatening illnesses. That is subject to interpretation. It's wide, it's broad, but perhaps that is how the legislation is best left. That you're allowing any spectrum of disease that medical experts, because it's really for medical experts to say, it is not for us lay people to say what is or what isn't a life-threatening disease. And that is why the minister has said he has referred to a number of specialist consultants, both locally and abroad, which is the right thing to do. So the first caution is careful that the ill you're trying to fix, you're actually making worse by now specifically limiting yourself to express conditions that are identified, particularly in Schedule 3. I accept that you can amend the schedule by order as you go along, as you said. What's that?
Thank you, Minister. Minister, that was considered, and there is an amendment, which I'll have circulated now, that allows that situation not to occur. So it's not limiting the numbers. It gives the minister the discretion.
Thank you very much. So you see, the caution is actually a correct caution, because the bill that we have before us, a bill that we only had sight of a few days ago, a bill that we were called to Parliament here today, as we're meant to do as elected members, to look at. Immediately you can see that the opposition being responsible through me and my colleagues, we've looked at it and you could smile, but it's the truth. That we came here to say, hey, don't limit the amount of treatment we may be able to give to a child who needs it by expressly limiting yourself to what is in Schedule 3. And I'll wait to see these amendments, which I have not had the benefit or the privilege of having sight of at this time. I've just heard mentioned a short while ago. So that is the first issue. The second, when you go through the act as it is, and I offer caution on, and that the population should understand how this is meant to apply, is we go immediately to Section 9, what the board of the Children's Life Fund, the functions of the board, what the board does. And you see that the board authorizes payment of medical and related expenses of beneficiaries. What I should point out, just before I move on to that, is as the act currently is, where we say life-threatening illnesses, that was not defined in the legislation. So maybe when we see the proposed amendment, it may be some sort of broader definition, some sort of scope that really gives the Life Fund the opportunity to provide service. And I also would like to add at this stage what is pointed out as the second part of that 4.2b, which is the treatment must be unavailable at local medical institutions. So I don't want the population to think, because I heard the Minister of Health say, and he referred to a particular instance, for example, a child that needs blood transfusions, I think you said on a monthly basis or weekly basis, is very expensive. But pause, certainly no amendment being made here today captures that, because that treatment is locally available. So to be able to access the Life Fund, there are a number of requirements, and we'll get to the eligibility. But one of them is, and one of the main ones is, why this was created, is that you must not be able to access the medical treatment locally. And that makes the point that I'm about to go on to now. What this amendment is seeking to do here, Mr. Speaker, it is to give the broadest possible powers to a minister in a piece of legislation, certainly that I have ever seen. I use the word superpower, not in a pejorative way, but it is literally that. Because what you have, as the fund is set up now, you have a board, and it talks about what the board must do. The board at D, 9D says, must establish procedures for applying the Children's Life Fund, determining the eligibility for the payment or reimbursement of medical expenses for beneficiaries and processing claim disputes. It goes on to say at E that the board will set and administer rules for qualification of beneficiaries in accordance with prescribed policies established by the government. And then we'll get to the next amendment being suggested at F. What that is doing, Mr. Speaker, and to the population, it is setting out legislatively that the board is in charge of the administration of this fund, that the board will set the procedures, that the board will determine how this fund is accessed in accordance with the parameters of the law. And interestingly, when you go to section 14, which is a specific section that talks about the minister's powers as they currently exist under the legislation, it says the minister may give the board in writing general directions in respect of the performance of its functions. And then it goes on at 14.2. The minister may give the board in writing specific directions in respect of its functions in relation to any matter which the minister considers to be in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, that is very, very broad language. That is language that sets the existing legislation apart from the legislation we've looked at in the last 10 years. And it's sort of ironic, it didn't pass me. I wouldn't use the word hypocritical, but it's ironic that for the past 10 years, once any piece of legislation came to this House that mentioned giving a minister a power to sneeze, there was objection by those on the other side. But here, and this is where I caution the population, the first piece of legislation that we come to this House to debate in this new sitting is legislation that is giving a minister a power with absolutely no review on it as per the legislation. Superpowers, I call it. So you're basically giving a minister power to override the board. And what is interesting about this legislation is the board must have a medical practitioner who's a senior public officer nominated by the minister. And then it also has other persons who may be doctors, but it goes on. It's not left up to the board to determine these things. The legislation actually sets up a body called the Life Unit. And it is the Life Unit that is charged with the responsibility of considering cases put before it. And that's found at section 17. There is hereby established a Life Unit which shall provide the case management services of the authority in respect of applications for grants for medical treatment under this Act. So that is the expert body, because it says the Life Unit shall comprise of a manager and administrative officer, but medical volunteers. And when you look at the Act, it is the Life Unit that is given the responsibility, the duty, as the legislation says, at sections 18, to undertake clinical and financial assessment of applications. So there's this specialist body set up by the legislation called a Life Unit that must look at the clinical, make a clinical assessment to determine whether they should recommend to the board that a child who meets the eligibility requirements, which are set out at section 19, and one of which, as I said before, requires treatment that's unavailable at a local medical institution. And then there's a financial side, but look at the clinical side. It is the Life Unit that will determine and undertake the clinical assessment, make the recommendation to a board that is set up under the Act with all of the authority of the Act, and a board that, as the legislation currently stands, a minister can give directions to. And as I read, section 14B says, not only can the minister give directions, but the minister, in the broadest possible language, on any matter which the minister considers to be in the public interest. So one must immediately question and begin to wonder, why in the first piece of legislation to come before this House, where I accept you want to improve what exists to give access to life-saving treatment for children who need it and they can't get it locally. But why go to this extent to give the most extreme of powers with no oversight in the act? And that led me to another question. And I'd like the government to consider this. This just talks about the minister. But as we know, as per the Constitution, in this instance, is it a minister acting on his or her own in their sole discretion? It certainly seems so on the face of the act. Or is it, as we know, the Constitution sets out on occasions, the minister acting under the general authority of the cabinet? So immediately you're faced with this juxtaposition. Is the minister with this superpower here that unnecessary? I submit. But understanding what you're trying to achieve, because you want the opportunity for a minister who feels, listen, this child needs immediate attention because they can't get it here, they fulfill. But how is the minister determining that if the life fund unit hasn't done so? If the board hasn't looked at it? Because I hear about emergency situations. I heard the minister suggest it may be on a weekend. But we all know that the board could sit at any point in time, and actually the legislation talks about that, as the minister accepted. So one begins to question, why go to this extent with the most extreme powers? And question I'm asking now, is it a minister acting on his or her sole discretion? Or is it a minister who, by the definition, is understood to be acting on the powers of cabinet? Is it then, in that instance, because it's then you're saying it's not an individual determining, is it that you're going to tie cabinet up with these decisions? Can cabinet make these types of decisions? And the next point, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, never make legislation on the basis of the individual who may hold the office at the time. So right now we have a minister of health who's a doctor. I don't think he specializes in pediatrics. I could be wrong, but he is a medically qualified doctor. What if that changes tomorrow? What if that changes and the member for Barataria Sawa finds himself there? And he is now found in a position with an emergency situation. Is he to ignore the advice of this body set up by the legislation for obvious good reasons? This body that is set up called the Life Unit with the experts, and is a person who has no medical training, no medical experience, no expertise at all with the dilemma, the disease, or whatever it is that they're being faced with at the time, the child. That minister in his sole discretion now is being given this superpower that they can override anything and they can just say, yes, go ahead, go off and get access to the fund. And these are some of the cautions that I am concerned about, and I'm sure the population will be concerned about. Because you see, in trying to better things and in trying to give access, which is an admirable policy, we must be very, very careful that you're not making it worse than it is. So you have, as it is currently put before us, and maybe they will scramble now to add some more amendments that they say will come to us in committee stage that we haven't seen. But now you have a minister being given, is suggested to this population through the House that this minister be given an overriding power over the expertise of Life Unit and over the expertise of a board. And you talk about review and accountability, but there is nothing suggested in the amendment that is put before us in its current form, which is an amendment found at clause 6 of the bill to insert section 21A, where the board rejects an application for a grant under this act. The chief executive officer shall within 3 days thereof submit the decision of the board together with its reasons and all supporting documents to the minister for his review. So you now have the member of parliament for Labre, Comrade Elder, the member for Labre, being in his new position of Minister of Health, having been put before him now a refusal that has gone through the life unit, that has gone through the board with medical expertise, and the minister, who is the Minister of Health, the Member of Parliament for Lebre, is now in a position where, in his sole discretion, he must review that board, that affirmation. That is going to open up now challenges for judicial review, because you can't limit judicial review. So there, what is the reasonableness? Why are you putting one individual in that position where you've had experts look at it? How are you not protecting the minister by giving him or her this new superpower? And worse yet, if it is, because it's undefined. It's undefined. Is it now going to be a minister who is acting with under the general authority of the cabinet? Law must never be made, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of an existing individual. And even in the circumstances, if the Minister of Health is a medical doctor, these are very, very specialized areas. As we heard the Honorable Minister of Health refer to a couple of the life-limiting illnesses set out in Schedule 3. They look to be very, very specialized areas. They're dealing with oncology, cardiology, pediatric surgery, nephrology, hematology, and endocrinology. But you're limiting it, and I wait to see the amendments you've referred to. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful. We have to be cautious, because you're moving from this life-threatening illness to limiting, as I said, the scope and calling it life-limiting illnesses listed in Schedule 3, which the minister has already accepted, it seems to me, was tying his hand, not his hands, because it's not about him, tying the hands of whoever is the Minister of Health. So these two, what appear to be simple suggested amendments to two areas, we immediately see are fraught with potential pitfalls. But egregious here is that you, in your first piece of legislation, decide to introduce this concept of an unreviewable minister with absolute discretion, absolute power to override experts and to take decisions. Because now when you look at 21B, as I suggested, the new clause 21B, notwithstanding any other provision of this act, the minister may, in urgent or exceptional circumstances, consider and treat with an application for a grant if the minister is satisfied that A, the board is unable to meet for any reason or otherwise perform its functions in a timely manner. Pause. What could that possibly be? What situation could it possibly be that a responsible board, this is what they now send? I can't read that when I'm on my legs. I have a little more courtesy to us next time. 21B, notwithstanding any other provision of this act. Notwithstanding any other provision of this act, Mr. Speaker, the minister may, in urgent or exceptional circumstances, consider and treat with an application for a grant if the minister is satisfied that the board is unable to meet for any reason or otherwise perform its functions. So the board that was selected, because I presume the government intends to select boards based on merit, boards based on expertise. I mean, it's a wide presumption, but I presume that is what would happen, especially with the Children's Life Fund. Is it that a minister...
Okay. Can we allow the member to finish his contribution? He just has 5 minutes again.
So is it that the minister
continue. Can I, member, can I not enter in the debate, of course, but can I just ask you to read the provision in its entirety? You seem to be leaving out the last part of the sentence.
Leaving out, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I was going through it
I see.
word by word, and I hadn't reached the last sentence as yet. B comes after A, which is what I'll get to now. So the minister is satisfied that B.
To interrupt you, I'll give you back the time, but I meant the entire sentence of A, just so that we correct the public record.
So the entire clause. So 21B, I've gone through 21B1A. So the first provision is the minister must be satisfied that the board is unable to meet for any reason or otherwise perform its functions in a timely manner. So immediately we see the potential of a minister now having to go to court to defend that in its particularity. Because the minister now will be required to give evidence in court, be subject to cross-examination to prove that he or she knew that the board was unable to meet. Then the action is required in the public interest in furtherance of the purpose of this act, trying to tie it back. Then we go to 21B2, where the minister acts pursuant to subsection 1, he shall notify the board. But what's the use of notifying the board? You've just said the board can't meet, the board and function is exceptional circumstances. The board gone, according to the member for Barataria Sawa, to the golf course or gone for a swim somewhere. So the minister now has to make a decision. After the minister makes that decision, without any protection of expert advice, expertise around him or her, which could be set out in the act to protect the minister, he or she must now notify the board, or where the board is not constituted, the chief executive officer of the decision taken and the reasons for doing so within 7 days of the decision. So again, you're putting the minister in a very, very difficult, unenviable position. Putting the minister in a position, hey, you have the power, the sole discretion, make a decision now, because we can't find the board, we can't find the experts, and then telling him or her, and just tell them within 7 days. What's the purpose? What is the board going to do in 7 days? Overturn the decision you've already taken? It's nonsensical. It is an attempt to try and introduce accountability or transparency, but the horse is bolted because you've taken the decision, minister. Protect yourself. So here you have, Mr. Speaker, in normal speaking time. So here you have, so I'll take the extra time, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't use the whole time, but I'll take it.
I rather suspect you will ask for the extra time.
Ask for the extra time, or the use of the extra time. So, Mr. Speaker, we've already seen that there are a number of difficulties and a number of dangers that we caution the government about. With respect to the current proposed amendments. And I'll use the remaining time that I have. Let me just first of all touch on a number, just a few of the issues raised by the Honorable Minister in piloting this piece of legislation. He said, the Minister said, the Honorable Minister said, quote, needs to be addressed. These amendments will address that in some meaningful ways. When he was talking about the processing time, you said it was 70 days to 85 days, and the amendments as they currently are would somehow address those. The bill that we have before us, Minister, unfortunately does no such thing. All the bill that we have before us is doing is limiting the types of treatment that is now applicable to that section, Schedule 3, and then also is giving the minister these wide, super discretionary powers that we're uncertain whether it's due to his or her sole discretion or the cabinet, but in any event, it's overriding what the parent legislation talks about, which is the life unit and the board and the expertise that exists there. So certainly it may be in what has just been passed up, further amendments that are being proposed now, but it certainly is not captured in what is currently before us and what was provided to us 2 days ago. Then the minister went on to say, Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to improve efficiency by making the process faster. Because that's a bit of the same point I was just making, that nothing in the current amendments in the bill before us actually does that. There's nothing to do in there that is improving efficiency. I think the ministers accepted that there are more limitations than just limiting the access, the eligibility to Schedule 3 alone. And I was just drawing as well attention to the eligibility clause, in particular when you spoke about blood transfusions and these types of things, to remind that as it currently is, one of the main eligibility conditions is that it must be treatment that you cannot get locally. And let's get on now to some of the caution I'd like to put. Because you see, this fund has run into serious difficulties before. And in fact, difficulties that led to criminal investigation and criminal charges. So when you look at the Newsday of the 12th of November 2015, you see a story by Miranda LaRose. The Newsday of 12th of November 2015, the Life Fund file for the DPP. And that story talks about investigations into an alleged fraud at the Life Fund, in which thousands of US dollars were literally embezzled. So one questions, do you do anything here that is going to affect the oversight of the Life unit and the financial assessments that it does, as well as the board, and put the minister in a position where maybe some public servant, as happened in this instance, is pushing pieces of paper in front of minister saying, hey, we can't get in touch with the board, we can't find them, but this is an emergency situation, and you need to make a decision now, that when you unravel it, becomes an issue of fraud. And we would see with that particular instance, the Prime Minister, and this is now in 2015, a Guardian report by Radhika Sukraj, Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bissessa, has admitted that she and Health Minister Dr. Fuad Khan were notified by letter that thousands of US dollars had allegedly been embezzled out of the Children's Life Fund last year. Prime Minister was actually written to by the then CEO of the Children's Life Fund Authority, Genevieve Mahadeo, on the 7th of May 2014. That went on, just to close it off, to not only be a charge after police investigation, but the person who had embezzled the thousands of US dollars using the Children's Life Fund was actually convicted. So one of the other cautions, and especially in looking at this emergency provision that you're putting on the minister, the superpower, takes us now to an article written by Mark Bassant on the 7th of July 2015 in the Daily Express under the heading, Debts Under Query. And this one needs to be a particular caution, because what you had is you had public servants identifying a particular hospital, in this instance in Colombia, and literally convincing parents no longer to use treatment that the child in question had been getting in the United States, and literally forcing the process to this hospital in Colombia with a number of children. One questions the reason why that particular hospital, but in this instance, unfortunately, it led to tragedy and death of the children because they did not get the type of treatment in Colombia. Again, it is relevant in this context because you're putting all of this onto a minister, whereas you have legislation, the parent legislation that sets out expertise with a life unit and the board. So we need to be cautious here. Don't put a minister in that type of position. Trying to make haste to do something which you think is good, but it turns out not only to be bad for the taxpayer, but in this instance, because as the legislation talks, it's life or death for a child. That's what you're talking about. And the legislation here is talking about those instances. Concerns were raised by local doctors about one of the Colombian medical institutions sanctioned by the Children's Life Fund Authority, where sick children would be sent for urgent medical treatment. The concerns surfaced this year following the deaths of at least 2 local children at the Colombian facility. And that is what happened in that instance. Unfortunately, all of these instances took period at a particular period of time. So I'm cautioning, in your haste to grant superpower, in your haste to open up in a much wider way, and I heard the minister say, because the legislation as it currently is also caps medical treatment at $1 million. I think I heard the minister say in his contribution, and again, it may be in the papers that were just passed to us, a further amendment, but I heard the minister say that they would be looking at expanding it to allow treatment beyond $1 million. There must be justification for that type of instance and why you're going down that road, if in fact you are. So, Mr. Speaker, there's caution from us on this side, whilst we think it is admirable and a good policy decision to have the Children's Life Fund, as we've seen just from a few examples, and there are many more. The past history, during a particular period in time, it was unfortunately caught up in fraud that led to criminal charges and a conviction, is caught up in a particular shuffle of people towards a foreign institution that led to death. And one must be very, very careful. And I question why in the first piece of legislation to come to this House in this new sitting, you're looking to introduce, is it a test? Is it a test to see how far you could push the envelope going forward with further legislation? But it is certainly not something that should be done in an instance like this, because not only does it expand powers on one person, but it also could potentially put that minister, he or she, in some serious problems. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to have made that contribution.
South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years while I served as a member for Princestown, sitting on the other side of the House, I clamored for the amendment together with our Prime Minister, now then Leader of the Opposition, while children suffered and died at the hands of our colleagues who refused to amend the Children's Life Fund. Today is a historic day, Mr. Speaker. It is a historic day because the Children's Life Fund, the vision for creating the Children's Life Fund came from the member for Siparia. And it was the member for Siparia whose brainchild it was to create this fund to ensure that the pain and the suffering of not only the children who were afflicted with life-threatening conditions, but the families and the loved ones who endured months, weeks, days, years of pain and suffering because they were unable to meet financially the constraints that they experienced as it related to saving or attempting to save the life of their child. Mr. Speaker, in the general election campaign of 2025, I recall fondly that the member for Siparia said something to me that has stayed with me from then to now. And what she said to me then was that, why do we do what we do? Why do we fight as hard as we fight? Why do we continue to give public service? And rhetorically, she answered the question for me. And she said, you know why? She said, because of our children. She said, what is the most important thing to you? She said to me, what is the most important thing to you? Is it not your child? So I said, yes. And she said, for each and every one of us who are parents, there's nothing like seeing your child suffer and you're unable to do anything about it. And that is why I continue to do the work and persevere and pioneer for the rights and protection of children. Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised that the opposition chose the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West to be their first contributor to this bill, and I'll tell you why. For 10 years, the member sat on this side of the House, but never one day while the member for Siparia and myself advocated for amendments to be made to the Children's Life Fund to benefit our nation's children, never one day did the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West lend his voice in support for any amendments to be made to the Children's Life Fund. And when the member wants to speak about hypocrisy, that is hypocrisy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I seem a little impassioned, but I'll tell you why in my contribution, why I take the Children's Life Fund so seriously, together with the member for Siparia. The member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West raised several issues. And while the member for the past 10 years could not find his voice because he suffered from PIP during that period, on the issue of the Children's Life Fund, there were other members who sat alongside the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West on this bench who are no longer here. And two of those former members were the member for St. Joseph, then Minister of Health, one Terence Yalsing. The other being the member for San Fernando West, then Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, who served as Attorney General for a significant period of the People's National Movement Administration between 2015 to 2025. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the then member for St. Joseph, who served as the Minister of Health during that period, I recall the day we were leaving the last sitting in the House of Representatives prior to the last general election. And the then member for St. Joseph, like the emperor with our clothes, sat there with sanctimonious hypocrisy, telling the then and now the member for Urupuch West, then the member for Faizabad, what happened? You want to spend 5 more years in opposition? Mr. Speaker, if that is not poetic justice, that that member is no longer a member of this House, I don't know what is. And I will tell you why. Because that member too, the former member for St. Joseph, the former Minister of Health, who had the opportunity to say to Trinidad and Tobago that we were willing to work with our colleagues across the aisle. Because, Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the Children's Life Fund bill requires political will. That is what it requires. And today, the very first bill that comes to the House of Representatives under the member for Siparia, serving in her second term as the Prime Minister, the first and now the second female Prime Minister of this country, has signaled to the population very clearly what her priority is. And her priority has always been, from the time that she served as Attorney General in 1995 to Minister of Education in 98, 99, then going into opposition, back as Prime Minister in 2010, 2015, now once more in the seat of Prime Minister, has said to her government that the children of Trinidad and Tobago are our top priority. But you see, Mr. Speaker, while the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West regaled us about how concerned the opposition are for children, The member sat 2 seats away from the Minister of Health in his own administration. And instead of adding his voice in support on several occasions when we raised that the Children's Life Fund needed specific review, support for additional amendments, not one word coming from the member from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, not one word. And the member raised a very interesting question. The member said, why are we giving the minister this superpower as he described it? I want to remind the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, how we arrived at that situation and at that point. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues, our friends opposite, they seem to suffer from selective hearing. And today they have been very selective, hoping that the population will forgive them in quick order. The population will not forget the millions and billions of dollars as identified today by the Prime Minister through the Auditor General's report, spent on frivolity, spent on white elephants, spent on the interests of friends, financiers, and family of the People's National Movement. And no colleague opposite can separate themselves from what occurred between 2015 to 2025. The member for Aruca Lopino cannot separate himself. The member for Rima certainly cannot separate herself. Because I want to remind Trinidad and Tobago that the member for Rima was part of that administration. And while she may be new, the honorable member that is, to the position of leader of the opposition, I too cannot recall one instance that when the member sat on this side of the house, that the member said, but this is for children, this is for our nation's children. Instead, the member for Rima, now the leader of the opposition, chose to toe the line of the member for Diego Martin West because it was politically expedient for the member to do so. And therefore, when colleagues stand on that side of the house to lecture us on moral and spiritual and ethical values, if you cannot have compassion for children, then God help us. God help us if they ever return to government. They have demonstrated, not by their word, you know, they have demonstrated by their deed. 2015 to 2025, not one amendment to the Children's Life Fund in the span of almost 10 years. The member for Aruca Lopino, the member for Rima, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the member for St. Anne's East who once wanted to school me about how to raise my own child. Today, for 10 years, she had nothing to say, the honorable member that is, about the welfare of the children of Trinidad and Tobago who suffered under their hands, many of which passed away not being able to receive the life-saving surgeries. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was in the Attorney General's office for a significant period of time. The member for Port of Spain South, they often leaned on advice in the area of law. The member for Tring City Maloney was once in this position as leader of government business, not once advancing a piece of legislation. But Mr. Speaker, the member for Siparia today made sure that the very first act that she was committed to was bringing amendments to save our nation's children. Mr. Speaker, the Children Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 has nothing to do with any personal interest on anyone on this side of the house. But in other incarnations, when our colleagues, our friends were here on this side of the house, there were things that you would hear very often, one of which was NCB Global Finance. You heard about that institution. You heard about the recusals from former members of the government, some serving in the highest positions. However, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about expenditure for the Children's Life Fund.
Okay.
Thank you, VG.
Is your objection on the ground of relevance? Yes. Okay. The way I see it is this. I think you need to lend context to what the member is saying. So I will allow him a very brief respite from it, but in the context of expenditure and expenditure alone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about the Children Life on Amendment Bill. There's the operational side. Our members will speak, and I will speak about the clauses in this bill. But there must be the context, as you have described, in terms of what is the priority of the state in terms of bringing this bill today, and the context in which we find ourselves with respect to the specific amendment. And that is why I can tell you that the commitment demonstrated by this government for our nation's children is very different from our colleagues opposite. Because while we are not advancing our own self-interest, I cannot say that colleagues on the other side did not do that when they were in our opposition. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West got very jumpy where we spoke and made reference to NCB Global Finance. And as a side note, I want to indicate that every dealing with respect to NCB Global Finance is now being investigated. It is now being investigated, and the Honorable Attorney General will speak more to that, about persons who are more interested in filling the pockets of their friends, financiers, family, instead of looking after the interests of the most vulnerable in our nation's society. Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, told us earlier about the superpowers, and the member spent a significant amount of time about the superpowers that we are seeking to give to the minister. And the member indicated that the government, the then opposition prior to April 28, 2025, made a lot of sound and fury about powers being given to ministers. But the member stopped short of putting that point into context. Because when it came to giving ministers of government superpowers to look into citizens' taxes through the BIR is where we had a problem by giving ministers superpowers. And I recall it was the member for Diego Martin Northeast who sought to give himself that superpower of being able to go to the BIR to get certain pieces of information. And that is what the then opposition, now government, rejected. We rejected that, Mr. Speaker, because again, it could not be that one was serving their own interests, whether it is political or otherwise. We had a problem with giving superpowers to ministers from the last administration as it relates to customs and excise. Again, who was the minister that brought bills to this house seeking to give the Minister of Finance, who was a line minister, the power to do certain things in customs and excise that was really outside the remit of saving lives compared to what we are trying to do with my colleague from Oropouche West and other colleagues from time to time who will find themselves as the Minister of Health. I want to remind the population through you, Mr. Speaker, that it was not this government, the then opposition, who made a song and dance trying to give ministers of national security powers unto themselves that they would be able to receive sensitive information from the state apparatus as it relates to national security agencies under their purview. It was not this government. But you see my colleagues opposite bend their heads in shame, and they have a right to bend their heads in shame. They have a right to bend their heads in shame.
Because when the then opposition, now government, raised the issue of giving ministers that superpower, it was in the interest of one, the separation of powers in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Two, it had to do with ensuring that the political arm was not interfering in areas that they should not be interfering in. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West said, well, you don't legislate for today. You legislate for tomorrow and the day thereafter, because anyone can be sitting in the position of minister. And therefore, you would want to ensure that person is insulated from any perceived bias or interference. Mr. Speaker, we saw for 10 years the members opposite were callous, bold-faced, brass-faced, and unashamedly sought to bring power onto themselves through legislation in this parliament that did not look after the interests of the well-being of the citizens, particularly children, as we are doing today with respect to the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill. The member opposite used the words that we should be careful and that we should be cautious. We should be careful and we should be cautious going forward, giving ministers these sort of powers. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the bill, and you look at the amendments that are being proposed, you spent a lot of time, and I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeking to bring you into the debate, but for a long time in this House, there was an absence, and I will make no apologies for saying that, there was an absence of contextualizing a lot of what was being said, whether it was right or wrong. But today, sensibility has returned to the House of Representatives. And when the member opposite spoke about we must be careful and we must be cautious with the powers that we are giving a minister, you look at the bill, you look at the amendments in context, one dancing with the other. Mr. Speaker, it has to be ludicrous for anyone to think that the Minister of Health or anyone else, as opposed to the member for Urupuch West, anybody else sitting in the position of Minister of Health, looking at the powers that are being proposed to be given to the Minister of Health, will work in a vacuum and just decide that an application has come and that he or she will just simply accept and say proceed, without understanding that they require technical advice coming from the board in terms of what the recommendation is, if there is a recommendation from the board, technical advice coming from the senior consultant of the pediatric unit, technical advice and support coming from the doctors from within the RHA that is responsible, accepting and seeking technical advice from external parties, whether it's from within his own ministry or senior doctors. One has to be ludicrous to think anybody who's sitting in the position of Minister of Health will just perhaps that probably occurred under the pharmacist that they had as Minister of Health. That will not occur under Minister of Health member for Urupuch West. You know, Mr. Speaker, I recalled earlier that we were told when we sat on that side of the House to leave Siparia right there. We have brought Siparia to this side of the House. Rather, Siparia has brought us to this side of the House. But the Honorable Prime Minister has been very careful in the selection of the persons that she entrusts with the welfare and the health, particularly of our nation's children. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's probably fortuitous that the member for Siparia is making her way, she left for a few minutes, is now making her way back into the chamber. But again, it was because of the vision of the member for Siparia. That is why we are here today, and we are happy to have her right here, and she's not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to a comment that was made by my colleague, the member for Portisby North, St. Anne's West, saying, why are we giving the minister all of this power? We must be cautious. We must make sure that we know what we are doing. Well, one, yes, in this instance, the Minister of Health was a health professional. You have the minister in the ministry also having been a health professional. You have several members on this side of the House, well-acclaimed senior doctors having served in our public health system. But the Prime Minister always says, you know, the Prime Minister is a lawyer, but she always says, we will not advise ourselves. And therefore, that is why we made the point. You are dependent on senior technocrats, consultants, the people who will be responsible for providing the support. This is not a one-man show. The colleagues opposite ran ministries as a one-man and a one-woman show. And that is why very little or nothing occurred in the last 10 years. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Portisby North St. Anne's West spent a lot of time quoting from newspaper articles. And I started off by saying we must remind ourselves, how did we arrive at the position that we are in today, 10 years later? I'm putting into context, here's an article, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I seek leave to quote from a Newsday article dated Saturday, 18 June 2016. And the headline said, child dies as state considers legal question. I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because while we got a lot of advice from the member for Portisby North, who had not one word to say about the Children's Life Fund in the last 10 years, but suddenly has arrived on the scene trying to soften his own image after the licking they got in the last general election, attempting to appear as though that they are interested in children when for 10 years they did nothing, as this headline indicates. The headline says, child dies as state considers legal question.
And who is the legal officer?
The legal officer that sat in the office of the Attorney General was then one Faris Al-Rawi, then member for San Fernando West. But, Mr. Speaker, just to refresh your memory and the memory of the people who are looking on, then Attorney General had a junior minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General at that time.
Who is that? Who was that?
And Mr. Speaker, you might be shocked. You might be very shocked, alarmed to know that while my colleague from Portisby North St. Anne's West attempted to cry and sympathize with all of those who suffered as a result of not getting any assistance, some having perished, the person who served as a junior minister in the office of the Attorney General, when this headline came out, child dies as state considers legal question, was none other than the member for Portisby North St. Anne's West. So when the member wants to talk about hypocrisy, when the member wants to tell this side about hypocrisy, respectfully through you, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Portisby North St. Anne's West might want to take a look in the mirror. Might want to take a look in the mirror. Mr. Speaker, the article says, Parliament yesterday heard that a one-year-old child, Naveen Hariprasad, and member for Orapooch West, through you, Mr. Speaker, this may almost be a bit of poetic justice. You can never find anything good coming out from a child or anyone that perishes. But today, serving as a member for Orapooch West, I retell this story knowing that the child that I referred to was from the constituency of Orapooch West. Mr. Speaker, it said Parliament yesterday heard that a one-year-old child, Naveen Hariprasad, died while the state was seeking legal advice from the Ministry of the Attorney General on the question of the interpretation of laws governing the Children's Life Fund. It is understood the legal issue involved 2 words. Mr. Speaker, the article says that the issue involved was about 2 words. 2 words in the law, which were key to determining whether the child would qualify for a second surgical procedure needed after an initial procedure was funded by the state. The issue was whether Naveen's case would qualify as an exception to a ban on a second set of funding within the space of 2 years. The article dated June 16th, Newsday went on to say, during question time, Princetown MP Barry Padrad asked Attorney General Faris Al-Rawi if a legal issue had been resolved in relation to the fund. Al-Rawi said yes. Padrad asked what mechanisms have been put in place by your office to ensure that a reoccurrence similar to this does not occur again. The Attorney General said there is no need for mechanisms. This is what they said in 2016 when the child died. They failed to give a legal opinion on 2 words. Al-Rawi said, there's no need for mechanisms because the phenomena is one in which was unique to this particular situation. May I take my extended?
You shall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He said between 2010 to 2016, several persons had applied. It also went on to say that the member for Siparia interjected, lending her support on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the records will show very clearly that we have never deviated from our original position, which was really meant to help particularly those, but not limited to, those who were constrained because of financial constraints to seek medical advice, particularly for children, on issues that locally there was no treatment available for. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you an instance about the level of commitment, and that is why today there are a few amendments to the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill. There are 2 that we have brought initially, and there are a few that we will put on the floor of the Parliament as we continue. One, yes, does seek to give the context to the involvement of the minister. It also seeks to give beta thalassemia and several other conditions consideration for access to the Children's Life Fund. Mr. Speaker, I can remember it like yesterday, the very first instance that came to the Children's Life Fund. Sitting at her desk at 10 p.m. one night at the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Kamala Basabi-Sessa, member for Siparia in 2010, received a letter on her desk from a parent who was asking for the exact same thing of what we are doing today, to expedite the case of her child because they thought it was just taking a little too long. We had just been in government for about 2 to 3 months at that time. Prime Minister Kamala Basabi-Sessa, member for Siparia, took up the letter, and the child was from the constituency of St. Anne's East. It wasn't a child from Siparia or a child from Couva South. It was a child from an opposition constituency, very first child in the Children's Life Fund. St. Anne's East. Prime Minister gave me the letter at 10 o'clock in the night. 5 minutes later, she looks up and she says, "What are you still doing here?" I said, "Prime Minister, it's 10 o'clock. She said, "What does that have to do with anything?" I said, "Well, I'll seek to sort it out in the morning." Prime Minister then looked at me and she said, "Are you a parent?" At that time, I was not. She said, "Let me tell you something. Call them now. Because if I know what the heart of any parent is like, they will not be asleep. They will be anxiously waiting for a phone call at any time." I called those parents in front of Prime Minister, and those parents wept at 10 o'clock that night, just knowing that their child will have the chance of life. That is the compassion. That is what drives the member for Siparia to continue doing what she does. And that is why when we were told to keep Siparia right there, Siparia has brought us right here, and she will remain right here. She has brought us right here, and that is why today she can tell you without fear of contradiction where her heart lies in terms of the welfare of the children of Trinidad and Tobago, but where the mandate that we have been given through the 26 seats for the United National Congress, our friends in the TPP, our two brothers who are sitting on this side of the house, seeking the interests of the people above self. And that is what this bill is all about. Mr. Speaker, months later, I received a postcard from the parents of that child who was the first recipient of the Children's Life Fund. It was a Christmas time, and the postcard simply read, "Unfortunately, my daughter died, having received the surgery in Argentina. However, please convey to the Honorable Prime Minister that as a parent, I can rest comfortably at night, knowing that my child had every opportunity to live and that she wanted for nothing, but it was left up to the Lord's will and the Lord's hands." Mr. Speaker, we often say in Trinidad and Tobago in local parlance, God helps those who help themselves. And today we are helping ourselves by giving many of our nation's children the opportunity to live. And if that is not a noble gesture, not seeking fame, the member for Siparia, but understanding what it is like to come particularly from a rural constituency, bundling Baji and Bodhi in the markets to put herself through school, but sitting here today as a second female prime minister, ensuring that she seeks the interests of the most vulnerable. The prime minister always gives me a story about when she just became an MP, about a child prime minister who had a hole in his heart, and she raised baked seals, barbecue, etc., to be able to say, because in those days there was no life fund. And it was from then to now that the Honorable Prime Minister and this government has ensured that we will put our nation's children first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you, as I wrap in my last couple minutes, the operational elements as the Attorney General and the Prime Minister and others may contribute with the specifics of the clause. One other issue that I raised for 10 years was the operational arm of the Children's Life Fund. Between the period 2015 to 2025, I would visit that life fund almost as though I was living there, or the instruction of the member for Siparia. Anyone who needed assistance in filling out the forms, knowing how to maneuver the life fund in terms of the application process, was sent and accompanied by myself, the member for Princess Song at that time, on the instruction of the member for Siparia. That is how committed the member of Siparia is to ensuring that people are able to access the life fund. But on the first day I visited there was one OJT running the life fund office. And the applications, simple an application form was not being given to parents, because that one OJT will determine if you can get a form or not. I came back and I raised that as an urgent question in this house. The then member for St. Joseph, Minister of Health, then as he was, for 10 years sat on his hands and did nothing, and my colleagues opposite remained quiet for 10 years when I raised the issue of the lack of staffing and under-resourcing of the Children's Life Fund. Year after year after year, my colleague from Shogunas East and myself would come to this house and speak time to time about the under-resourcing and the understaffing of the Children's Life Fund. And Mr. Speaker, I'm almost certain that the Honorable Prime Minister, she has already told us that we have to ensure that legislation is just half of it. The other half, she wants us to ensure that this is operationalized in the shortest period of time. And she has given her commitment on behalf of the government to support the Children's Life Fund. Again, not just in word, but in deed. And that is commendable. That is commendable, especially when the Honorable Prime Minister has told us today what the Auditor General report contains. So while they found the resources for rentals that nobody occupied. And we will speak more about that in the media review. While they found the resources to ensure that friends, family, and financiers were enriched, they found no resources for the Children's Life Fund. I recall, I think it was last year, $5 million coming down to the end. Scrambling, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West today said that the government was scrambling. We are very prepared because we know what we have to do and we have the political will to do it. If anybody was scrambling, it was my friends opposite, because they were advancing self-interest, family interest, financier interest, as opposed to the interest of who? The most vulnerable, the children who fell under the Children's Life Fund. And Mr. Speaker, today I am very happy. I'm overjoyed. I'm elated. You know, I remember the member for Diego Martin Northeast said sometimes it gives them intestinal, digestive problems, and they must probably be at pain. So while they smirk and they grin and they make us feel that they are happy for the children of Trinidad and Tobago by their actions between 2015 to 2025, and we must judge them by what they do and not by what they say. Mama Guy, cry, has been the mantra of my colleagues opposite. Never on any occasion have they demonstrated through deed, whether it was to bring amendments to the Children's Life Fund or to lend financial support sufficiently to have the Life Fund operationalized the way in which it was meant to do, have they ever committed to. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we will do what they have refused to do. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago ensured that they got rid of the former member for St. Joseph, Terence Yalsing, ensuring that he is no longer the Minister of Health. He was referred to as the Minister of Debt. Minister of Debt. And that will be the legacy, because I can tell you they will not be returning to this house. The people of Trinidad and Tobago and the children of Trinidad and Tobago who will now benefit from the Children's Life Fund will never forgive them. Young one-year-old Naveen Hariprasad should have never been able to be in a position to succumb to the conditions that he suffered at 1 year old because of financial constraints. Mr. Speaker, I am happy when I look down the aisle and I see the member for San Fernando West today is a decent man, a man who has children's welfare and interests at his core, a man who will ensure that his constituents will not suffer the fate as little baby Miracle in 2016. But Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that while we have a Prime Minister who ensures we have decent people like San Fernando West and St. Joseph, some of those faces who brought about the recklessness, the callousness, today have returned in another place. And if that is the type of leadership that we can expect from our friends opposite,
Speaker,
then God help us.
Mr. Speaker, on a
God help us.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. 48-6.
Improper motive, imputation, but I am not a fan of perfunctory rulings. But in this case, I think it is a real stretch to say that is an imputation of an improper motive. Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage my colleague to get accustomed to that seat. I noticed today my colleague spent a lot of time jumping up and down like Jack in a box. But today we are here about the serious business of the children of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm very happy as a member for Couva South with all 27 colleagues, including the Honorable Prime Minister, for bringing this bill as our first bill, our flagship bill in the second incarnation of the second female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the member for Siparia, who has been affectionately dubbed the mother of our nation. And today with this bill, I can understand why. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that when someone was asked, one of our colleagues was asked, what would be the atmosphere in the House today, the member for Couva South said it would be hot and heavy. And I wondered, what is so hot and heavy about a parliamentary sitting where we gather to discuss the business of this country? But clearly, the member came prepared to bring hot and heavy into the parliament debate today. But isn't it interesting that the government was not as prepared, even with the first flagship bill that they brought, because were it not for the intervention of my friend from Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, they would have brought to this House a bill that would have contradicted exactly what they were trying to do. So it makes one wonder how ready and prepared were they? And it makes you wonder if it was more emphasis on the hot and heavy or more emphasis on the children that they insist they will defend. Mr. Speaker, the People's National Movement has always stood in defense of children. Whether it is education or whether it is to bring a child marriage bill that protects the children of this country.
Mr. Speaker, standing order 48-1. Standing order 48-1. 48-1. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about the Children's Life Fund, not child marriage. Relevance 48-1, Mr. Speaker, 48-1.
All right. Let us resist the temptation to reduce the House into a glorified sandbox or glorified fish market. And let us please make our points in a respectful and dignified manner. Member for Mayaro, I don't agree with you. I think it's a tangential issue, but I will give the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the People's National Movement has always stood in defense of children, whether it is education policy, whether it is the child marriage bill, and I wonder why my colleagues are so jumpy. Maybe it is because it is recalled that at that time, it was hot and heavy. At that time, it was a hot and heavy debate. And I remember a temporary senator being sworn in by the UNC government. A stain on this parliament, a stain in the other house.
Member, I'm going to have to ask you to use a somewhat more anodyne phrase to describe that. Because to suggest that a temporary senator was sworn in and thereafter it's a stain on the parliament, it leaves any reasonable and fair-minded observer to come to the conclusion that there was something amiss about that. So either you clear it up or you withdraw it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the temporary senator sworn in at the time was very much in support of child marriage. And that is what I consider, and that's why I said it was a stain on the parliament, because the People's National Movement did not share that.
Accept it, and I will ask you to withdraw it.
Thank you. You asked me to, sorry?
I'm asking you to withdraw the conclusion that it was a stain on the parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that it was a stain on the parliament, and I will move on.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if one listens to the contribution of the member of Couva South, you would believe that the Children's Life Fund was closed down, shut down, and not available for the children of this country. We on this side, the People's National Movement, we have always said we would support good legislation. And the Children's Life Fund is a good thing. And therefore, we supported it. and we continue to support it even in the last 10 years, to fund it and to ensure that children receive the benefits of the Children's Life Fund. So we reject totally this notion that there was no support for the Children's Life Fund by the People's National Movement. In fact, as said before, if it weren't for the intervention of the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, then we will be spinning top in mud in this parliament even today. So that alone says that the People's National Movement has the children of this country at heart, as we always have. But I noticed that in the last contribution, it was a lot of bluster, very, very loud, almost a sandbox, Mr. Speaker. But there was little said about the salient fact dealing with the powers of the minister. And that is one of the most important parts of this, because the People's National Movement is in support of the expansion to children who would not have received the benefit of the fund before, most certainly, because we would like my own constituency. The member spoke about one. I personally know about 2 children in my own constituency that benefited from this fund. And therefore, we are happy to support the expansion, even as we were happy to give some guidance on how it could be achieved. However, we are still concerned, and we will raise the concern about the sweeping powers that have been ascribed to the minister, because that could be the wedge in the door. If that is a test piece, then one wonders what could come next. And the issue really is that there is a structure in place for the consideration of applications to the fund. And that structure involves very qualified professionals. The chairman is a lecturer in emergency medicine, specialist training, special certification in advanced pediatric emergency. The CEO, all of these people sit on the board. They have been in practice for over 20 years in general pediatrics. Another member of the board, and this is all public knowledge, these are the qualifications of the people that sit on the board: a specialist in vector control, 20 plus years in private and public sector. Another member holds a master's in health, a pediatric medicine specialist. Other board members: senior public officer as a medical practitioner, senior public officer in finance, senior public officer Tobago Affairs, a representative of the Tobago House of Assembly. So the board comprises very strong medical and clinical experience and expertise, along with administrative and financial expertise. This is the board to whom applications go, and then there's an administrative structure to consider these applications. And the fact that a board made up of this type of clinical, administrative, financial strength could be bypassed, and that can be put into legislation, that is something that is worrying. And why? Because we have other public institutions that give grants, that approve processes that are valued much less than these. And there are formal, established procedures for reconsideration of denied applications in place. And I want to mention a couple of these, because should have a chance to be relooked. Then there are other ways, established ways that already exist in the public service that can assist to make it into a more formal process, a more transparent process, because it is not chicken feed that we are dealing with. It's tens of millions of dollars. And as the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West raised, there have been issues of fraud associated with this already. So while we are trying to do a good thing, the question is, why are we ignoring established formal procedures that exist to be able to give a minister this type of power that could be open to abuse? One, depending on who the minister is. Two, a minister, even as my friend from Oralpooch West, is it, as qualified as he is, and I'm not doubting his qualification, but the question is real. That minister may not be the minister that will be there all the time. And a minister is not necessarily a subject matter expert, even on this side right now. They are not everybody that is a minister in a particular area has that particular expertise. And therefore, the question of making legislation to suit one person is extremely relevant.
Mr. Speaker,
With regards to the
Standing Order 54-1B, please. Sorry, 55-1B. The former speaker on the opposition side has repeatedly dealt with this issue.
I've looked at the standing order. At this point, it is borderline, but I don't consider it to be irrelevant or tedious repetition. But as I've said, it's borderline. So perhaps we could move on a bit, shall we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move on. And I just want to touch on some of the established procedures for reconsidering denied approvals and applications. So, for example, we have the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, where a written appeal is supplied and it is relooked by the board. They may have a hearing, they may introduce more information in the hearing. If you look at what happens at the Accreditation Council, there is an independent committee that reviews the denial and therefore is able to come to some level of consideration. If you look at what happens at Town and Country Planning, there is an advisory town also a tribunal, a national insurance appeals tribunal that deals with denied applications. Even in this case, where the Town and Country Planning application is denied, the final decision is up to the minister, but it is after consideration by the panel. So the point is that there are other ways existing in the public service right now to deal with matters of denied application. And what is being introduced in this legislation is a departure from those types of proceedings where you have qualified personnel relooking a particular situation. So the question is, why is it so different? Why do we need to go into giving a minister such sweeping powers when there are alternative ways that have been tried and tested? And the question of whether the time sensitivity is important, that is important. And that can certainly be built in, as it is in some of these that are open for examination, when time limits are put in to ensure that matters do not drag on. Because it is about life, it is about children, and it is about saving lives. So that's a consideration, and it can be introduced into the legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, the question really is whether it is necessary for the minister to have that type of power, even as we, the PNM, support the expansion of the services offered into the life, not just life-threatening, but life-altering or life-limiting conditions. We support that. However, we are concerned about the powers of the minister, and we are concerned because there are other established mechanisms that can be used. And we would like to understand why those have been bypassed and why this particular method of dealing with it has been introduced into legislation, because it now sets a precedent, and other bits of legislation may now be brought into the parliament, giving ministers sweeping powers that we know when just a couple months ago that was an
Mr.
objection.
Speaker,
And there's a
I
reason
rise,
why.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on 55(1)B. I think my colleague has now crossed the borderline.
Well, I've looked at it, I think, in all fairness, she is pointing to alternative statutory formulations. I think the lawyers in here would answer it, but I think the member has made her point and we could move on from it. The overarching principle, as I see it, is an alternative statutory formulation. You all will have the chance to answer it. But I think we could move on. I think the point has been made. There is the principle of a statutory formulation, so we could move on. But we need to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, so we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I don't want to delay this House any further, and I have made the point and exactly what the contribution is supposed to make, that we don't want, in trying to do a good thing, to introduce something that may cause us difficulty in latter times. We don't make law for one person, we make law for the running of our country. And so I want to reiterate that the question of the sweeping powers of the minister, those concerns can be handled using established procedures, and that would be in much better form in terms of legislation for Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I call on the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a most interesting debate, and I did not want to let it go past without contributing to this debate, because where we are today has this genesis from way back in 2010, as I believe my colleagues would have spoken. I congratulate my colleagues who have spoken on this side. I thank them for their contributions, the Minister of Health and the member for Hoover North. So, the honourable member for, she left? Member for St. Anne's East made some really surprising statements. Well, in some ways absurd, but totally not true. The member said, member for St. Anne's East, the PNM always protects children. The PNM always protects children. I said, really? Really? And then uses a senator appointed when a bill was being debated, the child marriage bill. That senator gave views that were their views. But at the end of the day, let us record it here as it was recorded before. The UNC totally supported that bill, which had to do with avoiding and making sure that you did not have child marriages. We supported the bill. So if one senator expresses views, as happens on their side, on any side, but at the end of the day, our party, the great party to which I belong and we belong, we supported the child marriage bill to prevent child marriages. But then what about the Justice Barnes report? What about the Justice Jones reports? All these had to do with children. What did they do when they were there? So the member of St. Anne's East, I can't say is lying, not parliamentary, but is not speaking the truth. When mentions that they took care of children, they always protect the children. They have not done that, and I'll show you why. We are in Parliament today, and just by chance, I said, Lord doesn't sleep, you know. Lord only wears pajamas. And today, of all days, there's a report that came to the Parliament, laid as a paper number 7 on the order paper. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Children's Life Fund for the year ended September 30, 2015. Laid on this order paper today by the Honourable Minister of Finance. The report of the Auditor General on our financial statements of the Children's Life Fund for the year ended September 30, 2015. Before I take some extracts out of that report, let me first make note of, this is a report for the year ended when? September 2015. 2015, that was the last year that we on this side were in government. 10 years later, not a single report has been filed. A report has to be filed according to law every year, annual report. Your last report from that side, you see, my report, our report for 2015 and for the 10 years, not one, but you care about children. You care so much about children. What would those reports have said? Let me tell you what the 2015 report says, because member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, quoting all kinds of articles that appeared to be negative, but we can deal with those. But the good things he will not talk about. So the 2015 report, under my watch, only now being laid, tells us this. First of all, it tells us that the management of the Children's Life Fund is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements in accordance with international financial reporting standards, and for internal control as management determines is necessary to enable preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Earlier, I quoted from the Auditor General's report on the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago, and the rest of that is history, because that was filled with all kinds of fiscal shenanigans and mischief and fiscal non-accountability. On the other hand, this report about the 2015 Children's Life Fund administration of the money tells us, in my view, audit evidence obtained is sufficient. It is sufficient. So we get a clean bill of health, apart from a grant payable balance of $483,709. Sorry, $483.79 was not verified. This amount was subsequently written off in the 2018 financial statement. So for this one, 2015, here we are, clean bill of health for the Children's Life Fund. So I move along. For 10 years, you couldn't file one report about the Children's Life Fund, but that's not bad enough. In your time, during your time, there was a joint select committee of the Parliament. About what? Children's Life Fund. Children's Life Fund. An inquiry into the administration of the Children's Life Fund Authority. And this is what came out of that, recommendations. Talking about amendments today to the 2010 Act. This is what, when you were in government, who were the members? I'll tell you who they were of that joint select committee. Our side and your side. They were Mr. Dr. Varma Diyal Singh, independent. Mr. Esmond Ford, MP. Lisa Morris Julian, MP. Ayana Webster Roy, MP. Nigel De Freitas, MP. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal. Not one of whom is either in this house or in the other house today. There were two others representing the opposition. They were MP Khadija Amin and Senator Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal. This was the composition of this team. As I said, the only remaining members of the parliament are the two UNC members. Every other single PNM1 has gone. And in this report, a recommendation was made, and this is in 2021. We are now in, well, 25, but just exiting office of our colleagues from the other side. This is what it says. Summary of recommendations at page 10. Roman 4. The Children's Life Fund should develop a draft proposal to amend Act number 12 of 2010 to accommodate a wider range of treatment, children in need of medical treatment. Care about children. 2021 did nothing. It took us today in this amendment bill to increase, to widen the net of children who will now qualify for help under the Children's Life Fund. And also talked about considering a provision for proving medical costs that exceed the TT 1 million limit on a case-by-case basis. 2021. Since 2021, 2025 took this government to come today in our amendment bill to do exactly that. where the cost exceeds the $1 million, worked on a case-by-case basis. That is one of the amendments before this House today. So we've used the word hypocrisy all evening in several contexts, and we've used the word context in several contexts as well. We talked about it, hypocrisy. So when a member comes and Nancy tells us about caring for the children, you had this since 2021, and it took this UNC government to come today to make it happen. My colleagues have already, in 5 weeks. Well, thank you for reminding me, within 5 weeks. A promise made, a promise delivered today. So I'm saying I will not be very long because my colleagues have done so well, but there are a few points I would like to make. It is recorded history that our first bill in 2010 was a Children's Life Fund bill, and likewise again, our first bill in 2025. I'm not sure if people remember that every member of my government contributed personal monies to the Children's Life Fund, every single one of us. I contributed 10% of my salary to this Children's Life Fund. And every member of my parliament, of our side, contributed 5% of their salary to the fund. This gave the fund, the establishment of this fund, for me and our team, one of our greatest accomplishments because we were saving lives. I don't think the other side ever put 5 cents into that fund. Well, I think they have abolished the 1 cent. So they didn't even put a 5 cent into this account. This fund was established, as we know, to give relief to those children suffering from life-threatening diseases, life-threatening. If we look at the amendment today, within the extra, the additional amendment, life-threatening diseases, but we've now added what we are calling life-limiting diseases in Schedule 3. And there's now 28 diseases. But children suffering from these are now going to be given help under this Life Fund. Caring about children, this is about caring about children. 28. And you may ask me why. Why are we increasing the net? Why we want to give other children access to this Life Fund? Yes, life-threatening diseases, you know, if you don't get the help, you're surely not going to survive. Life-limiting diseases affects your quality of life and that of your entire family. But those two could ultimately end up in death. So when initially we had crafted this bill together in 2010, we had put it to life-threatening diseases. And again, that's what time does with us. We learn from experiences, and that is why we see the benefit. We even have the benefit of the JSC recommendations to expanding it. So we recognized, we understood the pain of parents, children, families, when they face the reality that they will lose their child simply because they could not afford treatment that was needed. As a government, we did not consider this as a favor to families. This is not a handout. We didn't see it like that. We still don't see it like that. As a government and as Prime Minister, we considered it was our solemn duty to do everything to save the lives of our children. I can tell you something I have repeated, it's often quoted. In serving the best interests of our children, we serve the best interests of humanity. In serving the best interests of our children, we serve the best interests of humanity. And that's what we're doing by helping more and more. There are those who will not understand, can't understand, or refuse to understand the kind of suffering because they may never have to go through that kind of experience. There are those on the other side holding power for almost 50 years, and not one of them had the humanity, the caring, the compassion to look after children of those from the most vulnerable homes. Families throughout the length and breadth of our country, everybody suffered, but they also benefited from the Children's Life Fund. We saved many lives, 2010 to 15. It was a very fulfilling experience for all of us. And if you could see, Mr. Speaker, some of the letters we've written, MP Padarat spoke of it, letters and cards. Sometimes I go somewhere to a function and a child who is now an adult will run up and grab me. I say, you know, I was one of the children. It brings tears to my eyes. I was one of the children. who benefited from that life. Now an adult, now contributing to the development of our nation. So we always know the nice song, I believe our children are our future. We treat them well, we save them, and we do the best that we can. So that legislation that was passed to govern the fund was meant to be administered in a manner put the lives of children first. It was meant to be interpreted generously. It was meant to be interpreted, and this is a very important point, generously, not strictly. The lawyers will understand, but ordinary people will too. That you go within the spirit of the law in interpreting it, and not within the letter of the law. But too much, the administrators went within the letter of the law and denied children who should have benefited from benefiting. The intention was very clear. It was about saving lives, to give priority to those who needed to be saved. While there was any doubt in the administration of the fund, best interest of the child ought to have been guided by the exercises and discretion of the decisions taken, not, as I say, within the letter of the law, but with a generous, purposive intention, my AG would tell me, but within the spirit of the law. The fund was meant to save lives. As Prime Minister, I say without apology that persons that suffered the most for the last 9 years under government, they were all children of our country. That is why they were removed from government, the other side, and that gives us a leeway now to help so many others. I want to share with you the pain and suffering. I think we need to hear it from the persons who are affected, which will help explain why we are doing what we are doing today, why we are going further, why we are widening the catchment, the net of those who will benefit. I want to share this, Honourable Speaker, the pain and suffering that's inflicted. The member for Port of Spain North quoted some article, but he didn't quote an article from the Express dated March 2nd, 2016. Baby Miracle's 6-week fight for life ended at 3:13 a.m. yesterday. I'm quoting here with your leave, sir. 5 hours later, the Children's Life Fund told her parents that funding for their daughter's surgery had been approved. 5 hours after the child had already died. Again, in that same Express, March 2nd, 2016, the baby's father, Kerwin Cross, believes that had there been a shorter waiting period, Miracle would have been alive today. He said, she waited as long as she could. She would have gotten through if the system was faster and if it was more efficient. She couldn't wait so long. It is so sad. Cross told the Express he plans to be a voice for parents facing similar situations. That is why in this bill, this amending bill, we have put some of those provisions to avoid that kind of tragedy from recurring for any family. Cross went on to say, I want to help others. This is the worst thing I ever felt. I will try my best to have a voice for other people. No parent should have to wait patiently for something so critical. No parent should have to go through this, no matter their position in society. I will somehow try to speed up the system. Cross said his hurt was compounded when he was contacted by Life Fund yesterday morning. He said a hospital official told him that funds for such complicated surgeries are usually approved in a maximum period of 2 weeks. In a maximum period of 2 weeks. The surgery was so complex, it took it took too long for the fund to respond. I was angry and hurted. I didn't expect the ending to be anywhere close to this. I could not talk. It took me a while to accept she was gone. Baby Miracle, Mr. Speaker, was born January 18. Scans showed she had congenital cyanotic heart disease, along with transposition of great vessels. Cross had described her condition as one where the arteries were on the opposite side of baby Miracle's heart, and unoxygenated blood was being pumped and making her turn blue. He said doctors told him it was the first time they had seen a heart in such a condition in our country. Miracle's surgeries were expected to cost about $200,000 US. Last moments before approval by the Children's Life Fund, Cross was told that that should the board declare Merkel would have left Trinidad by next week. She had gone to surgery in a children's hospital in Jacksonville, Florida. One contact I expressed last week, a Children's Life Fund official said that Merkel Cross's case was receiving urgent attention. Her condition was being discussed. And again, around midnight on Wednesday, Cross and wife contacted by the San Fernando Hospital after Merkel began having difficulty breathing. He said they were told not to be alarmed, that her vital signs had worsened, but don't be alarmed. He said he held his daughter for the last time and the first time. As her body became weaker, her signs dropped, and they were told that she was no longer breathing on her own. Merkel died by being held by both her parents. Cross said, I had to tell my sons their sister was not coming home. The Crosses have two other boys, and the elder boy tried comforting his parents. All of this has been reported, and I'm sharing this. You say it's too long, but this is why. And others that we are making, the amendments that we are seeking to change so that children like Merkel and others can benefit and their families can benefit. Cross 35 is a barber and a pastor. His wife, Crystal, who is studying for a bachelor's degree in human resources and accounting, expressed gratitude to all the doctors who helped them. They also thanks to all those who supported their daughter. So I don't understand this. So when we pass this legislation today, we do so in the hope that never again will there be another child to suffer the fate of baby Merkel. That is the legacy of the PNM who cares about children. This is a record of already treated children. There's another case of Sean Luke and Terence Chandu. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you this afternoon the story of two other children. Their experiences with the Children's Life Fund as administered under the PNM. I will call them Sean and Terence. Sean was born April 11, 2013. TC was born 30th June 2012. When Sean was 9 months old, she was diagnosed with beta thalassemia major. When TC was 8 months old, he was also diagnosed. The only cure for this blood disorder is a cell transfusion, not available in Trinidad and Tobago. Both children relied monthly for blood transfusion, along with daily iron therapy to stay alive. Parents made arrangements to pursue a cell transfusion for their children. It's the only curative treatment for this disease and the only way to save the lives. They identified a Bambino Pediatric Hospital in Rome, Italy, as the center for a bone marrow transplant. The cost of this surgery was approximately 150,000 EU pounds. This did not include related expenses associated with the surgery and aftercare. By letter dated 4th April 2017, the parents made an application to the fund under the provisions of the Act for the children to cover the expenses of the operation and associated expenses. By letter dated 6 April 2017, that's the year, the parents made an application to the fund under provisions of the Act on behalf of TC to access funding to cover expenses. Both applications satisfied all the criteria set out in Section 19 of the Act to qualify for the funding. However, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't end there. Letter now dated 6th April, same year. The Minister of Health was informed of the application made on behalf of SL by the parents. Move on to 7th April. The letter written to the Minister was forwarded to the Chairman of the Board of CLF. By letter dated 10th April, so there's almost daily letters going back and forth, 2017. Chairman of the Board wrote to attorney at law for the parents saying the board had considered the application and they were legally precluded from approving, say, legally precluded from giving approval. By a letter dated 13 April, the chairman of the board of the fund wrote to the parents telling them that the application made on the children's behalf was rejected. The reasons given by the chairman for rejecting are as follows. The assessment by the life unit of the authority advised the medical condition was not life-threatening as required by Section 19E of the Act. The documents submitted by parents from the pediatric hospital in Italy indicated that the children will be admitted in a hospital May 2nd, 2017. Total cost will be EU 158,000. The family has already paid this amount in full, and your letter also confirms this information. However, the Act does not allow for reimbursement, but rather it provides a detailed upfront application assessment and approval process at sections 1821 because of the legal criteria. The clinical assessment at the life unit of the authority has advised the medical condition of a child is not life-threatening. Not life-threatening. Documents submitted by the parents indicate that the medical bill for the patient has been paid in full. Board does not approve reimbursements, I say again, but you have to pay upfront. Can you imagine a farmer, a carpenter, a nurse, a teacher, or an unemployed person having to face that condition in their home with no one to help them? The child diagnosed at 9 months old had first transfusion January 2014. They mortgaged their home, the family, to cover the costs of the surgery. However, after the property was valued, they said it was not enough to raise the money. They had a mortgage, they had to borrow, the family had a barbecue, fundraiser. They also had a calypso show, a boat cruise, and they still could not raise the money. The parents took no pay leave from jobs to look after children. And the other child, the story continues in the same way. And it was for children like these and so many others, I said 28 diseases that are life-limited, that we have brought the amendments to this bill. This is what a child had to go through. The doctors, showed no remorse, little saying that they would get used to whatever is the condition. Their parents had to wait up to 5 hours at times at the transfusion, waiting for it to be done. Being a toddler at the time, one of the children would continually try to take out the access from the transfusion line. As a parent, I ask you to imagine that. They were able to pay for the surgery, but these are not stories that are taken from newspaper articles, Mr. Speaker. I have intimate knowledge of these two children, Esther and TC, and I'll tell you why. Because in 2017, together with a lot of other lawyers, I commenced public law litigation in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago for these two children in their behalf. Attorney Law Jal Ramdeen was one of those lawyers in my team. We took the matter to court, challenging the decision of the Children's Life Fund, refusing funding for these children for their life-limiting diseases. Minister Sturge, who sits with us today, Minister Sturge, yes. Can we give him? Minister Sturge volunteered himself as a public interest litigant on behalf of the children. As I say, we led that team of lawyers, represented the children to challenge the decision of the Life Fund authorities to refuse them funding. You know what was the response of the PNM, who cares so much about children? When we filed the case, we did it through letters and letters back and forward trying to save these children. And then, as I say, through litigant, public litigant, interest litigant, now MP Sturge, we filed the matter in court. And the response was, the former Attorney General, Reginald Armour, was hired to defend the refusal to fund the treatment of these children.
Wow.
The PNM was prepared to refuse a child life-saving treatment, but instead wanted to line the pockets of their friends, their financiers, the eat-of-food lawyers in this country. That is not malice, Mr. Speaker.
That's true.
That is true, but it's also evil. They chose their friends. They chose their friend to brief Mr. Armour, who later became the Attorney General. They chose them. Today, we choose our children. My government, we choose the children. We commit today to again put our children first. Mr. Speaker, What is very shocking? They were in government for 9 years. They witnessed the lives of our children being lost to life-threatening diseases, and not a single attempt was made by them in that 9 years to amend this legislation to bring more children into getting receiving funds to save their lives. Not one attempt. And then has a goal to stand here today to tell this parliament and the nation that the PNM cares about children. To keep the children. And then that Cuba Children's Hospital, state of the art, closed down, shut down for 10 years. Was 19 babies died at the NICU in Port of Spain, but you care about children. Not one attempt. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but it could be because they just do not care. They have no heart or love for the children of our country. The Children Life Fund, yes, sir.
Of 1 more minute.
Of full time?
Instead,
Original.
no, original time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, can I just avail myself of a few more minutes of extra
may.
time? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So not one attempt. And the Children Life Fund intended, when it was initially established to eliminate suffering as much as we could for children, it was transformed by the PNM into an institution responsible for the suffering of our children. These examples I have given to you are not isolated incidents. They frequently occurred after 2015 because those who were given the opportunity, charged with administering the fund, they simply did not care. Today, we cannot bring back those children who died. We can't bring them back. They may be in a better place with the good Lord. We can't bring them back, but you know what we can do? We can promise to do all we can to never allow another child to suffer the loss of their life, wanting life-saving medical treatment. Today, I want to dedicate these amendments to all the children, all those parents who unfortunately lost their lives waiting on the Children's Fund. And we must make a promise today to do all that we can, that never again must we allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of its business before it.
Members, the question before the House is that the House continues to sit beyond 8 o'clock until the conclusion of its business. All in favor? Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak here today. And to start, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker of the House. As well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate all my colleagues on this side for their flawless victory in general election 2025. And Mr. Speaker, this was done under the leadership and the inspiration of now two-time Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, Kamna Prasad Bisesa. So, Mr. Speaker, we now have the mandate, and citizens have demanded change, and we give the assurance that we will serve with dignity, we will serve with integrity, and we will serve with pride for all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I were not to thank the constituents of Caroni East for electing me for another 5 years as their representative. And I give them the commitment that their future and their children's future are in safe and caring hands. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the Minister of Health for his outstanding contribution in piloting this, the first bill of this new parliamentary term. And I'll also like to thank the stellar contribution by the Minister of Public Utilities and the Leader of Government for his contribution, as well as, of course, the Prime Minister for her always caring attitude to the children of our country. But I will not take up all my time today, but I just would like to address a few issues that were raised by those on the other side. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, one of his first objections to this legislation was that there would not be proper oversight. And today, Mr. Speaker, we saw the Minister of Finance having to file on the floor of this House the annual statement of 2025. So I'd like to ask the member for Port of Spain North, where are the annual returns for 2016 to today? As well as in the Joint Select Committee, 2015 to today, as well as many of the issues that he raised were addressed in the Joint Select Committee in 2023. I would also like to raise the idea that the term life limiting is a concept which the member stated, and I'd like him to know that is actually a medical term. The member also went on to say that we are conferring a superpower upon the Minister of Health. But if one were to read the amendments that we have put forward here today, it is qualified, and it's qualified by being of public interest as well as urgent need or in exceptional circumstances. So that cannot be as broad as the member was suggesting. And as well as, obviously, the minister will avail himself or herself to technical advice. And the member went on to say, what situation could this possibly be with regards to? And the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, as well as the Minister of Public Utilities, they actually raised many patients, highlighted many patients in which this pertained. And I would like to make mention of Tristan Ramlochan, a 14-year-old who in 2022 died because he was awaiting treatment abroad. Another issue I'd like to object to as well was the member for St. Anne's East. And she also stated that the PNM has always stood in the defense of children. But if you were to look at an article dated the 2nd of May 2025 in the Trinidad Guardian, the leader of the opposition now has said, people now feel that the PNM does not care. And if I were to quote what she said, I have found in the public domain, people are feeling that the party has not been sufficiently caring and that the party is not knowledgeable about issues. Having said that, while we were debating these amendments, the mother of one child that actually received funds for treatment, the mother being Rena Sue, saw the debate going on, and she reached out to one of the members on this floor and stated that her child benefited and is now 10 years old. And this 10-year-old child has written a letter to the Prime Minister. And in this letter, I'd like to put this on the Hansard, she has said, my name is Ashreen Sue. I'm 11 years old, and I live in Balmain Village, Cuba. I am writing this letter to express my sincere gratitude to you, and this is to the Prime Minister, for assistance from the Children Life Fund in the year 2014. In 2013, I was born at the Mount Hope Maternity Hospital with a life-threatening heart condition called tetralogy of Fallot, which included 4 major heart defects. that required emergency surgery. If I did not get this surgery before 1 year of my birth, I would not have been able to survive. At that time, my parents were not able to afford the medical expenses that were needed for my surgery. But thanks to the assistance of the Children Life Fund, I was able to travel abroad and get medical assistance and surgery, which will now allow me to live a normal and happy life. I do hope the Children's Life Fund remains up and running and is able to help a lot of children that are in my situation. I thank you again, Madam Prime Minister. Yours respectfully, Ashreen Sue. So these are the issues that we currently face and the public need for this legislation. As I said, I will not take my entire time because we have a lot of more business here to conduct tonight. But the reason of why we are here today is because of a judicial judgment, a high court judgment, in which a judicial review claim was made regarding the interpretation of the current law. And we here in the House of Representatives, as the highest court in this land, will amend this legislation in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I would just like to close and say that I support all the amendments that are proffered here today, and I'm in support of the Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Health in these amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call on the member, on the Minister and Member Faizabad, or Puchwest, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there remains very little to be said after the Prime Minister has spoken. I want to thank my colleagues, member for Couva South and the member for Karen East for their contributions. And just to address briefly, I'm happy that the speakers on the other side are in full support of the bill. The member for St. Anne's East indicated that we were forced to bring amendments that the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, forced us to bring amendments. This is certainly not true. We came to this House well prepared with those amendments, Mr. Speaker. I understand what it is to be in opposition. You have to say something, member, but I mean, that's okay. So, and I just wanted to clarify the point made by the member for St. Anne's is that there are alternative options to look at denied applications. And just to say that in this case, time is of the essence, as I'm sure you understand, member. And of course, children will die because of bureaucracy, literally. So I'll leave that to rest. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West seemed to be concerned, as did the member for St. Anne's East, about the powers being allocated to the minister. I think my colleague from Couva South addressed that adequately and appropriately. And just to say that, there is also the presumption in law that public functionaries will exercise their powers reasonably. And certainly I want to give the assurance to this House, to the members on the other side, and to the public that I do not intend to advise myself at all. And of course, there is technical advice when I'm called upon, or when the minister is called upon to make decisions. I think that goes without saying. I think that point was made before. There was the issue of fraud. Just to state that that matter is still before the High Court. No one has been convicted, so it's an ongoing matter. But just to clarify that since that time, cash is no longer handled at the authority. All transactions are facilitated by our bankers. There is tighter financial control. All payments are made directly to hospitals and the relevant service providers. And letters for authorization for payment requires 2 approved signatories. And the authority also has a financial investment manager. So I think that should put to rest the concern that there might be fraud. With regards to the allegation that hospitals may be chosen arbitrarily. That is certainly not the case. I am informed that there is a hospital approval policy that is used to approve the hospitals utilized by this Children's Life Fund Authority. It outlines all the criteria that must be met and steps to be undertaken. The authority also has a clinical subcommittee of the Board of Management that reviews all modalities. So in terms of that, I think there is no need for the public to be worried about that. In fact, one of the hospitals mentioned here, through all the hospitals that I use, is the Wolfson Children's Hospital, which I've had the opportunity to visit myself sometime. And that's a state-of-the-art institution I can share with this House in Jacksonville, especially for treating very high-risk cases and so on. And I believe that that is all that I have to answer here, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to close by saying that, the people of Trinidad and Tobago put us here because they trust us, and, to say that the member for Siparia and the Prime Minister has delivered what she promised on the campaign, and I beg to move.
Mr. might I ask, crave your indulgence to determine whether you intend to exercise your right under Standing Order 68-1?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm reminded by my able that perhaps you might wish to beg to move the bill.
I'm sorry, I did say I beg to move, but I'm very happy and proud to say I beg to move again, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The House shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
When you propose the questions, if they have amendments, they debate it. So this is just to open it. To close now and get it, you have to read it again.
Okay. I'm advised that I must reread. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
Maybe I was.
Member for the Spain South.
I'll wait until you put the question, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's not. It's before you put the question. Putting the question is all in favor. He's supposed to say clause 3. Now you go ahead and you say.
When he says clause 3.
He said clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3 as it is drafted, Mr. Chairman. If the purpose is to expand the definition and make life limiting the substitute for life threatening, it is my respectful view that life threatening doesn't necessarily have to mean life limiting, it just mean quality of life. And maybe they ought to consider not deleting or not omitting life threatening, but adding life limiting and life threatening, which covers a broader interpretation and gives the courts and gives the arbiter, whoever decides, a broader discretion as opposed to life limiting, because it's not every life threatening condition that may be life limiting.
That's the next clause. Done. New clause 2, big E.
They are now looking, and my understanding is they are looking to replace life threatening with life limiting. So you're taking out life threatening completely. So my suggestion is that not every life threatening illness relates to death. And if the purpose of the bill, as I understand the recital and the start of the bill, is to expand the categories, then maybe he ought to consider life-threatening and life-limiting, and not limited to life-limiting.
Your mic on, please. Did you just lift it? Yeah. I have another mic there.
So the exact words used in the clause require that you read life limited by reference to the illnesses listed in Schedule 3. And of course, there's a B. If you look at life at Schedule 3, what you'll see is that those are life limited. 28 diseases, but they are not necessarily life threatening.
point is, because if you look at clause 5, just going down, they're deleting, there's no longer any schedule 3 from the original bill. You have completely eliminated and deleted schedule 3 in clause 3 of the bill.
Schedule 3 is now going in. It's new.
Not in the amendment.
Not in the amendment that I received, Honorable Attorney General. The amendment as clause 4 as that I received says clause.
No, it's clause 3.
Clause 3, yeah.
It's in section.
So this is a new schedule. It's proposed that this schedule would form part of the bill. It's in red ink here.
But the amendment that has been provided for circulated to us does not include that, Honorable Attorney General.
I see.
All it has is facilitate the provision of specialist medical treatment to children suffering from life-limiting illness.
Okay, so the version that I have does have it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we did not get it.
I'm sorry, we'll consider it, and we will attempt to make the changes that you have so helpfully suggested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perhaps I'm told that your practice now is that you put these things in writing, but we are pressing on. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've just received it.
The Honorable Attorney General has indicated, if I may, that your discussion, your concern will be considered. If it needs to be changed, consideration will be given.
No, Honorable Member Sparrow, I'm not hearing you, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm saying the Honorable Attorney General has given undertaking. You will consider your concern.
With a smile.
If it's necessary, we change, we will change it. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm grateful.
Yeah, we'll consider it. Thank you.
Right. Next one.
We need to go. He did not talk about his amendment.
We are in 3, we are in 4.
Yes, you have to invite him and talk about it.
Members, can I invite the Honorable Attorney General to address the amendments proposed to clause 3 that were distributed today, and then perhaps we could go on to other. So it might, I suspect that discussion might clarify what you were advocating for, Member for Port of Spain South.
Okay. Where are we now?
Three.
Clause 4.
Clause 3, your new amendment.
Okay, so can I just read it out? Section 4, clause 3 provides, may I read? Clause 3 provides that, the side note, section 4 is amended. Section 4.2 of the Act is amended by repealing paragraph B and substituting the following paragraph. New B, facilitate the provision of specialist medical treatment to children suffering from life-limiting illnesses. In the original act, it comes under functions of the authority. It amends B, the first 4 lines and 1 word of B. It strikes and replaces those with facilitate the provision of specialist medical treatment to children suffering from life-limiting illnesses. So that's the policy of the Act, to extend coverage. You need not show life-threatening.
Is that because the raison d'etre of the amendment is to expand the categories of persons, it may be sagacious to consider just not leaving it to life limiting, because life threatening, not every life threatening condition could be life limiting. And therefore to include life threatening and life limiting. So you lose nothing and you gain something. You gain the expansiveness that the amendment proposes to create.
Minister, if you have a life-threatening disease, wouldn't we quote into life limited?
No, because not every life,
Well, this is the
not
advice-
every life
This is the
threatening.
advice that we're receiving. And this is what I said earlier. We will consider your suggestion and look at it. The advice we're getting from the technocrats is that by using life limited, that includes life threatening.
Just for in the interest of carrying us along, our advice is different. We can't resolve that right now. This formulation captures, in our view, the policy of the act. But we'll take a note
And we have the other place.
and come back to you.
I have put my position on it, but just in answer to the Honorable Prime Minister Member for Superior, life threatening has a sense of immediacy.
Okay, thank you.
Life limiting does not.
We hear you, we noted.
Thanks much.
Thank you.
Blessings.
We'll take advice as you, what is going north tells us we must do,
After put a question.
which he never did.
Right. The question is, members, is that clause 3 be amended as circulated? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 3, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3, as amended, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 now stands part of the bill. The question is that clause 4 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 now stand part of the bill. AG.
Same as you.
Yeah, limited and threatening.
Clause 3.
Right.
It's the same answer.
Ours is the same answer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on that point, because there's a new clause, may I just say, because I've done in this brief time that I had on clause 3, and before you go to this clause, there is a marked distinction between life-threatening and life-limiting. My research tells me that life-limiting conditions like cystic fibrosis and forms of muscular dystrophy, our lung disease, that is life-limiting. Life-threatening is like severe sepsis, heart attacks, traumatic injury. So there is a distinction. I reiterate my submission that if you are expanding, you ought not to limit it, because this is the opportunity here, but just add an and, so include it. That's the point I make on 5, with examples.
Thanks for the examples. Thanks for the point. We'll consider it. My answer is the same. And we'll come back to you.
Clause 5 be amended as circulated. Those Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 6 and 7.
Question is that clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. That's not AG. The question is that clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill.
New clause 2A, section 3 amended.
Which one is this? Question is that new clause 2A be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 2A, section 3 amended.
The question is that new clause 2A be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. Attorney General.
I'm sorry. You want me to explain to it? Okay. It introduces the definition of life-limiting illness. You've spoken to it before.
So life-limited illnesses.
Schedule 3.
Now means those listed in Schedule 3, and the required treatment is not available locally. There are 2 criteria for life-limiting illnesses.
Is that new clause 2A stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 2A now stands part of the bill.
New clause 4A, section 18 amended.
The question is that new clause 4A be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Could I ask the government to explain Roman 2 at the bottom there?
We haven't reached there yet.
I think we have to add it first, member, and then we will.
So now we read a second time.
Clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 4A, section 18 amended.
The question is that new clause 4A be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker.
You get after the AG. It doesn't stand part yet.
I'm not hearing you.
Procedurally, it appears that you are adding the clause without us having an opportunity to discuss the merits of the clause.
Well,
we need to discuss the merits first and then add it. And I would like to discuss the merits of the clause, please.
Sure, I'm prepared to discuss the merits.
Well, I would hope so.
Whenever.
So the last part, that is C Roman 2, could you please explain what the effect of that is? What's the plan? You bring in foreigners here to deal with these children? Is that the plan?
Yes, it is. If it is feasible to have the doctors come, if it is feasible and if it is cost effective, to have the doctors come instead of the children going.
Okay, and the minister would have the power to make that decision?
Who has the power? But it is the fund that is making the decision.
No, but when the minister is using his overriding powers, would he be able to make the decision to bring foreign medical specialists here to deal with a sick child? Because you're giving the minister an overriding power to make a grant in exceptional circumstances.
The power to do this is a power which is in the fund.
So that it is the fund itself that will make the decision to bring the foreign medical specialists here. And then the minister can decide whether to agree to that or not. Is that what's going on?
I'm not sure that that is part of it.
You sure you're not giving the minister the power to do that?
The minister's review is in respect of the grant power, the rejection
Yes,
of
agreed.
a grant.
But somebody will make an application, and in that application, they may ask for foreign medical specialists to come here to do the surgery, and it appears the minister may have the power to approve that application if the authority does not approve it, if the fund does not approve it. That's one clarification, that's all.
Again? He says he would not have that power under this act. The life unit of the fund is the one who is the only one that is going to be able to make the power to bring doctors in.
Okay, if that's what you see. All right.
The question is that the new clause 4A stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 4A now stands part of the bill.
New clause 5A, section 21 amended.
Attorney General.
Not yet. You have to read it a second time.
Question is that new clause 5A be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to discuss the merits of this proposed amendment.
The time for that will come up shortly.
No
Member.
problem. Just
after the Attorney General
take it in
explains his
front.
policy decision behind it.
So it was already read a second time, but I didn't read it yet.
New clause 5A, section 21 amended.
Right, now you go to.
The question is that new clause 5A, section 21 amended be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause will now be added to the bill. Attorney General.
So, in the law it says now, 4 says that a grant shall not exceed $1 million. The amendment carries that up to 1.5. So the minister has that power, has the power and the recommendation of the board to make that increase in exceptional circumstances.
I'm glad for that clarification, but it's the last part of the proposed amendment. The member for Siparia, every single time I brought legislation to this house, complained about negative resolution. This is no negative resolution, and it is amending the quantum, and there's absolutely no limit on the amendment the minister could make. May I ask, in these circumstances, that the government would consider the minister making a report to to the parliament on a quarterly basis or something like that.
I mean, so where you gave yourself these unbridled powers for negative resolution, they were for things that did not concern helping children. These exceptional circumstances, and given the time constraints, I think this
Mr.
power
Speaker,
should be
I
given.
did not hear a word the member for Sparia said because the members drowned her out. So perhaps I was also not able to make myself clear. We are talking here about funding, and you are allowing the minister to increase the grant ad infinitum. Could be $10 million, could be $20 million. And it will be just by negative resolution. And since the member for Superior objected to this type of legislation every single time, I'm wondering if the government would wish to consider the minister simply reporting to the parliament on these grants. Because there was also in the members' contribution earlier today, the point made that the Children's Life Fund had not reported for 10 years. And they did not have.
That is under your watch. You did not report for 10 years.
That may be so, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you are of the view that there should be transparency, I think this is a case for extreme transparency because you're allowing the minister to increase this thing to any amount. There's no limit whatsoever.
There is a check and balance. That is a negative resolution of the parliament, and we are quite comfortable with that.
So you're happy with that?
We
A
take
minister
your
could approve a grant
discussions.
of $20 million.
We are going with negative resolution of parliament, which is a check and balance on the unbridled.
So it was under our time. It was always so under our time.
Next clause.
I see you.
The question is that new clause 5A stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. New clause 5A now stands part of the bill.
New clause 6A, section 32, repealed and substituted.
The question is that new clause 6A be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be read a second time.
New clause 6A, section 32, repealed and substituted.
The question is that new clause 6A be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause will now be added to the bill. Attorney General.
This existed before, it exists now, so it will stay the same.
Okay, so 32.1 existed before, I am told. About to amend the schedules by negative resolution. So 32 sub 2 is new.
Changing just maybe 1 and 2 separate and the new schedule 3 will just be by
It allows the minister by notification to amend Schedule 3. 1 is subject to negative resolution.
1 and 2.
Sorry, 1 and 2. Subsection 1.
So, Speaker, I see the very thing the member for Superior complained about ad infinitum appears again here. And the minister could just add any life-limiting.
I can't hear you, Minister.
I'm sorry, I'll speak up. The same thing that the member for Superior complained about ad infinitum appears here again. This is even worse. This is not by negative resolution. This is by notification, not subject to any parliamentary oversight of any kind. The minister could just add any life-limiting illness that he dreams up to this. Is this the policy of your government, to lack transparency? This is not negative resolution. Not negative resolution.
There are matters in the schedule which are technical in nature, and the ministers have the power to make those changes. Thanks, anyway.
Attorney General, with due respect, adding an illness that in the mind of the minister is life-limiting is not technical.
Okay.
That's a decision the minister would make. It's not a technical decision. It's a decision. It could be a political decision to add something because a case has arisen that the minister wants to assist somebody who wouldn't normally qualify, just add it by notification. That is not transparency.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks for that, Minister. I wasn't aware that your expertise, vast as it is, extended to medicine. I know it does law, construction. and so
I was a minister of health, you forgot.
Thank you. Without being a doctor, it's a habit that you guys have. The point is that we really feel that we've come to an end here, and
it's okay. Do what you want. No problem.
All the time, and every time. And what happened? You never listened to me.
And you
So
complained
now-
about it. You're now doing what you complained about.
In this circumstance, dealing with children, these are for very different reasons, and we are sticking with this policy. We're sticking with it.
This is a fund. You're talking about money. Taxpayers' money. Bang the table all you want. Facts don't go away.
Okay, members, I think the Minister of Health and the Minister in the Ministry of Health, either jointly or severally, would like to make an intervention.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to allay the fears of the minister and perhaps to clarify for the member for the Martin Northeast, this provision, if it has to go to negative resolution, in keeping with the other powers of the minister, it allows an urgent situation to be assessed. But it comes by way of notification, so it means that there is still some element of transparency involved. So
I'm talking about parliamentary oversight. Where is the parliamentary oversight? There is none. It's just as I publish it somewhere and that's it. That's the end of it. Debate on it. There's no opportunity to negative it. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be published. That's true.
So, member, in some situations, a disease may appear in our population that may be extremely rare, 1 in a billion or something like that. And we have not made a provision to list all known life-limiting diseases in the world. And should that condition appear, and it's a very urgent case with public interest, it gives the minister the power to add that life-limiting condition and to move with urgency in that situation.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Mr. Speaker. May I just respond to that? The time it would take to prepare an order for negative resolution and publish it in the Gazette is exactly the same time it would take to prepare a notification. There's no time difference. So why isn't this by negative resolution? So at least the public can see, the Parliament can see.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Now, the member for Martin Northeast always says that he does a lot of research. But if he just reads the parent law at section 30, there's a 4-month period at the end of the financial year where the minister shall cause to have the audited financial statements of the Children's Life Fund, hold on, and an annual report of the operations of the authority, including contributions made to the Children's Life Fund, sums awarded, and the rate of success of medical treatment received by the beneficiaries of the Children's Life Fund to be laid in Parliament. So there is parliamentary oversight. So I don't understand what the member is complaining about. The notification is not. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Sure.
The notification is going to be published widely in the Gazette. People will see it. You will see it.
Oh, really?
annual reports have to be laid by law in the parliament. You have failed to do it. You have failed to do it, but there is oversight over this, so I can't understand your complaint.
Well, I will explain. With negative resolution, you have a time period to bring the matter to the parliament. You have 40 days. And if you don't, that's the end of it.
So the minister
In the
can...
case of the reports, the Prime Minister made the point that there were no reports for 10 years. And in your time, there were not reports either.
Additionally, Mr. Chair, what we're looking to do by this is you're looking to add potential illnesses that could be covered, etc., by notification. So you gotta wait on an annual report to see what was added. And there's no, so, and this notification doesn't say where the notification has to be. In law, there's no principle called by notification in publication of X, Y, Y. So this is giving the minister full power and authority to just add anything willy-nilly. And you're saying, well, but you're saying that will be caught by operations, not necessarily so either.
I think the point has been made. Ultimately, this is a question for policy. And so if we could move to the question. The question is that new clause 6A, as amended, stand part of the bill.
No, just new clause 6A stand part of the bill. It was
Yeah.
amended.
Stand part of the bill, sorry, no amendment. The question is that new clause 6A stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the House, to the Senate, to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, as amended, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I need to excise the as amended. Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life and Act, Chapter 2901.
I'll call on the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, it is with sincere gratitude to Almighty God, the Honorable Prime Minister, and the people of Faizabad that I come before this honorable house today for the first time as Minister of Finance to pilot this significant bill. And it is with immense pride that as the Member of Parliament for Faizabad on the eve of Labor Day, that I stand here as a representative of the UNC government, led by the distinguished member for Siparia, to bury the reviled Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of April 2025, the people of Trinidad and Tobago exercised their democratic right and made a decisive choice. They rejected the cronyism, nepotism, plutocracy, and the neglect that had plagued this nation for the last 9 years, 7 months, and 2 weeks, and instead placed their confidence in a new government, one grounded in fairness, meritocracy, and accountability. Today, Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament, we continue the fulfillment of our social contract with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, just a few seconds ago, we debated and passed the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025, a promise made by the Honorable Prime Minister, a promise kept by her government. And now, Mr. Speaker, we turn to another promise made by our Prime Minister, the repeal of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the TTRA, an institution which the previous government, the previous administration, sought to impose upon the country. Mr. Speaker, may I begin with why we oppose the TTRA? The PNM has consistently advocated for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority as the ultimate solution to the long-standing challenges faced by the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division. We oppose the TTRA at every turn because it was deeply flawed at its core. Our stance was not obstinacy for its own sake. It was a very principled position, an objection to a model that threatened the very foundations of good governance in tax administration. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, the TTRA model breached constitutional and human rights, facilitated executive overreach, and opened the door to political interference in tax collection. It undermined the separation of power by eroding the independence of the Public Service Commission, the PSC, and attempted to outsource a core sovereign function, tax administration, to a semi-autonomous entity subject to political control. Mr. Speaker, we on this side believe then, as we do now, that tax administration is and must remain a sovereign responsibility insulated from partisan whims. For 9.5 long, painful years, this country had had to endure the oppressive, bad-mind, evil, heartless, unpatriotic, anti-democratic, anti-people policies of the PNM, proudly promoted by every single one of them on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today as a proud Trinbagonian, proud that I am part of a government that in just 3 clauses will reject the 9 years of PNM hate, malice, and bad mind. Our country must never forget the glee on the member of Diego Martin Northeast, his face, when he raised taxes on the backs of our citizens over and over and over. Every action taken by that member was personal. Every action, from his attack against the former governor of the central bank to his more recent attack against the Auditor General of this country. But it was more than that, Mr. Speaker. In their desperate grab for power, they were willing to undermine the institutions established by our constitutional architects of our great nation to protect our democracy, our patrimony, our freedom. And the saddest part about all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that the member for Diego Martin Northeast has not yet been held to account. He has lost case after case, costing this country millions and millions and millions of dollars, and never had to pay a cent from his pocket. He has never felt the pain that he has imposed upon the country, upon poor citizens of this country who had to pay for his misdeeds, Mr. Speaker. And while all of that is despicable in its sense, the worst example of this disregard for the population, for our sacred institutions, was this attack on the Board of Inland Revenue, this attack on the BIR. They broke up and undermined the BIR just like Petroshin, just so that they could claim that it was dysfunctional and shut it down. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Inland Revenue is of utmost importance to the functioning of our nation's tax system. And as such, public confidence in that system must never be compromised by ministerial interference or sabotage, or the result, Mr. Speaker, would be a loss on public confidence in the establishment and the operations of the BIR. Mr. Speaker, we continue to lose money through transfer pricing, a matter the former Minister of Finance publicly committed to doing, but never did. That promise, like so many others, by those on the opposite side, never materialized. And beyond that, the failure or perhaps the outright refusal to broaden the tax base by facilitating creation of new businesses and encouraging the emergence of innovative revenue streams is nothing short of reckless. Only the Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, only that member can say why he sacrificed the revenue of this country for almost a decade by sabotaging the BIR. Only he can say who benefited. Only the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-6.
I can ask the Minister of Finance to simply rephrase that.
Thank you. I'm duly guided, Mr. Speaker. Only the member for Diego Martin Northeast can justify why his actions contributed to the demise of the Board of Inland Revenue and supported the loss of millions and millions of dollars of this country's revenue stream. Crucially, the PNM push for a new revenue authority ignored the most obvious and responsible solution to our revenue collection challenges. All that was required, Mr. Speaker, was for the government of the day, the PNM administration, to strengthen and properly resource the institution that already exists, the Board of Inland Revenue, rather than dismantle it to justify a new politically influenced structure. The previous regime chose to burn the house down rather than repair its foundations. We choose the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We choose to rebuild and reinforce the existing framework of the BIR on principles of transparency, professionalism, and service to the public. But it's not that, Mr. Speaker, it's not that the government of the day, the PNM administration at the time, didn't know what to do. There's something called a TADAT report, the Trinidad and Tobago Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool, the TADAT Performance Assessment Report. This is an internationally standardized IMF-supported assessment conducted by an independent team in September-October 2017 and provided a detailed snapshot of both the strengths and the weaknesses of the BIR. That's since 2017. The TADAT report identified deep-rooted deficiencies in the BIR's operation. That included, Mr. Speaker, that the integrity of the tax administration database was low, on-time filing and payment rates could not be established with certainty, limited use of electronic services for the filing and payment. And I'm quoting here from the TADAT report, Mr. Speaker. Delays in processing taxpayer accounting transactions resulting in inaccurate tax accounts, a deficient VAT refund process, a weak revenue accounting environment, critically, Mr. Speaker, a shortage of technical staff. Those are the problems identified by the TADAT report that the government had in its hands at that time. 2016, 2017. The report also identified a substantial number of strengths, Mr. Speaker, but that was not the interest of the government of the day. That government, that PNM administration, their response was to focus on the weakness. And Mr. Speaker, instead of fixing those identified weaknesses, instead of looking at them carefully, because these are not structurally inherent issues, Mr. Speaker, these are not structurally destructive. These are the exact kind of long-standing problems that any responsible government should identify, rectify through capacity building and reform. That's all that was required. The former government instead, led by the member for Diego Martin Northeast, chose instead to completely destroy the environment, to completely destroy and undermine the BIR, to completely sidestep those issues in favor of creating a brand new engine, deliberately depriving the Board of Inland Revenue of income, deliberately depriving the Board of Inland Revenue of the resources to justify their TTRA scheme. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, both the BIR and the Customs and Excise Division have been left languishing for years and years while the PNM chased their pipe dream. The evidence, Mr. Speaker, is stark. The TADAT report 2017 identified, I hear my colleagues opposite blaming the public service. We will come to that. We'll come to that. The IRDs, the Board of Inland Revenue's approved staff position for the year 2017, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to be 1,316 at 2017. Of that, almost half were vacant in 2017. What a caring, sensible government would have done would have increased the staffing. Instead, they used the fact that they were looking at another option to continue to undermine the staffing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Do you know why? Do you know why? I can't explain. Because their focus, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, their focus was not to fix the problem. Their focus was to see about another opportunity where they can have direct political interference in the operations of the issue. That was their focus. They were not interested in increasing revenue collection. They were not interested in fixing a long-established independent institution. Their focus was trying to see how they can get their hands in the cookie jar. The organization...
Mr. Speaker, 48-6.
I don't think any improper motive was imputed. And I think if you... Perhaps it's a loose comparison which the member was making. I'll put it as low, as high as that. But again, it is contextual. One would recall the judgment of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Hang on a second, I'm explaining. When the Judicial Committee gave their judgment, one of the matters that was of grave concern, which they did not have to express an opinion on, was whether or not the proposed entity was susceptible to any sort of influence. So I rather suspect that the unfortunate reference to cookie jar would really have meant that, and I would ask the member to clarify that. But it's not really imputing any improper motive on anyone, quite frankly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the truth offends. It seems that the truth offends. So let me clarify it for the member opposite, although I'm sure that he's very well aware of what I was saying. Their focus was not on fixing the problem. Their focus was on creating a space where there can be live political interference in the operations of the institution. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I will move on. It is the height, Mr. Speaker, of irony and hypocrisy to deliberately break down an institution and then claim they need a new one because the one they broke down has broken down. Mr. Speaker, the former administration tried to sell the TTRA as a panacea for revenue collection, insisting that a semi-autonomous revenue authority could magically boost tax yield. The facts are, Mr. Speaker, that is completely untrue. There's sufficient evidence, there's sufficient World Bank reports, etc., Mr. Speaker. There's a substantial amount of information that says otherwise. Name one? One. Mr. Speaker, the former junior minister seems to not have been paying attention because he was part of the government that put this in place. Same individual. But let me tell you, for his edification for a few seconds, the IMF, World Bank, the IMF and the World Bank have both established reports in which they have said the semi-autonomous revenue authorities, the SARAs for your benefit, since you would not be aware, do not work. They do not work better than what we have in Trinidad and Tobago. But you already knew that. You already knew that. The point has already been made, Mr. Speaker. The point has already been made that the government already knew what the problems were. They already knew because of the international experience here, the international reports that exist. They already knew that what they were proposing would not be better than what is there. The focus was never on improving. The focus was on getting an opportunity to create a space of political interference, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't bother to go into the detail of the various studies. I think the minister, the former minister, I think the member for San Fernando East should go home and do some research of his own. If you come here unprepared, that is not my fault. If he is not aware of his responsibilities when he signed on for this job, he should stay home. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, moving on. The noise, Mr. Speaker. Moving on. The former Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, has repeatedly told this country about a $10 billion tax gap. $10 billion, meaning that revenue that could have been collected under existing tax laws but isn't, was due to non-compliance, evasion, and administrative shortcomings. He has repeatedly talked about $10 billion. $10 billion. It's in a court patter as well. $10 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But while he's complaining about a tax gap, every action taken by that government is to widen that tax gap because they have deliberately undermined the agency responsible for pursuing tax evaders. That is the Board of Inland Revenue. They have deliberately done that. And over the last 9.5 years, while they have pursued the TTRA, they have short-staffed the BIR to the point, Mr. Speaker, where neither the BIR has the resources nor the TTRA to go after tax evaders. Again, Mr. Speaker, when a government, that is that government, deliberately took an opportunity to remove tax compliance networks, to remove the individuals, the institutions that were responsible for tax compliance, that benefits only tax evaders, Mr. Speaker. That only benefits one group of people. I've just answered the question, who would benefit when the government does what, when the PNM administration did what it has done to the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker. This PNM administration, their actions show a total lack of concern for future generations. Total lack. It is shocking, Mr. Speaker, that despite recognizing a significant tax gap and having expert tools like the TADAT report of 2017, the former government simply refused to take action. Mr. Speaker, I have a long, how long is this? A substantial number of pages of issues about what was wrong with the TTRA. But this has already been ventilated in the public domain, Mr. Speaker. This has already been ventilated in the public domain. So I want to treat with a couple of the other issues that may emerge. Mr. Speaker, even today, the Board of Inland Revenue is reeling, even today, from the actions taken over the last 9.5 years by that government. Even today. Mr. Speaker, you have to ask yourself, who wanted it? Because on two occasions, when the Minister of Finance then, when the PNM administration brought the TTRA to the public refused it. On two occasions, in 2010, and Mr. Speaker, now, refused it. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that when they brought the TTRA forward, when the PNM administration brought the TTRA forward, they cajoled public servants, they threatened them, they warned them, Mr. Speaker, that if you did not take this, you're out. That is what they did. They threatened the jobs of public servants, Mr. Speaker. And would you believe that despite these brutal threats to the incomes of persons in the public service, only 32.6% of the public servants employed at the BIR and Customs and Excise Division chose to move to the TTRA? Only 32%. Mr. Speaker, I want to use the opportunity today from this platform in this house tonight to salute those individuals, the Public Services Association, the members of the public service of this country who are here tonight represented, having spent the entire day to come to support this government for removing this horrible TTRA. I salute those public officers who decided that they would sacrifice themselves as opposed to bend to the political machinations of the PNM administrations of the day, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is 32% of the persons. That is despite desperate attempts. The then Minister of Finance, member for Diego Martin, notice on seven occasions came and had to extend the deadline time. Had to extend the deadline time for people to leave because people were not going to leave, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so the population didn't want it and the workers didn't want it. Who wanted it? Members of the PNM administration, they wanted the TTRA. Mr. Speaker, but let's deal with what the TTRA has done, what their actions have done to us, Mr. Speaker. The shift to the TTRA conducted by the member for Diego Martin Northeast and his colleagues actually resulted in a decrease in revenue collection as staff were depleted at the Board of Inland Revenue and at the Customs and Excise Division while they were waiting on TTRA. So on the one hand, you're cutting down BIR, but TTRA is not rising. That administration headed then, the actions headed then by Diego Martin Northeast, sabotage the country. Mr. Speaker. Billions of dollars that potentially could have been in the trough. Billions of dollars that could have been in the coffers. Billions of dollars that could have been used to spend to the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago were lost. Some people, Mr. Speaker, living large. Some people hiding in their homes, counting the money that they did not have to pay in taxes because they were able to get away scot-free because of the actions of this heartless PNM administration, because of the actions piloted and pivoted by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. But time longer than twine, Mr. Speaker. Time longer than twine. Jail coming for some people. Jail coming for some people, Mr. Speaker. Because this government, unlike that government, is not going to facilitate tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, the attempted transition to the TTRA under the PNM left great uncertainty concerning the future of contract staff, generally at both the Customs and Excise and the BIR, and particularly in the crucial area of information technology. While the rest of the world is moving forward with information technology, Mr. Speaker, their actions sabotage the improvement, the enhancement of the performance of the BIR because the technology that exists there has been sabotaged. Contract officers, Mr. Speaker, face non-renewal of fixed-term contracts, resulting in month-to-month arrangements due to the upcoming TTRA implementation. So where somebody was supposed to get a 5 months, a 6 months, a 1 year, a 2 year, a 3 year contract, Mr. Speaker, because they were holding on to TTRA, just like with Dragon Gas, because they were holding on to the pipe dream, they sabotage the operations of what they had in their hands, Mr. Speaker. Public servants became demoralized. They were being brutally beaten down. They were being disenfranchised by the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast. And he must never be forgiven for that, Mr. Speaker. He must always be held to account, Mr. Speaker. Some personnel left their jobs for security reasons. Some people left their job because they had to find some other form that was much more stable, a much more stable income to feed their families. That is what happened when you did what they did, Mr. Speaker, which is undermine the integrity of the Board of Inland Revenue. Mr. Speaker, this situation over time deteriorated to the point where the Petroleum and Large Taxpayers Business Unit, taxed with monitoring revenue from entities responsible for approximately 85% of total tax collections, is today operating at just 10% of its capacity. 85% of the revenues collected by tax, we now have 10% of the population. They're not collecting even close to what they should have, because this PNM administration, sitting on the opposite side, undermined the BIR. So, Mr. Speaker, we are losing money hand over fist. The country is losing money hand over fist, and it irritates me, Mr. Speaker, because as Minister of Finance, I am seeing what they have done with the economy. I have seen how they have crashed the economy. And I've also seen on the opposite side where there was revenue to be collected. What kind of heartless, cruel, shameless people would sabotage the country like this? And then they came right afterwards and implemented tax and tax and tax. They refused to collect what was easily collected and chose instead to tax and tax and tax more, Mr. Speaker. I repeat, only the member for Diego Martin Northeast can tell this country who benefited from that largesse that they facilitated. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it is by design or sheer incompetence, the PNM's efforts to establish the TTRA suffocated both the BIR and the Customs and Excise Division by depleting the human resource of these two institutions. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, despite the critical staff shortage, this very same member for Diego Martin Northeast in 2020 boasted and celebrated the BIR that he was sabotaging. That is the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Boasted that the BRF had done so well. They had collected $2.3 billion in tax, more than 5 times the original estimate that they were supposed to collect. He was celebrating the BIR then, although he was sabotaging them. There's something nefarious and evil about that kind of action. While you're patting people on their back,
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48-6, please.
Yes, yes. Member, can you rephrase that, please?
Thank you very much for your guidance. There's something extremely disturbing, psychotically disturbing. There's something very, very wrong, morally, spiritually, and every other way, where a man, a gentleman, an individual could be hugging you up and telling you you're doing very, very well while stabbing you in your back. Something is desperately wrong with that. I am sure you agree. I don't know, ma'am, if you are accustomed with that kind of conduct, but it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable.
Let's refrain from the unnecessary crosstalk. It's 9:13 in the night. Let's refrain from the unnecessary crosstalk.
Yeah, those are experts, Mr. Speaker. Those are experts at stabbing in the back. Those are experts at manipulation. Those are experts in all sorts of things. Mr. Speaker, the PNM's establishment, the amount of money they spent to establish the TTMA is also noteworthy. Nearly $12.8 million was spent from financial year 2016 to financial year 2025. Yet, to date, TTRA had no results to show. None. 2016 to 2025, they spent $12.8 million with nothing to show for it. No funds were allocated in 2016 and 17. The numbers are there, Mr. Speaker. But do you know, upon taking office, what we discovered? What this UNC administration discovered? We discovered that for the inactive TTRA, with just 34 employees, they were spending almost $1 million a month. $1 million, Mr. Speaker, for 34 employees. And this is after, from 2016, they have been pursuing TTRA from 2016. And after 2016, how much years is that? That's 9 years. 9 years, 7 months. They have been pursuing TTRA. Now we get to the point where they spend millions of dollars with nothing to show for it. I understand that there are still more bills, Mr. Speaker. There are still more bills. There's a $3.6 million bill still to be paid for services rendered to those on the opposite side. That still is outstanding for the TTRA. So we would have been paying upwards of $16 million with nothing to show for it. Taxpayers have been brutally taken advantage of. On the one hand, they're paying those persons on that side, on the other hand, they're taken away from the BIR, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we could do better than that. Anybody could do better than that. And we must do better than that, Mr. Speaker. The millions of dollars spent on establishing the TTRA should have been spent on the existing human resources and infrastructure. The millions spent on establishing the TTRA should have been spent on improving and increasing the resources, the human resource and the infrastructure at the BIR. Had that been done, Mr. Speaker, we would have been in a much better condition today financially. Had that been done. Mr. Speaker, alternatively, had that been done, we would have been generating that $10 billion tax gap that the member likes to speak about. We would have been treating with that. Our revenue streams would have increased by the billions. Our revenue streams would have increased by the billions. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we have lost $10 billion on average per year. Mr. Speaker, the money that they spent, so that is, if they had fixed the TTRA, the BIR, if they had fixed the BIR, we would have generated money. But the money that they actually spent, that should have been spent for national benefit. The country could have benefited from more scanners for the Customs and Excise Division to aid in the interception of illicit goods and the war against crime. That's what we should have spent that money on. They didn't. The country could have benefited from software upgrades to the Asicuda and the Gentax systems to make both customs and tax processes more efficient and secure. That is what they should have done. The country would have benefited from the hiring of more staff both at the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division to ensure proper service to the country. That is what that government should have done. That is what it falls to this government to do. They wasted 9.5 years, Mr. Speaker, and spent millions and millions of dollars to do it. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on about how this money could have been spent properly, you know. On and on. Opportunity cost, wasted opportunity. However, the greatest atrocity we must recognize is that whether there was a TTRA or not, the basic tenets of the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise, those basic assets, those basic institutions required immediate attention, but were instead left for 9.5 years to languish, despite the fact that scanners, Gentax, and Asicudo were intended to be fully utilized by the TTRA. So on the one hand, they're talking about they wanted IT, but the source of the IT was the BIR. On the one hand, they said they needed the employment, they needed tax experts, tax persons with experience and expertise in tax collection. And on the other hand, they were suffering them and throwing them away. Again, the gentlemen and gentlewomen of the Public Services Association, kudos to them. They remain, those who remain accessible, Mr. Speaker, will show where this country could have gone and should have gone had it not been for those on the opposite side. Mr. Speaker, the PNM in office prioritized recruiting an executive team for the TTRA at the expense of $1 million per month instead of making small, meaningful investments in the areas that really matter. They sacrificed the revenue of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I really hope that at some point in time, they could tell the country, maybe in his presentation, one of those on the opposite side could explain why. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's predictable. They're coming with another TADAT report. The one that they refuse to follow, that they burn down, that they're allowed to burn down, they're coming to a new TADAT report to say, well, this is what the TADAT report says. The first TADAT report that was done that pointed out the assessments and the faults and the flaws, Mr. Speaker, that never spoke about a TTRA. That report never mentioned a TTRA. That report told you these are the flaws, fix them. They refused to. Mr. Speaker, I have already established what the government has done, that former government, which is why they are on that side. Having already established why the country has again rejected them, Mr. Speaker, let me just spend 2 minutes on the bill. This bill, hold on, calm yourself. The bill, Mr. Speaker, I have spent the last few minutes justifying. You see, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, those on the other side, their ears, I don't know, they say in Trinidad, stick break in the ears. So they only hear what they want to hear. They chose to ignore the facts that I was pointing out, their flaws. They chose to deny that those flaws exist. They chose to ignore the fact that they cost this country over $10 billion per year. They chose to ignore the fact that they suffered public servants, that they threatened public servants. That's what they chose to ignore. But this government on this side, don't speak to me, ma'am. Mind your business. Pay attention. Listen, you might learn something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will go on. I will ignore the babbling and the noise from persons on the other side. Perhaps when next the opportunity presents itself, Mr. Speaker, a very good friend, a man who just crept through any, Maka.
3 minutes more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's 3 minutes. Mr. Speaker?
3 minutes more.
Full time?
Full time.
Full time. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 clauses of this bill. There are 3 clauses in this bill. And these 3 clauses, Mr. Speaker, are enough to get rid of 9.5 years of mischief there. The clauses are very simple, Mr. Speaker. The clauses are very simple. The clauses are very, very simple. So I will treat with only one of the three clauses. I know the members may be upset on the other side as to why I'm not treating with clause 1, but if they pay attention, they will know what clause 1 is. If they pay attention, they will know what clause 2 is too. And if they're not sure, there are explanatory notes that will explain to them, Mr. Speaker. But there's a clause 2, sorry. That is the proclamation clause. Proclamation clause is important to understand why it is there, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, the TTRA is in the process of being wound up. The TTRA is in the process of being wound up, and there's still a lot of things that have to be done, a lot of misuse that has to be saved, a lot of matters, including private citizens, private information that TTRA still holds, and that needs to be securely passed back on to where it belongs, which is the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago's public finances have reached a decisive crossroads. As a responsible government, we affirm that the era of living off easy energy windfalls is over. Mr. Speaker, the path forward is clear. The government, this government, Mr. Speaker, has taken a clear decision to properly equip and resource the Board of Inland Revenue to do the job it was essentially set up to do many, many decades ago, and a job that it has proven that it has been able to do. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues on the other side to repent for the decade of hell they have put this country through by supporting the repeal of the TTRA. Do the right thing for once. I challenge them, do the right thing for once, and to unite behind the effort to strengthen and reform the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker. Our nation's development depends on our ability to collect the revenues that our laws rightly demand. We owe it to the citizens of this country to ensure that our tax administration is fair, efficient, and above reproach. The days of negligence and politically driven experiments are over. I recommend this repeal bill to the House, and I urge all members to join us in acting in the best interest of our citizens and our republic's financial health. Together, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we could build a tax system that earns the trust of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sorry, procedure. Honorable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021, be now read a second time. Member for the Northeast.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker knows that he's not serious. He knows that he is simply an instrument to pander to the partners in their coalition, if I want to call it. You know, Mr. Speaker, when one looks at the performance of the UNC government in terms of revenue, because this is all about revenue, and if one goes to the review of the economy 2015, Appendix 21, Central Government Fiscal Operations, one will see that for every single year that the UNC was in power between 2010 and 2015, despite claims to the contrary, false claims, the UNC government ran a budget deficit. And this is why this former administration decided to deal with the matter in a proactive manner, rather than running away from the responsibilities of a responsible government. If one looks at the deficit in 2010, it was 2.8 $8 billion. In 2011, $2.3 billion. In 2012, $4.5 billion. In 2013, $6 billion. In 2014, $4.4 billion. And in 2015, $7 billion. Those are all budget deficits because during that period, what the UNC did, and this is why we are in the situation we are in now as a country, what the UNC did is that it grew expenditure, public expenditure, from 46 billion in 2010 to 62 billion in 2015. But the revenue did not keep up with the expenditure. So you had a situation where in 2010, total revenue was 44 billion, total expenditure 46.7 billion. But in 2015, total revenue was 54 and total expenditure 62. I am certain with what I am seeing from this administration that this pattern will repeat itself over the next 5 years and probably much worse because they don't have a clue. They have no understanding. And as far back as 2013, the IMF, and of course the statement made by the Honorable Minister was nonsense, that the IMF does not recommend a revenue authority, utter nonsense. That's why the Honorable Minister could not produce a single precedent to prove that untruth, but it doesn't exist. But in 2013 March, the IMF did a Trinidad and Tobago country report. This is when the UNC was in government, entitled Enhancing Revenue and Non-Energy Growth, an Agenda for Comprehensive Tax Reform. And the previous administration received that in 2013. And this, I am just going to deal with one aspect of it. I quote, the efficiency and administration of the value-added tax system is being strongly compromised. In 2012, 64% of all sales were either zero rated or exempt. 50% of imports was not subject to VAT, of which 73% was zero rated. Numerous tax preferences of the former administration have largely deteriorated the VAT tax base and seriously undermined VAT revenue productivity. There are also open avenues for tax evasion and leakage, reflected in the VAT-C efficiency ratio. For the last decade, it has fluctuated around 0.4, much lower than many other countries of similar developmental level, lower than many CARICOM countries and internationally. New Zealand has a VAT efficiency ratio, for example, of 0.87. So it was no secret to the former administration that there were serious problems with tax collection, serious inefficiency in the Inland Revenue Division, serious inefficiency in the Customs Division, but they failed to deal with it because all they were interested in is spending money. That's all they were interested in doing. They weren't interested in doing any work. And that is why in the minister's contribution, he has not come up with anything of any substance. He just spent all his time just hurling invectives across the floor, uttering words that are unparliamentary, such as evil, which he should have been made to withdraw and apologize for. That is all he did, just bluster, noise, carrying on, ranting and raving, but he wasn't dealing with any facts. And let me deal with some facts now. I heard the leader of government business in an earlier debate, and I heard the minister also making this untrue statement that the TTRA would allow the Minister of Finance to get inside people's tax records and their personal and private information, that is a complete untruth. And I will read from the decision of the Privy Council in the Teresa Dore matter, which I'm sure you, Mr. Speaker, although you shouldn't be entering the debate, I'm sure you're familiar with it. Teresa Dore versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, which is JCPC 2024-0051. And there's a particular part of that judgment that says at 76:10, the adequacy and effectiveness of the safeguards from political interference and improper pressure. And with your leave, I'll read the whole thing, this whole paragraph into the record. This is what the law lords had to say, unanimously. There was no dissent. There is nothing to suggest that the authority is a device or a sham. There are safeguards that prevent either the board or the minister from playing any part in the day-to-day operations of the authority. The board, although appointed by the minister, is comprised of professional people with relevant experience and skills. Its chair and vice chair are appointed for 5-year terms. It is charged with the responsibility for setting and oversight of management policies for the authority. But it has no responsibility for any of the authority's revenue functions. Further, there is an express prohibition on the board giving directions to the Director General or any employee of the authority with respect to these revenue functions. The board is also prohibited from accessing any information about individuals or entities obtained by the authority in the exercise of its functions, or documents concerning legal actions by or against the authority to enforce revenue laws or in relation to the functions of the Director General. Moreover, the minister may only give general policy directions to the board in relation to the board's own functions, and is given no statutory authority to give directions to the authority. That's the truth. So this nonsense about how the minister, this minister, created a law that would allow him to dig into people's personal tax information was a colossal and is a colossal untruth. Colossal untruth. Yes. And the other problem that I have is that when we look at the history of the UNC, in 1999, the UNC passed legislation called the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation Act. Prior to that, there was a postal division within the government. It was a part of the public service. And in passing the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation Act, the government abolished the postal division, and it gave the public servants these options. This is in section 36 of the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation Act. This act applies to an officer who on the date of assent of this act holds a permanent appointment to or holds a permanent appointment to and has served at least 2 continuous years in a public office specified in the 3rd schedule. A person to whom this section applies may, within 3 months of the date of assent of this act, exercise one of the following options. A, voluntarily retire from the public service on terms and conditions agreed between him or his appropriate recognized association and the chief personnel officer. B, transfer to Trinidad and Tobago Post, this is the new authority, with the approval of the Public Service Commission on terms and conditions no less favorable than those enjoyed by him in the public service. And C, remain in the public service provided that an office commensurate with the office held by him in the public service prior to the date of assent of this act is available. That's a 1999 act brought to this parliament by the UNC, passed by the UNC, and defended in court by the UNC. And that particular section I just read resulted in a famous decision called the Martha Perch decision, where the Privy Council upheld the right of a government, in this case it was the UNC government, to abolish a public service division, create a statutory authority, and give public servants these three options. But that was not the end of it. The UNC wasn't finished there. In the year 2000, they passed an act called the Civil Aviation Authority Act. And let me go now to section 26 of the Civil Aviation Authority Act. A person who on commencement of this section is a public officer appointed to an office listed in the third schedule, either by permanent or temporary appointment, in which he has served for at least 2 continuous years, shall within 3 months of the date of commencement of this section exercise one of the following options. A, to voluntarily retire from the public service on terms and conditions as agreed between him and his appropriate recognized association and the chief personnel officer. B, to transfer to the authority with the approval of the Public Service Commission on terms and conditions no less favorable than those enjoyed by him in the public service, or C, remain in the public service. So the UNC passed the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation Act. The UNC passed the Civil Aviation Authority Act. The UNC abolished the Postal Services Division. The UNC abolished the Civil Aviation Division and created these 2 statutory authorities. And those public servants who did not exercise this option, they abolished the positions. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act has these identical provisions in it. Same clauses, exactly the same clauses. Same thing. Same thing. It is political hypocrisy at the highest for the UNC to do this in 1999, to do this in 2000, and to come back and say we are undermining and threatening workers. That's why the minister really had nothing to say. That's why he resorted to all of that nonsense. Let me deal with another falsehood uttered by the minister, another political untruth. The minister alleged, and I heard the prime minister say that, and I want to send a warning to the prime minister. Stop listening to the minister of finance. He's going to lead you astray. I heard the prime minister say this, the honorable prime minister. I heard the honorable prime minister say this, that only 32% of the public servants in customs and inland revenue opted to exercise the options in the Revenue Authority Act. And I heard the minister come with that same foolishness today. Let me give you the facts, Mr. Speaker. There are 1,268 officers between the Inland Revenue Division and the Customs and Excise Division. 684 in the Inland Revenue Division and 584 in the Customs and Excise Division. Of those, as of January 2025, when faced with the options I just read out, that we copied almost exactly from the UNC model of 1999 and the UNC model of 2000, as approved by the Privy Council as being perfectly reasonable in a society that has respect for the rights and freedoms of citizens, Section 13 of the Constitution, 40 of the 1,268 opted to take voluntary retirement. 443 opted to transfer to the authority proper. 191 opted to transfer to the enforcement division of the Revenue Authority. 284 chose to remain in the public service, of course, if there was a position available to them, and 310 did not respond. When I went to school, Mr. Speaker, 310 out of 1,268 was 25%. It still is. So 75% of the combined staff of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise chose to exercise one of the options in the TTRA Act. 75% could never be 32%. Cannot be. And if the members opposite want to play with semantics, 443 persons chose to go into the mainstream revenue authority, and 191 persons chose to go into the enforcement division of the revenue authority, a total of 634, which is 50% of the total officers now. You have the others who said they will stay in the public service, some will retire and so on. So how on earth 32% could be equal to 50% or 75%? That is why I'm telling the Prime Minister, stop listening to the Minister of Finance. Will lead you astray. Will lead you astray.
Embarrassing.
Now, let us deal with the TADAT report, because the member for, what is he now, Faizabad? I think he had to leave wherever he was and go to Faizabad. And I heard the Prime Minister say that, you know. There was a problem with representation. The constituents, where he was before. I can't even remember where he was before. They didn't want him. He went Faizabad.
Members, order. Please. Let's just get on with it, shall we?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came here to work. I didn't come to play. I didn't come to just throw words, meaningless words, and spew venom and scream at members opposite. Let me deal now with, let me give some more facts. The 2017 TADAT performance assessment, following the 2013, let me repeat, there was a 2013. Mr. Speaker, I'm being disturbed by members of both sides.
Well, I don't think you're calling on me to make a ruling. Perhaps you're calling on yourself to exercise a bit of moral suasion to your right.
It's left and right, Mr. Speaker. Both sides. So remember, the UNC had got a report from the IMF since 2013, which exposed the weaknesses in terms of tax evasion and leakage. Let's go to the 2017 TADAT performance assessment, which is just 18 months actually after we came in. And what do we see with the Inland Revenue Division, that according to the Honorable Minister, you could fix it with the wave of your magic wand. Just to whoosh, and all of a sudden, the Public Service Commission, an independent institution, all of a sudden, the Public Service Commission that could not fill the vacancies in the Customs and Inland Revenue Division while the UNC was in power, both from 95 to 2001 and from 2010 to 2015, the Public Service Commission couldn't fill the vacancies. But all of a sudden, with a new minister, he will wave his magic wand, and all of a sudden, the Public Service Commission will just fill all the vacancies one time. You're living in La La Land. But let me go now to what TADAT had to say. And this is the tax, it's a performance assessment. First indicator, accurate and reliable taxpayer information. The accuracy and reliability of the taxpayer registration database is low due to unsystematic application of registration, update, and maintenance procedures. Score D. There are 4 levels, A, B, C, D. D, of course, is the worst. So they got a D for that. Knowledge of the potential taxpayer base. Actions and initiatives to identify and recruit unregistered taxpayers are limited and irregular. They get a C for that. That's the 3rd worst. The identification, assessment, ranking, and quantification of compliance risks. The Inland Revenue Division, This is after they were in government for 5 years and they did so much and they were able to fill every position magically. The Inland Revenue Division does not use intelligence gathering and research initiatives to build knowledge on compliance levels. They get a C. Next indicator, mitigation of risks through a compliance improvement plan. Inland Revenue does not have a comprehensive compliance improvement plan. They get a D for that, lowest score. Monitoring and evaluation of compliance risk mitigation. No formal mechanism is in place to monitor and evaluate compliance risk mitigation activities. They get a D for that. Next one, identification, assessment, and mitigation of institutional risks. What do I have to say about that? No formal mechanism is in place to monitor and evaluate compliance risks. D. The process of identification, assessment, and mitigation of institutional risks is still being developed. D. Lowest score. Scope, currency, and accessibility of information. A wide range of information on the obligations is available to taxpayers at no cost, but it is not always current. There is no information on taxpayer entitlements. D, lowest score. Scope of initiatives to reduce taxpayer compliance costs. There are no specific simplified record keeping and reporting arrangements for small taxpayers. No pre-filled tax declarations are available. Score D. Obtaining taxpayer feedback. Taxpayer feedback on products and services is obtained on an ad hoc basis. Score C. On-time filing rate. Overall, the data provided to rate this indicator are inconsistent and unreliable. D. Use of electronic filing. Returns are predominantly filed manually. D. Use of electronic payment methods. Payment of core taxes are made predominantly in cash and checks. C. Timeliness of payments. Almost all VAT payments are reported to be made on time. However, this relatively strong performance may not be a true reflection of the obtaining reality owing to unreliable data on payments due, and this is also supported by an unreliable taxpayer registration database, and we all know about VAT. You go in a shop, they say you want a bill. If you say no, that is it. It's not reported anywhere. D. Stock and flow of tax arrears. Although the level of tax arrears appears to be high, the assessment team has determined that the data is unreliable. D. Scope of verification actions taken to detect and deter inaccurate reporting. D. Extent of proactive initiatives to encourage accurate reporting. There is no system of public and private binding rulings. D. Monitoring the extent of inaccurate reporting. The extent of inaccurate reporting is not monitored. D. Time taken to resolve disputes. Disputes are not resolved in a timely manner. D. And need I go on, Mr. Speaker? All I've seen is C and D and D. The Inland Revenue Department, unfortunately, failed. It failed in virtually every area. Okay, so we got all of this, and we continue to try. We speak to the Public Service Commission. We talk to the Inland Revenue Division. Quite the opposite of what the minister is alleging, quite the opposite. We gave them all the support they required, but unfortunately, these problems are profound and structural. In 2019, Carter came back again, did an update on the Tarat report. There had been no progress from 2017. And so it went along. So it went along, Mr. Speaker. So I know that what the minister is doing, you have persons in your coalition, you made promises to them, you have to pander to them. Well, that's part of a coalition. But good luck, because the only possibility of improving revenue collection in this country was with a semi-autonomous revenue authority. Various administrations have tried to deal with the chronic inefficiencies in customs and inland revenue for the last 50 years. There is nothing that tells the population that this particular minister, this particular administration would have the political will or have the capacity to deal with the problems in inland revenue and customs using the existing system. There is nothing that tells us that. It was demonstrated between 2010 and 2015. They achieved nothing. It was demonstrated between 1999 and 2001. They achieved nothing. So there's nothing that tells us that they will achieve anything now, Mr. Speaker. But they're carrying on. Let's look at the whole question of the IMS report on the value-added tax system. There was a value-added tax report delivered to the Ministry of Finance, again in the 2017 period. And what that report did was to identify that within the value-added tax collection system, there was an estimated tax gap of somewhere in the vicinity of $5 billion per year. Of that $5 billion, $2.5 billion was policy. So these are exemptions, basic foods and so on. And the other $2.5 billion was tax evasion. And you know, the minister talks about, what is it, favored friends and nonsense. Nonsense. We know fully well the people that are evading tax in this country. Everybody knows. Everybody knows who's evading tax in this country. So you go ahead. Good luck, Mr. Speaker. Good luck to the government. You want to go ahead and repeal this? No problem. Go ahead. You will fail in your efforts to raise revenue to run this country. You will fail. You will fail. And you have a very difficult period facing you. Very, very difficult period facing you. Because of the fact. Ordinary time?
Of ordinary time.
Yes. May I have the additional time, please?
You may.
Thank you very much. The Minister of Finance must know by now the financial challenges that he faces. Must know by now. He must know that since the UNC bloated expenditure in this country from 46 billion to 62 billion per year, the country has become accustomed to an expenditure by the government of $60 billion. But you will never collect $60 billion, especially with your decision to scrap the only possible avenue that you had to increase tax efficiency and tax collection. You will find yourself posting huge budget deficits from now for the whole of your 5 years. And one wonders what's going to happen then. When they post a 10 billion deficit this year and a 15 billion next year and a 20 billion, because you've made some promises. You made some promises. And if one adds up what the promises are, when one adds up what the promises are, you're talking 10, 15, 20 billion dollars additional expenditure. So you want to spend $70 billion a year and collect $50 billion and run a $20 billion deficit. You go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead. And there's another aspect to the Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker, that is being hidden by the Honorable Minister. The fact is that one of the main complaints of public servants is they are not paid well. They are not paid in accordance with their qualifications, their training, and the work that they do, because they are subject to the general system of collective bargaining in Trinidad and Tobago. They're subject to budgetary constraints. So that's one complaint coming from public servants, that they are not paid well. And the other complaint coming from public servants, and you see it reflected in the number of court matters that find themselves into the courts, challenging decisions of permanent secretaries, challenging decisions of other senior
officials within the public service, challenging decisions of the Public Service Commission itself in terms of promotions and appointments. Because the system just doesn't work. The system that the British gave us with these service commissions, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's why you have 50% vacancies across the board in most ministries. That's why public servants are not paid properly. And one of the advantages of the TTRA, which public servants are now abandoning, is the fact that they not only would they get improved salaries, they could then avail themselves of incentive payments. Because if you could collect an additional $5 billion a year, an additional $10 billion a year, and if your payments, your emoluments are subject to performance indicators, and you could get additional bonuses because of enhanced revenue collection, you'll be in a much better place. That's the other advantage of the Revenue Authority. Public servants will be paid much more, and they could avail themselves of huge bonus payments when the revenue went up. But it's all right. You go ahead, go right ahead. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that the government has chosen to do this. They didn't say they were going to do this. You know, when you look in their manifesto, the manifesto that they published, all they said was that they were going to make the Public Services Association the bargaining agent for the TTRA. That's all you see in the labor manifesto. That's what it says. Not an unreasonable position. Not an unreasonable position that you make the PSA the bargaining agent for the new Revenue Authority. That's what they put in the manifesto. But they come into government now and pressure take them, and they have to deal with the promises that they made, and we end up in this mess. It's a sad day for Trinidad and Tobago. They will not be able to generate the revenue that we need to run this country. They will not be able to generate the revenue that they need to fulfill all those promises they made to various people. They just can't do it. It will be just another 5 years of doom and gloom and disaster under the UNC, and the PNM will have to come back and rescue the country again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Labray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my contribution to this substantive bill here tonight, and I know the night is still young, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your appointment as Speaker of this House, and to extend those congratulations to member for Princestown on being the Deputy Speaker as well. And allow me as well, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Honourable Member for Superior on once again creating history and blazing her trail in her own indelible way on once again becoming the only female elected Prime Minister for a second time in history. And of course, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say thank you to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for rejecting what we just heard and for overwhelmingly supporting this government and bringing us into power. It will indeed be remiss of me if I do not say a special and a heartfelt thank you to the people of Labray and Point Fortin for ensuring that for the first time in a long time, they actually have representation in Labray and in Point Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I believe that by the time I take my seat, I would have already contributed more than the former member of Labre did in the last 5 years. Let me also say thank you to the member for Faizabad and the Minister of Finance for piloting this bill, Mr. Speaker, and for his powerful and eloquent delivery as he piloted this bill, and for giving me this opportunity to make this contribution here tonight. Mr. Speaker, for me, this contribution is more than just an opportunity to lend my voice to a debate. You see, Mr. Speaker, for me, it goes deeper than that. It is no secret that I was once a trade union leader of a great union in this country. And as a leader of that great union, I would have joined my comrades of the Public Service Association in rejecting and protesting against this TTRA Act. And while we would have protested, Mr. Speaker, we sang a song. And that song was when those who labor hold the reins of power. I would like to be in that number. And Mr. Speaker, today I am in that number. And Mr. Speaker, unless the population is fooled and believes otherwise, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West is no comrade of mine. He called me comrade earlier on. Earlier on, he called me comrade. But you see, Mr. Speaker, a comrade does not do what they did to the labor movement for the last 10 years. That can never be a comrade, Mr. Speaker. So he's no comrade of mine. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, some may even say that what would have transpired with the labor movement, and especially with me, that my entry into the politics and into this house is poetic justice.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
But if you want to speak to the lawyers in the house, there's a saying that justice must not only be done, it must seem to be done. And today the public could see justice is done. Mr. Speaker, lending my voice here tonight to this debate signals to this country that there are two very important elements that this government holds dear and takes seriously. Earlier on, we debated the Children Life On Act, which signaled clearly that children means the world to us in government. And now we are debating the repeal of the Tobago Revenue Authority Act, which signals clearly that this government cares about labor more than any other government in this country. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker, when workers and trade unions in this country will be treated with disdain, with contempt, with disrespect by an evil, wicked, arrogant, vindictive PNM administration. Gone are those days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my comrades from the PSA who have stuck it out and is still here with us in the public gallery. And they have fought long and hard. And again, in the labor movement, we sing, help will come when help is needed. Comrades, help is here. Mr. Speaker, this TTRA, as posited by the previous administration, was yet another attempt in the agenda to destabilize the trade union movement and to get rid of workers and decent paying jobs in this country. It was a way of attacking the PSA and to undermine the right to free and fair collective bargaining of workers employed at the BIR and at Customs and Excise.
Yes, sir.
Once you remove workers, Mr. Speaker, from a position of collective bargaining, and you transfer them to contracted positions with no security of tenure, then in effect what you'll be doing, Mr. Speaker, was moving workers from collective bargaining to collective begging.
Yes. Yeah.
That is what they were intended to do. With the previous administration's decision to form the TTRA, what would have transpired with the creation of this authority would have been nothing more than a party group, since the political directorate would have staffed and stuffed the TTRA with party loyalists, other sympathetic party hacks of the previous administration, and I dare say even the previous Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this TTRA Act that we seek to repeal here tonight was always going to be inimical to the best interests of the members of the PSA, of the workers of the Revenue Authority, the BIR, sorry, and Customs and Excise. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, that the board that they proposed for the TTRA was a 9-member board, and all 9 appointed by the Minister of Finance. And that Minister of Finance will stipulate the terms and conditions of the appointment. And since the Minister of Finance will be appointing the board, it is possible and or likely that the appointment of board members will be politically aligned to the ruling government. And of course, I mean, you expect anybody else to put somebody who they don't trust. That's what they had proposed, Mr. Speaker. But thank God for April 28th that we have seen the light and we have gotten relief from that. And you know what would have then happened was that the board may employ any person on terms and conditions as it deems fit, opening up the entire TTRA now to political cronyism and influence, which is a regular complaint in the public domain. So imagine right now, they complain about it, and there is a union, and there is a service commission. If you abandon the process that gets workers through the service commission, Mr. Speaker, you can just imagine what can happen. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking about a pie in the sky hypothetical situation, you know. No, I'm not speaking about that. I mean, there's enough evidence to tell us what would have happened. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to bring to your attention, and this House attention, a newspaper article dated the 5th of October 2022. Headline: Judge upholds ex-BIR commissioner's lawsuit against Imbut. The article goes on to state, Mr. Speaker, a former assistant commissioner of the BIR has emerged victorious in her legal battle against Finance Minister Con Imbe over being treated unfairly in her bid to be appointed chairman of the organization. Mr. Speaker, this is not TTRA, no. This is BIR. I'm not yet talking about TTRA, I'm talking about what happened in BIR, Mr. Speaker. So if this is what we're going to BIR, let me finish the article, Mr. Speaker. Delivering judgment on Tuesday, High Court Judge Margaret Mohammed upheld Rohini Ramkissoon's judicial review lawsuit against Imbut. Mohammed ruled that Imbut's decision not to recommend Ramkissoon, who held the post as acting commissioner for the position, was unlawful and quashed it. According to the evidence in the case, the legal dispute began shortly before former BIR chairman Ravi Taklal Singh proceeded on pre-retirement leave in January 2021. The finance minister's permanent secretary wrote a memo to the director of personal admin seeking approval for a then acting assistant commissioner to be appointed to the post. Aggrieved by the decision, as her colleague had less experience than her and her fellow 3 commissioners, Ramkissoon's lawyers wrote to President Paula May Weeks questioning the proposed appointment. After the president's office indicated she had not made the appointment, the permanent secretary indicated that the memorandum would be rescinded. In February last year, Ramkissoon was called to a meeting with the permanent secretary and Imbut, in which she was told that it, the meeting that is, was an interview for the position. During the meeting, Imbut allegedly questioned her about an investigation being conducted by the division's Criminal Tax Investigation Unit into value-added tax refunds to 2 taxpayers.
What?
Ramkissoon admitted she was aware of the investigation, but denied any wrongdoing, as she indicated that no allegations were levied against her. The following month, Ramkissoon was informed she could not be recommended for the post based on investigation.
What?
In deciding the case, and Mr. Speaker, this is the part I want us to pay special attention to. In deciding the case, the judge ruled that Imbut did not act fairly, as he only asked Ramkissoon if she was aware of the investigation. She was not told that she was a person of interest or informed of the specific allegations against her, which caused the defendant to be concerned, Mohammed said. She was not allowed to address the defendant's concern for denying her the position and therefore not treated fairly and denied natural justice. You know, Mr. Speaker, I wish I had finished the article. Mohammed also ruled that Imbut acted irrationally in handling of the interview. In my opinion, there was no evidence that the defendant considered that the persons who were involved in the approval of the payment of the tax refunds were persons other than the claimant, and that the CTIU was still conducting inquiries where it did not name the claimant as a person of interest, she said. Mohammed rejected claims from Imbut's legal team that Ram Kisun's case was academic, as she could not be
Point
reconsidered
of order, Mr. Speaker.
for the position because
Point of
she
order.
reiterated.
Standing order 49. The member obviously does not know, is new. That matter is under appeal. It is therefore sub judice. It is sub judice, Mr. Speaker. It's under appeal. And I stand by what I say. It's under appeal.
Mr. Speaker,
The sub judice rule has always, throughout this swath of law on sub judice, it is not a hard and fast rule. Even these standing orders recognize that. Even the common law on pretrial publicity recognizes that sub judice is not really a hard and fast rule. So if we go through the standing order, member, it says subject always to the discretion of the speaker, to the right of the House to legislate on it. We could skip over that. Any matter relates to active proceedings until the matter is ended by judgment or discontinuous. So there is a judgment. You would be entitled to come thereafter and to seek the leave to clarify it if there's an appeal. You may do so with my leave. Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to advise the member for Diego Martin Northeast to not obfuscate my novelty in this parliament for my ability to properly deliver licking on it.
This is a trade unionist.
Mr. Speaker, I will earn the side of caution. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue reading.
Has been some contribution from the floor that the appeal was dismissed. Have you been able to confirm whether the appeal is alive and active?
As far as I'm aware, it's alive.
Sorry?
Mr. Speaker, is it the appeal the Ministry of Finance and Ronnie Ramkisoon? Right, it was dismissed on the 24th of February 2025.
Yes. No, hold on. Hang on. For future consideration, I will ask members when invoking the sub judice rule to pay particular attention to 49(1)(c). The member does not in his comments create a real and substantial danger to prejudice to the fair determination of a matter. So it's a compendium of considerations. So I'll ask members to pay particular attention and not simply invoke the rule for invoking the rule's sake. It is not a hard and fast rule, first of all, and secondly, the factors which are outlined in the standing order is a compendium of factors. So, member, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in as much as I was in full flight and shut down, can I just request that I get back my injury time, please? At the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at the paragraph that said, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, there was no evidence that the defendant considered that the persons who were involved in the approval of the payment of tax refunds were persons other than the claimant, and that the CTIU was still conducting inquiries where it did not name the claimant as a person of interest, she said. Mohammed rejected claims from Imber's legal team that Ramkisoon's case was academic, as she could not be reconsidered for the position because she retired with the case still ongoing, saying the ministry used the wrong appointment procedure initially. The judge suggested that the judgment would assist Imbert when he has to make similar appointment recommendations in the future and will serve as a deterrent to avoid another misstep. In the absence of any legislative procedure to guide the defendant, it is important that he understands that he has a duty to exercise his discretion lawfully, comply with the principles of natural justice, and to act reasonably and rationally when making his decision. Those are not my words, those are the words of the judge in the case speaking about the former Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, so when there's a complaint that based on the structure and the wording and the shape and form of the act, that the minister has too much power, you could just imagine if the UNC did not win, what would have happened to all of those workers in BIR and customs? Mr. Speaker, within the BIR and the Customs and Excise Division, there are certain specified jobs that does not exist anywhere else in the public service. So for the other side to say that they had options to stay, to move, to go somewhere else, really and truly, Mr. Speaker, they really have no options, you know. It's take it or leave it or do or die, you know.
Disingenuous. Disingenuous.
They are very limited of few equivalent jobs in the wider public service for particular categories. I can name a few, Mr. Speaker. Revenue plan officers, revenue training officers, revenue officers, valuation and rating officers, tax officers, and I could go on. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, these specialized workers, they would have pursued additional training and studies in order to attain their jobs. And these skill sets will not be easily transferable into other areas and other departments. So then what do you do with them? Well, I know what they were going to do to them because I know what they did to me.
Yes.
What they were going to do to those workers, Mr. Speaker, is nothing different to what they did to the workers in Petrotrin and TSCT. Yes. Send them home. Mr. Speaker, when they move workers from a permanent job to a contract job, what that does to the worker is that that worker is unable to access loans, whether it's loans to buy a house or to buy a car. They're unable to live comfortably from month to month because they're wondering, after the end of this contract, what's going to happen to me? Will it be renewed? Will I be sent home as they did with others? And therefore, because workers have no security of tenure, it is difficult for any worker on contract to have a decent standard of living. But maybe that was the plan. I hope not. And of course, the Prime Minister would have told us earlier on, about the prevalence of contract work in the public service. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent on short-term contract and people on short-term contract. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And I want to address something Diego Martin Ortiz, member for Diego Martin Ortiz, said in his contribution. He made reference to the Civil Aviation Authority Act, the Postal Corporation Act, and said the same thing they do there, we do it over here. But it was not the same thing, Mr. Speaker. It was not the same thing. What's different? I'll tell you what's different. What's different is that within the civil aviation and even the Postal Corporation, and even some of the RHAs, Mr. Speaker, the unions that represented the workers before the authority was created was transferred into the new authority. That is what is different. So there was no need for the PSA to go back and ask again for recognition for civil aviation. Yes. There was no need for NUGFW to go back and ask for recognition within the RHA. It just transferred. With that side, Mr. Speaker, what was going to happen is that
Extra 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, could I get my injury time plus the additional time, please?
You can get your 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. With the Revenue Authority that they were going to create, Mr. Speaker, the PSA was going to be left outside in the lurch, in the rain, in the dark, and the workers would have been inside there on their own, by themselves, and at the whims and fancies of the political directorate. That's what was going to happen. Special investigator.
Officer skin.
And of course, the member for Diego Martin Northeast made a statement that they'll be transferred on terms no less favorable than what they enjoyed in the public service. But Mr. Speaker, that cannot be upheld, since the officer upon transferring to the TTRA will no longer be beneficiary of a collective bargaining agency and will no longer be afforded the protection of a union. So it can't be the same terms and conditions. Because what happened with the revenue, with the Civil Aviation Authority and with the Postal Corporation Act was that the union came across and terms and conditions continued. That is not the same thing that they proposed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the same salary that they're proposing for the workers of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the same infrastructure that they're putting into the Revenue Authority, the same resources that they're expending into the Revenue Authority, the same training and developmental program that they're executing in the Revenue Authority. If you put that same resource, that same effort, that same program, that same effort into BIR and customs, there'll be no need for a Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Revenue Authority was always intended to deplete the staff and to attack and target the PSA, as they did with the OWTU, as they did with the CW, and all the other unions. They were going to attack workers, send workers home again. 500 went home in TSTT. I passed in the first 500. Our next 450 went home in well, that happened in 2018. Our next 450 went home in 2022 in TSTT. 5,000 went home, well, all went home in Petrotrin. Everybody in Caroni Green got fired. Everybody in Government Human Resource Services get fired. Everybody in TDC get fired. Revenue Authority would have been no different, Mr. Speaker. And then I saw recently on social media a hotline created by that side to call and report political victimization if you lose the job. Mr. Speaker, how much more hypocritical can a party get when they do that? Where was the hotline for me when they came out at TSTT? Where was the hotline for GHRSL workers? Where was the hotline for Caroni Green workers? Where was the hotline for Petrotrin workers? Where was the hotline for Trinidad workers? Where was the hotline for Rohini?
Yes, yes.
And they have the gall, Mr. Speaker. They have the gall to post it as if they care. But they only care because you see, Mr. Speaker, when I was small, if it's one thing to get me in shape, it's a good looking, you know. They only care because they got good looking, you know, Mr. Speaker. That's the only reason why they care. They did not care before. They were arrogant, dismissive, contemptuous, vindictive, hateful, spiteful against us. And that has not changed. Mr. Speaker, I hold no brief for the former member for Diego Martin West. None. But all of a sudden, it seems as if it's only him alone was culpable and all of them hands clean.
No.
But you see, Mr. Speaker, with the TTRA and with every firing of every worker in this country, every one of them on that side is culpable for what happened to us. Every one, not one shall escape unscathed. All. Mr. Speaker, I heard a statement made earlier on by Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. Mr. Speaker, Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West made a statement and said, law must never be made on the basis of an existing individual. Well, okay. But workers must never be sent home or fired on the basis of an existing individual. And Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat,
Take your time, comrade. Take your time, comrade.
the member for Diego Martin Northeast, when he stood up for his contribution, the first thing he said was he highlighted the deficit budgets of the UNC government between 2010 and 2015. Mr. Speaker, the highest the budget reached in the deficit between 2010 and 2015 was minus 7.3% of GDP. That was the highest it reached between 2010 and 2015. Mr. Speaker, between 2016 and 20, I'll stop at 21. 2016, minus 9.84% of GDP. 2017, minus 10.45% of GDP. 2018, minus 5.89% of GDP. 2019, minus 3.7% of GDP. 2020, minus 10.45, the highest, but it is COVID, the highest it has ever been. 2021, minus 8.38%. And have the temerity, Mr. Speaker, to come in this parliament to tell us that we run a deficit budget from 2010 to 2015 when he knew was that way? And Mr. Speaker, to send home and drive home the contempt that they still have for workers. They still have it. Let me tell you what I say so, Mr. Speaker. Member for the Gomatin Northeast said, well, you want to close it down? You want to repeal it? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead.
You know where to get any money from. But you see, you make promises. You make promises.
Yeah.
Those are his words, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. It's on there.
Mr. Speaker, in response to him, St. Anne's East, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, pointed to the gallery and say, look them sit down there, look them sit down there.
Yes.
As if the people who sitting in the public gallery do not have any family, any life, and they do not matter. But Mr. Speaker, you see on the 29th of April, this country felt a sense of relief and hope it has never felt before. And even though, Mr. Speaker, we have been left with an empty treasury, even though we have been left with a country that has run away on crime, even though we have been left with a country that needs fixing badly, Mr. Speaker, tonight we give you the assurance that we will fix it and it will be better. I call on my trade union comrades and colleagues tonight, Mr. Speaker, for two things. One, to just exercise a little more patience with us because we know come. And two, to work together with this government to increase the productivity and the livelihood of the people of this country. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, rest assured, we will not treat workers with the contempt, disrespect, scorn, hate, evil, wickedness, vindictiveness that they have been accustomed to for the last 10 years. That is not going to happen with this government. And Mr. Speaker, tonight, I am more than honored. I am more than privileged. I am emotionally moved to be part of this debate to repeal this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's please allow me to congratulate the member for Labrie in a maiden contribution which can best be described as spirited, lively, and perhaps even colorful. But nevertheless, congratulations. Madam Prime Minister, call upon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. Like you, I want to congratulate our member on his maiden speech today. I think he has woken up everyone at 10:42 a.m. I will add to your description, it was very passionate contribution, because he knows what it is. He understands fully the people on the ground, and he understands, therefore, the people who really matter, which is all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So thank you so much. Thank you. Today, I joined the debate, and I will not delay us much longer because our Minister of Finance also gave a very factual and spirited contribution. Let us congratulate him. And I will tell the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who has implored me not to listen to the Honorable Minister of Finance on this side. And I will give him the assurance I will listen to our Minister of Finance, but I will not listen to you. I will not listen to you because you will not listen to you, because you are the one. As you admitted tonight, we are in difficult times, and it was you as Minister of Finance for almost the past 9 years. Just somebody came at the end and
Kick him out.
knock you off. I was going to say kick, but maybe it might not be the right word, Honorable Speaker. We were just pushed out at the end there, but you were there all these years, looking after the financing of our country. And I joined with my colleague who just spoke. He talked about revenue and expenditure, when some of the worst levels of deficit that you were talking about was experienced under your good self, Diego Martin Northeast. Again, my colleague from La Brea, the honorable member, he said to people, well, let's have some patience because we now come. But I can tell you, along with him, we now come. But we've kept more than one of the promises we made. Promise one, with respect to workers, we dealt with the WASA issue. We tear up the plan, put it in the dustbin, which we promised. Earlier tonight, we kept another promise, which was to amend the Children's Life Fund to help our children. And now we're carrying through with the wins. We are carrying through with the promises to make sure that everybody wins. Now that we're debating to scrap, to repeal the TTRA. And honorable member for Diego Martin Northeast, yes, my answer is yes, we will repeal it. We will do that tonight. We will repeal the TTRA. I heard you speaking. You come with the same failed examples, the same issues that you used for the past 10 years, I will tell you, and more about this TTR. It's the same thing, trying to convince persons this is a good thing for Trinidad and Tobago. But those were the same failed boasts that you were making that caused you to be sitting on the next side, because no one bought it. No one bought that. No one bought all the things you were saying about the greatness of having a TTRE. And can I ask you, when you talked about deficits and revenue and expenditure, in the past 10 years you were there, what revenue did you collect? How much did you bring in with all your grand plans? Let me assure you, Minister, we will repeal this act, with or without your help, because we don't need your help. We promise. We promise. Remember, I would always tell you, PNM promises never materialize. But we in the UNC, we will keep our promises to make sure that everybody wins. Today, workers will win. Workers will win. And I will acknowledge, you mentioned coalition partners and promises were made. It wasn't just about coalition partners. It was because we truly believed when the workers joined with us, came to us and shared what they were experiencing, the things that were happening. So they didn't come, they were a fly-by-night plan, Mr. Speaker. They came and showed us and they told us. I thank the former president of the PSA, who is now a minister in my government, Mr. Batiste. I thank the present president of the PSA, Felicia. And some of them are in the gallery. Can we acknowledge them? And you know, they've been here since 1:30. 1:30, it is now 10:47. They are people who could stand their ground. They stood their ground. They stood their ground. Because the minister tried in every way to lick them down. But they are today tall and standing taller. Because we share with them their joys, their dreams, and their hopes for the future of Trinidad and Tobago, for the future of the workers. And you know that PNM government, this CTRA is what, Act 17 of 2021. But they have been trying to put this in place since 2010. Do you all remember that? Since 2010, we are now in 2025, but since 2010 to 21, they were trying to force this TTRA into the faces of people in Trinidad and Tobago. So they came in 2010, that's before we went into government. They came with Bill number 8 of 2010, the TTRA Bill 2010. They introduced it on January 29th, 2010, which was before we went into government. And then what happened? It lapsed because there was so much pushback against it, they let it lapse. They came back again in 2018, Bill number 11 of 2018, introduced May 25, 2018. What happened? Bill withdrawn. They withdrew it because, again, the pushback was so great. But they never gave up. You talk about resilience, but this is resilience, and the minister used to use all the time. This member, then minister, Diego Martin Ortiz. Foolishness. Remember, that's one of his favorite words. They continue to this foolishness, coming back, as I say, 10, 18. They didn't give up. They came back again, Bill number 11 of 2019. They introduced it on the 26th of November, 2019. What happened? They let it lapse. Bills don't just lapse, you know. It's the government in charge allows the bill to lapse. Why? Because, again, foolishness. Nobody was buying into it, and the pushback was very great. Fast forward to Bill number 9 of 2021, which is the one that was introduced on 10 September 2021, and it was partially proclaimed. So all the noise and all the crying and all the boasting, partially proclaimed. 2021 bill, partially proclaimed. And today, it falls upon us to totally get rid of this and to repeal it. And we come here with a bill. This is a one-page bill. A bill, an act to repeal the TTRA Authority Act. This act may be cited as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Act 2025, Clause 2. This act comes into operation on such date as to be fixed by the President by proclamation, and it is the Cabinet will tell the President or advise the President date of proclamation. And Clause 3, 3 clauses. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021 is repealed. Do you know the bill that the act that we're repealing, Act 17 of 2021? It contained 682 pages. Contained 682 pages. Here we are. This bill, a one-page bill with 3 clauses, will wipe out all the foolishness that is contained in that Revenue Act. All of it, all. So what was the purpose of that 21 Act? It was to replace the BIR and Customs and Excise Division of the Ministry of Finance. My government gave assurances to the PSA and the public officers of the BIR and Customs and Excise that as a priority, we will repeal the act, and here we are. Today, we are keeping that promise. It is no secret. It is no secret. Can you just open this, please? It is no secret that we oppose the CTRA Act from the outset, inside and outside the Parliament. So it's not just here that when we came and joined with our partners in the PSA, that we took this position. We have opposed this CTRA Act, bill, whatever they were, from the outstart. in Parliament and outside the Parliament. We expressed the view that it compromised the independence of tax collection and enforcement and customs departments in the public service. Public officers who before this were insulated from political interference would lose that protection, as the Act gave the Minister of Finance the ultimate power of a puppet master. That's what it was, to be a puppet master. And then the minister comes here talking about 25 years ago, UNC 1999, the member, former minister. In 1999, the UNC passed something to abolish the Postal Corporation, I believe. And then in 2000, to abolish the Civil Aviation, I was just saying, the Civil Aviation Authority, and all that was fine and all that was great and good. You know why? Because it was a UNC government that passed those, that allowed people to accept them, and they went through. Because we ensured when we did it, we didn't just give, took it to court and won. We took it to court and won. And you should be the last person to talk about courthouse. You should be the last person talking about courthouses. Do you know, the last time minister went to court with the Auditor General's shenanigans, I'm reading in the midterm review that will come up on Monday with the SFC and then the debate, that $2 million has to be found to pay the Auditor General to reimburse her for the legal fees that she had to expend to take up the fight in the courthouse against the minister. $2 million. But in that, we don't know how much you paid your Eat Food lawyers. We don't know yet, but we will find out. And we will expose it. In a matter that... So I say, this act attempted to give the minister the powers of a puppet master. All the strings would be tied to his fingers so that he could have manipulated and weaponized tax collection and enforcement and customs laws to the detriment of innocent public. It would have made it easy to target political opponents. Made it easy. If you don't know how, sir, you really don't even belong in this house. You don't belong. If you don't know why you're sitting there, it was because of this, to weaponize the laws. Easy to target opponents. Easy to target trade unions. Easy to target media houses. Easy to target dissident voices of those who were brave enough to stand up to this government. And again, I compliment the workers of this country who took that brave, courageous step. The PNM manufactured a crisis by starving the BIR and customs of resources so that they could then point a finger at them and say they are not working to clear track for GORTT to run. PNM GORTT to run. That's what it was. They starved them of the resources. And the MP comes back here today to tell us BIR wasn't working. Nothing was happening. They were failing. They couldn't appoint people to the positions. Right now, the BIR is understaffed and under resources. We will fix it. But the minister was there. As a minister, the member was there in the 9 years and did not fix it. Did not fix it. Come in here now, 9 years later with the same cries and complaints. So these departments were understaffed, under resources. And instead of supporting them so that they could function, the previous administration, what they did was to create a new structure that they could politically control, that would be outside the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. I heard in the earlier debate, members on the other side talking about appointment of the Commissioner of Police, and the Police Service Commission is such a great organization, and the independence, and they're supporting it because the Police Service Commission came and put a name forward and doing their constitutional duty and how great it was, when with this, you were attempting to remove the Police Service Commission from dealing workers in the PSA. The Constitution of our country provides and requires that the functions of government be entrusted to public officers who will enjoy the protections of Chapter 9 of the Constitution. That is to say, powers of appointment, powers of removal, and the exercise of disciplinary control over the officers. Those are vested in the hands of the Police Service Commission. I remember a former Prime Minister of this country, God rest his soul, God rest his soul, attempted to do away with all the service commissions. Of course, that Prime Minister also lost an election, attempted to take away all the service commissions. And here it is, this that the member is boasting about was to remove the police service commission. Maybe we need to look at that. We probably need to look at, again, how they're structured and how they work. But as they are the only bulwark at this time against a rogue government, against a dictatorial government, is a PSC. But in passing this law, what you were doing was taking away that protection for public officers. The critical functions that were being transferred to the TTRA included the assessment and collection of tax, included the administration and enforcement of the revenue laws, and included the enforcement of border control measures, putting in the hands of this independent, supposedly independent TTRA, border control. I'm sure my Minister of Defense, Wayne Sturge, will have something to say about that, putting this border control in this manner. That was inconsistent with the intent and structure of our Constitution to transfer the performance of functions which are governmental functions from public officers who enjoy the protections, as I said before, of Chapter 9, to persons who are not public officers and who do not enjoy those protections. If the TTRA Act is fully operationalized, that new entity would have assumed political control of tax admin enforcement in place of the existing revenue collection structures, which have existed seamlessly since independence, 61 or more years to date. The Constitution makes specific provisions for the power of appointment and removal, and as I said, disciplinary control over such officers. These powers are vested in the hands of that independent body. The intention of our Constitution is clear. It sought to insulate officers from political influence, manipulation, and pressure, because this could compromise the integrity of the service, contrary to good public admin. Public officers, as I say, governed by Section 9, Chapter 9 of the Constitution. Section 121 of the Constitution establishes the PSC, a body whose members are appointed in accordance with other provisions of the Constitution, and members of the Public Service Commission, in common with members of other commissions, hold office in accordance again with section of the Constitution 126. They are appointed for fixed terms of office. They may only be removed from office by the President on the grounds of inability to discharge functions or on the grounds of misbehavior in public office. By section 121, 1 and 7, the power of appointment, removal, disciplinary control over these officers is vested in the PSC. I have these sections here, but I need not read them because I'm sure the member for Diego Martin Northeast are very aware of these provisions to protect public officers. I move on to say that the reason for these commissions was set out in a very classic statement by Lord Diplock in our Privy Council case, a case coming out of our jurisdiction, Endell Thomas and the Attorney General. Investing jurisdiction over such matters in an independent commission as the PSC, rather than leaving them in the hands of the elected government of the day. The Constitution is concerned with insulation from political patronage and pressure of public officers. And so the objective was to insulate such officers from the long arm and long reach of a rogue government. The whole purpose of Chapter 8 of the Constitution, now 9, the judgment stated, is to insulate members of the public service, the civil service, the teaching service, the police service from political influence. And so we go on. These commissions, although public authorities are excluded from Section 1 by Section 105 from forming part of the service of the Crown. In respect of each of these independent commissions, the Constitution contains provisions to secure its independence from both the executive and the legislature. No member of the legislature could serve on these commissions, and no member of the legislature, therefore, could dictate the hiring, the firing, the appointment, and the discipline of any of these officers. But the TTRA Act attempted to place indirectly in the hands of a member of the legislature, which is to say, the Minister of Finance, to carry out these functions indirectly. The functions of the TTRA included assessment and collection of tax and duty, admin and enforcement of law, the control of the borders of TT, the implementation of government policies. These are critical functions that should remain with the central government. The concept of tax admin and enforcement is critical to any government. They are given coercive powers that are analogous to police officers to perform enforcement aspects. There are certain types of matters that are far too important for the state to have control of them. And again, these include, as I say, taxation, customs, immigration, national security, foreign policy. The assessment and collection of taxes is essential for any government. Without taxes, a government will collapse tomorrow morning. You will not be able to function. The forefathers of our independence and our Constitution had the wisdom, as I say, to insulate these core functions. The TTRA was well on the way to becoming a PNM party group.
Yes.
A party group of the PNM. The Act facilitated a high level of political influence. It might as well have been called, as I say with due respect, the Imbert Act, because of the unprecedented amount of power that it gave to then Minister Imbert. Members of the board were to be appointed by the minister and maybe removed by the minister. That level of control is just out of this world, because if you have the power to appoint and you have the power to disappoint, to remove people, then what will they do? They will do your bidding. You will be the puppet master calling, playing the tune. You will be the one getting them to sing to your tune. The members of the board, as I say, appointed by a minister, maybe disappointed, removed by him. The Director General and Deputy Director the Deputy Directors are appointed by the minister, again, maybe removed by him, and therefore are impliedly subject to disciplinary control by him. The DDGE and certain officers of the Enforcement Division, again, are appointed and removed by and subject to disciplinary control of the Public Service Commission. So that's the only one out of all the officers that remain under the Police Service Commission. All other employees of that authority were to be appointed and removed by and subject to the control of the board. But again, it's a board appointed by the minister. This is in contrast to the position of bodies which presently carry out the functions of the authority. The Comptroller of Customs and Excise, the Commissioners of the BIR, and the Officers of Customs and Excise and Inland Revenue Division are expressly acknowledged by statute to be public officers for the purposes of our Constitution. The potential for misuse and abuse of power stared us in the face. Political opponents, journalists, independent and dissident voices could be easily targeted. It must be kept in mind that prior to a matter arriving on the doorstep of the Enforcement Division, there is a wide range of powers that are given to officers of the BIR and the CD to conduct audits, take other steps to ensure compliance with the law. The powers were intrusive, wide, and varied. The UNC had a philosophical and ideological difference with the PNM on this issue. We believe tax collection and enforcement must remain beyond the reach of political influence and interference. It is for this, today, we fulfill our promise to the people by bringing a bill to repeal that act. We will, of course, now have to pay attention of remedying the shortcomings in the BIR and in the customs. Our government will give the resources necessary so they can function at optimal capacity. Indeed, right now, we have a team looking at what best we can do to give the BIR the resources that the BIR needs in order to bring in the revenue, in order to do the job that they are there to do. The TTRA also undermined constitutional safeguards and, we said, political interference. Now, the board would be responsible under that recruitment. That board would be responsible for the remuneration. We know what the remuneration is, the package, your pay package. And if you are not in the good books, what's going to happen with your pay package? That is why you have an independent, or supposedly independent most times, Police Service Commission. Public Service Commission, thank you, MP. So that board, recruitment, remuneration, promotion, training and development, performance assessment, conditions of work, discipline, termination of employment, superannuation benefits, all of this in a board appointed by a member of the legislature, a politician, the Minister of Finance. This left the door open for potential favoritism, for political patronage, whereas the BIR and CED are staffed by public officers, insulated from the political directorate by virtue of the Constitution. This is why the PNM government was insistent from since 2010 on implementing the TTRA provisions, almost 2 decades, pushing for this TTRA. It was never about improved revenue collection, but it was about control and influence over critical statutory functions of the government. Each time, and I told you the times dating back to 2010, each time the TTRA bill was brought to the parliament before, it could not gather the special majority support required, and the bills collapsed. Let me remind you that when they brought it initially, in the earlier stages, earlier incarnations, there was a special majority requirement placed in it. They could not get it, and we say, thank God for an opposition who stood against them. And then in 2021, the then Attorney General, Mr. Faris Arwari, laid the bill again in the form that has now become Act 17 of 2021. And the bill was passed in the Senate on the 17th September 21, then in the House on 17 December 2021 with a simple majority. The then PNM government twisted the bill to circumvent the need for the special majority, which the then UNC opposition objected and protested against it in and outside of the parliament. And this is the former Attorney General, Faris Alwari, did with so many pieces of legislation, when could not get the special majority in the parliament, really, as I said, yes, Surat. There were 2 of them, Surat and another one. There are 2 judgments that we always use. I'm sorry, sir. Is that so fast? I will please take the 15 minutes. Thank you, sir. So they circumvented the special majority provisions and passed with a simple majority. And then to circumvent the necessity for a special majority, the Act sought to create a division within the TTRA called the Enforcement Division. The Deputy Director General Enforcement was intended to be a public officer, and head of enforcement to be staffed with public officers charged with enforcement, powers of interdiction, charges, and seizures. Reporting line of the Deputy Director General, Enforcement therefore involved reporting to a political appointee, again, the Director General. Public officers in the Enforcement Division would also be subject to these instructions and open to political influence over their powers to search, powers to interdict persons and persons to seize, and to seize cargo. Public officers in the Enforcement Division then, when they created it, would have been doing these other actions. I want to say that in a democratic country, such powers should never be placed in the hands of a politician. Should never be placed in the hands of a politician who may be easily swayed by party financiers and individuals with vested interests to ensure, for example, that certain cargo, what you call them, containers, cargoes coming in, they go unchecked, unsearched, because again, the influence of the directorate is there. So despite protestations, the act was partially proclaimed on 15 March 22, and then fully proclaimed 14 April 23. The PSA took legal action through their lawyers, led by Mr. Anand Ramlogan, Senior Counsel, challenging the constitutionality of the Revenue Authority. The legal contention was doggedly pursued by the PSA all the way to the Privy Council, all the way to the Privy Council. The Privy Council raised red flags over enforcement powers in the Revenue Authority. The Privy Council eventually ruled that provisions of that TTRA Act were constitutional. So even though they did not rule the act was unconstitutional, and that this semi-autonomous authority can be used to collect revenue, at several paragraphs of the judgment, the Privy Council noted the potential of political influence, since no clear line was drawn between functions of the Enforcement Division and other revenue functions of the PNM, of the TTRA. The Privy Council noted that if Parliament intended to ensure that the Enforcement Division should be insulated from political influence and interference, that was not clear from the terms of the Act. So they did not rule out the entire statute, but said it was not clear from the terms. At paragraph 34 in the judgment, I quote, "The intent is that the Enforcement Division remains under the control and direction of the Public Service Commission, thus preserving security of tenure and other protections afforded by Chapter 9 of the Constitution." Paragraph 35, the appellant contends with some justification that this intent has not been fully or successfully achieved. She relies, for example, on the fact that the Act gives the DDGE the responsibility for daily management and direction of enforcement of customs laws, excise, and other revenue laws, while Section 14(1)B gives the Director General responsibility for daily management, direction, and functions of the authority. It reserves civil enforcement to the DDG and does not reserve enforcement functions only to that particular officer. The appellant points to Section 40 of the Act, which purports to confirm this intended division of responsibilities, but appears to allocate responsibilities for enforcement and civil proceedings to the Director General. Why I'm quoting all of this, sir? Because this is what made it very clear that there could be, on the face of it, no substantive meaning to the circumstances in which the powers, authorities, and privileges conferred by, need to check time, please. Time check, please. Oh. Okay, thank you. Customs laws and so on. The Privy Council found that again, Mr. Imbert himself agreed with the criticism of the law, and in particular with the confusing definition of enforcement. The judgment specifically highlighted the then minister's concession. Judgment says the minister accepts that applying the definition of enforcement strictly in this way does result in a definition of the functions of Enforcement Division, which is circular and to an extent unintelligible. I don't know if you're referring to the minister himself or to the particular provision in the law. Unintelligible, unintelligible. So although the council did not pronounce on the critical weaknesses in the law, it did comment that it is significant is that it deliberately left the door open to further legal challenges. And so here we are today. There'll be no further legal challenges because today we will keep our promise and we will repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Act. As I close, Mr. Speaker, we know past political interference underscores flaws in the TTRA framework. There are several claims that took place, which I will not go into tonight, but they're on the public record. And there is no empirical data to show, and I think this is a very important point. I think our Minister of Finance raised some of it. There is no empirical data to show that such an authority like the TTRA, that they were efficient, that they did do the job they were set out to do. So the TTRA was touted as a fix, but the implementation was not the panacea for tax and revenue. Royal Dom, a research associate at Overseas Development Institute, a UK-based think tank, produced a study in 2017 entitled Semi-Autonomous Revenue Authorities in Sub-Saharan Africa, Silver Bullet or White Elephant. And that study examined the performance of revenue authorities in 21 countries from 2008 to 2015 and states, contrary to earlier studies, our results failed to show any evidence of a systematic relationship between the presence of such and total tax revenue in these countries. When we include past revenue, the effect on revenue drops markedly and becomes insignificant. So the research shows us, contrary to the minister's protestations, that the TTRA would not have been a quick fix to bring in more revenue. As I said, we will beef up the resources for the BIR and the Customs and Excise. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I now have a clock in front of me. It's so nice that I can check every time. I can see every time I'm speaking that I may have a few minutes left. I just want to pay again tribute to the PSA and the other workers who supported this move. And I'm very happy that the workers on the ground did not want this act. Our mandate at the polls, in keeping with the sentiment of workers, in alignment with our workers' agenda, in fulfillment of our commitment to the PSA to resist the proliferation of contract jobs, we are very, very happy to bring this bill to this House today, which we will pass tonight. I thank you very much, sir.
Member for San Fernando East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying thank you to the people, the good people of San Fernando East, for returning me as their representative in this venerable chamber. It is my duty and firm responsibility, and one that I do not take lightly, to represent and to protect the people of that great constituency. And that is something I will do with every fiber of my being. This evening, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, also the member from La Brea, about the TTRA. But now we are going to hear the truth, because that's not what we've been getting all evening from those on the other side. The TTRA is a simple institution. In fact, it is best practice around the world for tax revenue enhancement. We have TTRAs across the planet. We even have TTRAs right here within the Caribbean region, Mr. Speaker. There's a revenue authority in Guyana, a revenue authority in Barbados, a revenue authority in Jamaica. Why? Because they wanted to improve on the existing system. Did the PNM undermine revenue collection in Guyana or Barbados or in Jamaica? Not so. So when persons come here today to say that the TTRA was there because of the system that was being undermined by the PNM, that is a bold-faced untruth by those on the other side, Mr. Speaker. And they know it. They know it. What they won't tell you, and what should scare everyone in this country, is that this government has access to two sources of revenue. Just two. One is royalties from the oil and gas sector, and the second one is taxation. Just two. But during the campaign trail, They made all of these ridiculous promises to the people of this country, and not one time have they said, where will your revenues come from to keep those promises? So they keep going around and around in circles. We heard a whole lot of bluster, a whole lot of noise and faint fury from the Minister of Finance, but it's all in an attempt to distract from the reality of the economic situation that we are in. The member from Labrie spoke about deficit budgets, about deficit budget 2016, 2017. Let me give the member an economic lesson. We have been running deficit budgets in this country since the financial crisis of 2008. Since 2009, almost every year, there has been a deficit budget in this country. In 2014, with the advent of shale oil drilling, there was a huge collapse in oil and gas revenues in this country, Mr. Speaker. But in that time, 2014, 2015, those on the other side foisted two of the largest budgets in the history of Trinidad and Tobago on the people of this country. And you know how they did it, Mr. Speaker? By burying the future generations of this country up to their eyeballs in debt. That is what they did. We have been digging ourselves out from that debt that they accumulated from that time ever since. And then also 2020, we got hit with the COVID crisis. But let me tell you something about the TTRA and the truth of the matter. We heard the Minister of Finance said it was unconstitutional. The member for Labrie said it was a PNM party group. Let me tell you what the Privy Council has said. And the Prime Minister gave us piecemeal information from the Privy Council judgment. Let me give you the whole truth. This is from the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker. The TTRA was designed with safeguards to protect the rights of public servants, Mr. Speaker. The Privy Council, in its ruling, in Privy Council Appeal number 0051 of 2024, just last year, Teresa Dore versus the Attorney General and the TTRA affirmed the constitutionality of the TTRA, acknowledging that the enforcement provisions did not grant the Finance Minister or the TTRA board undue power over public officers. That is what the Privy Council has said. Not the PNM, not me, not the former Minister of Finance. It was the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker. We know how those on the other side love to run to the courts for everything. That's what the Privy Council said to them and to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council's ruling affirmed the constitutionality of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act, TTRA Act, stating that it does not violate the Constitution's mandates regarding taxation and the proper handling of collected funds. Further, Mr. Speaker, the court addressed and dismissed a challenge positing that the act undermined the authority of the Public Service Commission over public officers and permitted non-public officers to conduct governmental functions. However, I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that such claims were dismissed. So all this talk about the minister going to pick people to work at the TTRA, that it be a PNM party group, the Minister of Finance said was unconstitutional, the Prime Minister said was constitutional. This is not the first time that the Prime Minister has had to contradict the Minister of Finance. He seems to enjoy putting his foot in his mouth when it comes to economic matters, Mr. Speaker. I'm still waiting on my property tax repayment that he promised the entire country, but I'm sure we'll be waiting for some time for that. The Privy Council clarified that the Constitution does not require tax assessment and collection to be exclusively performed by government employees. This is the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker. It supported the TTRA's establishment as a body corporate charged with these responsibilities, noting that its independence and the implementation of safeguards against political interference align with constitutional principles, Mr. Speaker. Not me, not the PNM, this is the Privy Council. Mr. Speaker, this government here is going to have a very short honeymoon in office, Mr. Speaker, because very soon, especially members of the trade union movement in this country are going to realize that they have been deceived by this coalition of confusion and deception, Mr. Speaker. That's what they've been doing. They've been deceiving the people of this country with false, empty promises. And the trade union movement is going to realize that very, very soon. I can tell you one thing. The decision made this evening to repeal this act is almost certainly going to lead to an investment or credit rating downgrade of this country by the international rating agencies. Almost certainly. And let me remind you all, when the PNM left office here in April, Trinidad and Tobago was one of the few countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that had an investment grade rating. We're in fact the only country in the Caribbean with an investment grade rating. We are the only one. We are a level above speculative at this point. And this removal of the TTRA and closing that tax gap of $10 billion annually is almost certainly going to push us over the edge into junk status. Almost certainly, Mr. Speaker. And for those who don't understand what that means, and maybe the Minister of Finance doesn't get it, the downgrade is going to lead to an increase in every single interest rate in this country. Any loans, mortgages, car purchases, you're going to see an increase. Also, for business people who have to take loans to conduct their business, who have to buy on credit, it is also going to increase those interest rates. And that is going to increase the cost of living across the board in this country. This government is shooting itself in the foot. They made all of these incredible, ridiculous promises that they simply cannot keep. And then at the same time, they're going to eliminate all of the sources of additional revenue that they could collect to possibly try to keep some of those promises. The tax gap in this country, as you've heard earlier, Mr. Speaker, is approximately $10 billion annually. That is no small amount. And let me tell you what the government is really trying to protect and hide from. What the TTRA does, it democratizes tax collection in this country. In other words, it ensures that everyone pays their fair share. There are many people in this country who are not paying taxes. But employees like you and me, who receive our check every month from the parliament, we don't have the ability to avoid taxes. Public servers don't have the ability to avoid taxes. When you get your check at the end of the month, the tax is already taken out. You can't avoid taxes. So who's avoiding taxes in this country? The poor in this country, they don't pay taxes because successive PNM governments have ensured that anyone making less than $5,000 monthly pays zero in income taxes in this country. That is protect the poor. And then in the last budget, the Minister of Finance and we all proudly ensure that anyone making $7,500 or less in this country paid absolutely zero in income taxes. So the poor don't pay taxes, right? So who is paying taxes? What we have currently, Mr. Speaker, and what the TTRA is supposed to fix is a lopsided, unjust system where a handful of people are carrying a disproportionate amount of the tax burden in this country, while the family, friends, and financiers of those on the other side don't pay. Right? Who can avoid taxes? It's wealthy business people, wealthy professionals with their own practices. All of us here would have had the experience of going to an office for some service with a professional and they only want to be paid in cash. How many people here have had that experience? Everyone here. You can't use links. They won't take a check. Why is that? Because they're not paying any taxes, Mr. Speaker. That is why we have all had that experience. Even Samuel Barataria has had that experience, I'm sure. Where you could go to any office. It wasn't you?
48.4 and 48.6. That is a serious matter. You're imputing improper motives.
You've never been to an office?
Listen, let me tell you something, right? I don't know friends that call.
All right, okay. Make your objection. San Fernando East, if it is you were imputing that the member for Barataria Sanwan has participated in that, I would suggest you withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker, that is certainly not what I said.
Hang on. Sorry. Unless you put it on the record that you are in no way making any such imputation at all in those circumstances, please.
Mr. Speaker, I put that precisely as you have said on the record. What I've said is that all of us would have had the experience of going to a professional's office and having to pay cash because they would not accept anything else.
Mr. Speaker, he has to withdraw that statement. He has not withdrawn the statement.
San Fernando, member, please withdraw it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay? Many of us, maybe not the member for Sanwa Barataria, have been to the offices of professionals in this country where they were unwilling to accept anything but cash. Everybody here has had, sorry, except for Sanwa Barataria, of course. Almost everyone has had that experience. Okay? And that is because they are not paying taxes. We have a $10 billion tax gap in this country. That is not public servants. That is not average employees in this country. We cannot escape that tax net. What they are doing is trying to protect their wealthy business friends and other persons from paying taxes. That is what they're doing.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. 48-4 and 48-6. Please, he has to withdraw and apologize.
I agree with that.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard far worse from the other side this evening in terms of accusations. Far worse. So I'm stunned by the outcry at this point.
San Fernando East, I think where you offended is imputing a motive as a reason. So please, remove the offending part, withdraw it, and let's simply move on.
I withdraw. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that what they're doing here, either intentionally or inadvertently, is protecting wealthy tax dodgers in this country, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of hard-working public servants and other employees in this country who do not have the ability to dodge taxes. With a $10 billion annual tax gap, even if the government were able to accumulate a portion of that, it would, over time, allow government or whoever is in office to actually reduce the tax burden for people across the board in this country, because everyone would be paying their fair share, Mr. Speaker. That is the point of the TTRA, to democratize tax collection in this country. What they're also not saying, and I'm not talking about, is that it also reduces the ability for some nefarious persons in this economy to engage in money laundering, because now there's a sharing of information between customs and inland revenue. So it can be far more difficult to cheat on invoices, far more difficult for you to overpay for properties and so on, because there would be a connection between these agencies that are able to see where money laundering is taking place. Not a single person on the other side has mentioned that, Mr. Speaker, and for good reason. They know why. This is the party of SIS, no less. So the Lord knows they don't want anything but
Mr. Speaker, 48-6. He said that they know why. That's imputing improper motives on us. Please have him withdraw.
Absolutely. No reason to go down that road and to name companies as being implicitly involved in something using the same phrase as money laundering. Withdraw, please.
Mr.
Let us
Speaker,
maintain the dignity.
Mr. Speaker, I
There is
withdraw.
no good reason to do that.
Yeah.
I want to make it clear, I'm not going to allow parliamentary privilege to be used as a platform and an open license for deprecation and defamation. Please, whether by
Understood.
implication or direct.
Understood, Mr. Speaker, and I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
I could have sworn that I heard far more offensive statements earlier, but clearly I was wrong. But let me move on, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue to educate and inform the people of this country. As I said, government only has two forms of revenue: oil and gas revenues, which are impugned because of the lower energy prices internationally. This country has no control over international energy prices, none. We are price takers. So if that's impugned, there's little we could do about it. Secondly, it's taxes. They've already gone on record. No TTRA, no property tax, no online tax, no tax for this, no tax for that. So where, as everyone has been asking from day one, and I'm sure the IMF is going to ask in their Article 4 reviews, as I'm sure the credit rating agencies are going to ask, when they come to gauge this economy, where will the revenues come from? Everyone has been asking. I heard the Prime Minister say in a press conference, with the repeal of the TTRA, well, what we're going to do is expand BIR. Oh, novel concept. No, but when they were in office in 2010, 2015, nobody did it. It's not about expanding BIR. It is a broken system, and we all accept that. The PNM didn't undermine revenue collection in Guyana or Barbados or Jamaica or anywhere else in the world. The system is archaic and outdated and cannot keep up with modern technology. The TTRA is meant to modernize the system so that everyone pays their fair share. Those on the other side do not want that. Let me continue to read from this Privy Council judgment, Mr. Speaker, so that the truth is on record and not some of what we heard from the other side. The Privy Council clarified that the Constitution does not require tax assessment and collection to be exclusively performed by government employees.
For the judgment itself or a summary?
A summary, sir.
Well, just for the correction of the public record.
Sure,
Because you
yes.
did say you were referring.
No problem. Instead, it supported the TTRA's establishment as a body corporate charged with these responsibilities, noting that its independence and the implementation of safeguards against political interference align with constitutional principles. Mr. Speaker, this ruling is significant as it validates the legality of the TTRA, which has been managing tax collection in Trinidad and Tobago since its inception. And it is relevant for similar tax collection structures in other Commonwealth countries, Mr. Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago is not the only one. Revenue authorities is not a P&M concept. In fact, it was used all over the world. It was brought in, actually properly ventilated. It went to GSC here. Many institutions, and some on the other side, contributed to the bill when it went to GSC. And I have a list of many of those that would have contributed. At the GSC, it received a healthy number of submissions for consideration from the following stakeholders: Inland Revenue, Customs and Excise Division, Central Bank, the FIU, Customs Clerks and Customs Brokers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, National Union of Government and Federated Workers, the Union, the Service Commissions Department, American Chamber of Commerce, Couva Point Lisa's Chamber of Commerce, Energy Chamber, Tobago House of Assembly, University of West Indies, Joint Trade Union Movement, Mr. Speaker. All of these persons participated in the JSC that involved this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. This is not some P&M machination. It is worldwide best practice, and it was ventilated properly through a subcommittee of this parliament and also in the public domain. That is what was done. Mr. Speaker, they want to repeal this act today, but we also haven't heard anything about what will be done in its place, except expand the already broken system that we know is broken. So it doesn't fix anything. It does not, repealing this act does not modernize our services. It does not improve data sharing between customs and inland revenue, which is the one thing that those on the other side do not want. It doesn't address compliance gaps or digitization needs. All it does is remove a legislative tool that could still be adapted and improved to deliver results. They didn't come here to try to bring amendments to the TTRA bill. They want to repeal it completely and give up a possible $10 billion in additional annual revenues. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it is almost inevitable at this point with the removal of this TTRA that this country is going to receive an international credit downgrade, Mr. Speaker. And after we receive a downgrade, after we've been the only country in this region with a positive investment grade rating, a devaluation cannot be far behind. It is almost inevitable, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on 55B. The government has been here wholly doing the people's business. The member for San Fernando East continues to repeat what we've heard from Diego Martin Northeast. It is repetition. It's the same points over and over in his contribution. We have been here wholly, Mr. Speaker, the same points over and over.
Have a seat.
There has been some repetition, but it does not meet the threshold of tedious repetition. But, member, we've heard about the downgrade, so can we skip along a little bit? It's not tedious, it doesn't meet the threshold.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, with a downgrade in credit rating from investment grade to speculative, it will be far more difficult for business people to receive credit in this country. It is going to slow the economy, Mr. Speaker. It's going to make things far more difficult. And the government, as the former Minister of Finance said earlier, they're only hurting themselves, and sadly, they're going to hurt the country in the process. What is going to lead to what they have done here today is unemployment in the public service. It will be almost inevitable, because that's the first thing. As soon as you move from investment grade to speculative, you're going to have to end up going to the IMF for funding. And they are going to demand a devaluation and also a reduction of employment in the public service. That is inevitable, Mr. Speaker. And those in the other side could talk whatever they want. They know that is the truth. It is the truth. They will do and say anything to avoid trying to tell the people of this country where will the revenues come from. I saw the Minister of Energy on television, and I saw the Prime Minister saying, well, we will get oil and gas from Guyana. Guyana came out the next day and said, you're not getting our oil and gas. You're not getting it. Well, we will build a pipeline to Suriname. Suriname say you're not getting our oil and gas. We need it for ourselves. Then they totally lost the plot. I heard we're getting oil and gas from Grenada. The Grenadians say they don't know what this government is talking about. They were as surprised as I was, because I had never heard that before. Right? That is the level of desperation. So the other was, Mr. Speaker, they have no source of additional funding. The one source they had of significant additional funding in the short or medium term was the TTRA. And without that, they're going to have no choice but to either load up this country on an unreasonable and inordinate amount of debt or dig deep into the HSF. Those are the only two ready sources of funding that this government will find. So it's going to be extremely difficult. And they can talk right now, Mr. Speaker. In a few months, everyone in this country is going to know that they've been deceived, especially the members of the trade union movement. They cannot give the trade union movement or the public service in this country a 10% salary increase without mortgaging the future of our children in this country. It is not possible. They know it, but they're on the campaign trail. They say whatever they have to say. They talk to the trade union. Mr. Speaker, nobody in this country thinks that this coalition of confusion and deception is going to last. And I predict that the trade union movement members will be the first ones to go. Yeah. The first ones, because they're the ones who will see, first of all, that they have been deceived from day one. They're going to start negotiations at 10. But that means they're coming down from 10 to 8, 10 to 7. It can't be that they're going up, because they can't even afford 10 right now. You can't incur billions of dollars in expenses, have no additional revenues, and think that everything's going to be okay. The credit rating agencies aren't stupid. The IMF isn't stupid. The people of this country are not stupid. It's going to be a short honeymoon for those on the other side. Enjoy it while it lasts, because it's not going to last long, Mr. Speaker. I move on. Let me let the people of this country know some of the real benefits of a TTRA. The possible benefits of a revenue authority, and this is a modernization of revenue collection to ensure, as I've said before, that everyone pays their fair share, so that their money laundering friends will not escape from the net of the TTRA. Oh, no. Was that offensive? I apologize. Okay.
Spoken to you about that before.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Here are some of the benefits. Public revenue enhancement reflected in higher tax ratios and real revenue growth. That's a benefit. Greater efficiency in public resource utilization via financial and administrative independence and managerial autonomy. Managerial autonomy, Mr. Speaker, not a P&M party group as we heard earlier. Employment of a competent, disciplined, and more qualified staff via the freedom to offer higher compensation than the civil service and the freedom to recruit and fire on own terms, Mr. Speaker. That is for better efficiency and performance. Depoliticization of the tax administration.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly rise on 4410. I believe the member is now reading. I don't know if you sought leave to read his speech.
I'm quoting.
What is quoting from? What are you quoting
I'm
from?
quoting.
Right, simple solution to this. If the member is quoting from a document, he simply needs to refer to the source and give credit to the source. Member, can you indicate whether you are quoting from a document, the source of the document? If that is so,
sorry?
If that is so, are you indeed citing from a document?
From my notes, yes.
From your notes?
From my notes, which I got from a document, from research.
Well, you can't have it both ways, quite frankly.
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply listing the benefits of the TTRA. It's generic.
Hang on. You can't have it both ways. If you're going to read from the document, you're going to have to give credit to the source. If not, you can summarize and use the document to an extent. So let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply giving a list of the generic benefits of the TTRA. That's all. It's a simple list. Right? We sat here, we heard several members on the other side read out their entire presentations, and no one on this side said a word. I'm simply quoting a list. Mr. Speaker, we have improved taxpayer services and reduced taxpayer compliance costs. That is also a benefit of the TTRA. It is easier and simpler for the people of this country to pay their taxes with a TTRA than the system that they have right now, Mr. Speaker. Better efficiency, better for all. That is how everyone ends up paying their fair share. When everyone pays their fair share, we all pay less. They won't tell the people of this country that. Better work ethic, modification of administrative culture, comprehensive accounting for all tax revenues, integration of tax and taxpayer-related databases, Mr. Speaker. That last one, I will get to that very soon, Mr. Speaker. Let me move on. As I said earlier, speaking about, sorry?
One more minute of regular time, unless you wish to avail yourself of.
I will avail myself, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about here now data sharing between customs and inland revenue. Now that, Mr. Speaker, is the major and integral part of the TTRA that helps to dispense with money laundering and other corrupt practices in this country. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, it's not the working class people of this country or employees, general employees, that can dodge taxes. The taxes are removed from your check before you even receive it. It is wealthy business people. It is wealthy professionals in their practices that are dodging taxes in this country. And that is where the corrupt practices are taking place. It's not the union membership, it's not in the public service, it's not in other unions across the country. It is wealthy professionals and business people that are doing it. Those on the other side, by removing the TTRA, are allowing this practice to continue, whether intentionally or inadvertently. That's just a fact. There's no denying that. Revenue authorities monitor tax evasion, customs fraud, and illicit financial flows, which are common methods of money laundering in this country, Mr. Speaker. There are several common money laundering methods. We have trade-based money laundering, Mr. Speaker, manipulating invoices and customs declarations to disguise illicit funds. That will be dramatically reduced by a modernized, digitized TTRA. Real estate transactions using property purchases to integrate laundering money into the economy also can be detected by a modernized TTRA. Cash smuggling and tax fraud, moving large sums of money across borders, or underreporting income to evade detection. Mr. Speaker, all of those things can be detected by a well-manned and modern revenue authority. It has been done here. Well, sorry, we tried to do it here in Trinidad and Tobago. It was done around the world. It was even done within the region. Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, they have all done it. Why not in Trinidad and Tobago? This government has never tried to undermine the trade unions or public service of this country. We depend on them to ensure that work is done in this place. I mean the opposition, Mr. Speaker. When the PNM was in government. Never so. Everything we have done in the previous years, in the previous government, was to ensure that we protected the rights of workers in this country and also protected the poor and vulnerable of Trinidad and Tobago. We are the ones that ensured that the poor persons of this country did not have to pay income taxes. Did not. And I want to remind the members on the other side, with those two sources of revenues that we have, oil and gas royalties and taxation, we have a massive burden in terms of transfers and subsidies in this country that need to be covered. Some years, transfers and subsidies can make up even half of our annual budget. Some years, $25, $30 billion in transfers and subsidies. And then there's salaries and pensions, which is another several $billion in expenses. So the government right now is faced with a lot of fixed expenses, Mr. Speaker, and they have no idea how they're going to pay for it. Already I've seen the Minister of Finance or the Minister in the Ministry of Finance talking about borrowing billions of dollars from international lending agencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's the only language they seem to know. They don't know about earning or diversifying. Under the previous PNM government, the energy sector, for the first time in a long time, outstripped the energy sector in this country. And that is because the previous PNM government implemented several programs to benefit small and medium enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. That is what real diversification looks like. Not lip service, not buzzwords, not catchphrases as you heard from the other side. But that's all you're going to get because they have nothing else. All you're going to hear from them in months to come is debt, 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 because that is all that they know. Borrowing, borrowing, borrowing. And eventually, Mr. Speaker, you can't borrow forever. We've been running deficit budgets every year since 2009. We have to borrow money to pay our expenses since then. At some point, you're going to have to start paying the piper. And sadly, that is going to happen very soon under this government because of their mismanagement and callous handling of our economy and the deceptive, invalid promises that they made to the people of this country in a desperate attempt to win a general election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I warn those on the other side and the people of this country that if they continue down this path and they do not implement this TTRA, it is almost certain that we are going to endure extremely harsh economic times in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on that side of the chamber, the last person sat on that seat was a fella delusional. And it seems that now San Fernando East is also suffering from delusion. He's delulu. After that speech, he's delulu. Mr. Speaker, the member is delusional. The member said that the PNM took care of the working class. He said that the PNM helped small and medium-sized businesses. Under the last 10 years, they closed down most of the small and medium-sized businesses. Mr. Speaker, what about the 8,000 workers they fired from Petrotrin? And the member has the gall, the temerity to come into this chamber to say that they stand on the side of workers. He has no moral authority to speak on behalf of workers in this country. It is often said, Mr. Speaker, that dog eat your shame. And it looked like a pit bull eat your shame tonight. Mr. Speaker, the member said that in the period 2010 to 2015, we had two of the largest budgets. We were able to build schools. We built hospitals. We built police stations. We built box drains, and we are proud to build box drains because it helped with the flooding. Mr. Speaker, through callousness, spite, ill will, they closed the Couva Children's Hospital for 10 years. Not a child was able to access healthcare in that facility and has the temerity to come today to contribute on the Children's Life Fund and now on this bill with respect to the TTRA. We will have our way tonight, and that bill will be repealed. Campaign promise made, campaign promise delivered. Under the astute leadership of the member for Siparia, the Honorable Prime Minister, and I want to repeat it, in the last few months, while we sit on that side of the chamber, they said, leave Siparia right there. All of them told us to leave Siparia right there. We took their advice. And we left Siparia right there, and that is why they are in opposition today. And we will keep Siparia right there. We'll keep her right there. You see, the member has no moral authority because dog eat a shame, Mr. Speaker, dog eat a shame. Because none of us on this side have a mamu called Kola Hat. Her uncle called Malcolm Jones. None of us have that uncle on the side. No, none of us.
Mr. Speaker, 48-6, please. Thank you so much.
All right, let me move. Member, I don't think that was an imputation. He didn't associate anyone on this side with the names which he referred to.
Mr. Speaker, I have no uncle named Kola Hat or Malcolm Jones.
I don't think it was said to you.
So I'm not sure what you're saying.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I was reprimanded for less earlier.
No. Hang on a second. Quiet, please. The exact words of the member was no one in this side has, and he repeated what he repeated. There was no imputation either to you directly, indirectly, or otherwise, or anyone on this side. So there is no relevance to 48-6.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Absolutely.
Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say none of us on this side built basketball courts. None of us. But they come with their same doom and gloom narrative that the economy will crash, that we will devalue the dollar. That was the same thing the country voted you out on. You campaigned on this nonsense, and they voted you all out. I mean, come here with an ounce of shame at least. In fact, all of the opposition could fit in a red band maxi. And you come here now to talk about what we should do and what we shouldn't do. You didn't have the ideas, the plans, or the policies for the last 10 years and want to tell us what to do. Mr. Speaker, we have the mandate of the people to govern this country, and we will govern this country. We have the mandate. Because remember, he harped, and most of his presentation was where we will get this money from. Let me tell you where we will get the money from, Mr. Speaker. We will not have $23 million in rental given to a cabinet minister on the side. We will not have $3 million spent on paintings. $500,000 on soca on the seas. A $2 million Benz. A phone call to Mr. Trump for $16 million. A Taruba Stadium that cost $130 million. A toilet paper factory loan for $30 million. Don't forget that. We never get it back. And I think my friend is probably roaming in Tobago right now for a bill for $69,000. We will not have that on this side. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we went to the electorate, we went with them with a plan, a clear policy, how we are going to govern this country under the Honorable Prime Minister. We told them, it's no secret, that once we get into government, one of the first acts will be to repeal the TTRA. In fact, Mr. Speaker, on our first cabinet meeting, cabinet note number 2 was the approval to repeal the TTRA Act and other matters. Promise made, promise kept, promise delivered. Mr. Speaker, the cabinet was informed what was taking place with this TTRA. This TTRA was only because a select few of them agreed to this, When you looked at the options that the workers were exercising, we have the figures in front of us. Mr. Speaker, they had several options. They can voluntarily retire from the public service on terms and conditions, agreed with him and the appropriate recognized association and the CPO. 28 public servants exercise that option. 414 exercise the option to transfer to the authority with the approval of the appropriate service commission. 181 public officers selected Section 18(2)(c), which is to be appointed on transfer by the PSC to a suitable office in the enforcement division. 248 decided to remain in the public service. And an additional, Mr. Speaker, 397 public officers did not select any options, thereby remaining under the Ministry of Finance. So the workers, it was clear, did not want this TTRA, and we listened. Only 32.6% of the public officers ever expressed any interest in transferring to the TTRA. So how could you come to this parliament and say that if we don't have this TTRA, the economy will fall down? In fact, we never had the TTRA and the economy didn't fall out. But we also said on this side that if the TTRA is not our option, because this is not a new invention, you know. This was taken, these discussions started during Mr. Manning's period, during his time of government. Not this member for San Fernando East, Mr. Patrick Manning. And and his mamu. And Mr. Speaker, the issue that we are having right now is this. Okay, TTRA is gone, but we have always said on the opposition that we will strengthen the institutional capacity of the Board of Inland Revenue. But do you know why, Mr. Speaker, they did not want to do that? Because it is difficult for any ministerial intervention and political interference with the current structure of the BIR. So what they had to do was destroy it, mash it up, create something that they could have their grubby hands in. That is what they tried to do. But today, Mr. Speaker, the people have spoken and gave us the mandate to remove their hands from tax collection, remove their hands from political interference in tax information. They have tried as much as they can, but the people of Trinidad and Tobago voted clearly and stopped them, Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of April, dead in their tracks. And when they talk about this $10 billion tax gap, Mr. Speaker, you would be surprised. When we sat in the cabinet, we were shocked, but not surprised, to learn that they have bankrupt Trinidad and Tobago through their callous policies, Mr. Speaker. They like to talk about the member for Diego Martin Northeast, that when he became the minister in 2015, we maxed out the overdraft. But they would get fumes and so on. Mr. Speaker, when we went, they didn't even have fumes. They have maxed out the overdraft. They have done everything that they can, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to use the word loot, but they have done everything they can, Mr. Speaker, to destroy the economy. I don't know if it was deliberate. I can't say that. But we on this side, we accept the challenge that we will fix Trinidad and Tobago and we will have an economy up and running. And Mr. Speaker, our message on this side was extremely consistent. October 2019, the then leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, stated in her budget response that if elected to government, the UNC would scrap the TTRA. November 2021, during the parliamentary debate on the TTRA bill, the opposition leader then strongly opposed it, calling it unconstitutional, a dagger in the heart of the Constitution, and an attack on the Constitution. The opposition leader then highlighted concerns about political interference, lack of security for tenure for workers, and the potential misuse of private data, suggesting that resources should instead be given to the existing BIR and customs and excise. And this was in 2021. We have always been consistent. The opposition leader, now Prime Minister, has been very consistent with this policy with respect to the TTRA, Mr. Speaker. That is what we have done. And Mr. Speaker, this government, we will do all that we can. We will make all the right decisions to ensure that we take care of every citizen of this country. Because what we did, Mr. Speaker, is that we promised that when the UNC wins, everybody wins. When the UNC wins, Mr. Speaker, everybody wins. And that is how we intend to govern in the next 5 years. And we will be governing for the next 5 years and the next 5 years after that, Mr. Speaker. So, on behalf of the good people of Barataria Sawa, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for bringing this bill so swiftly, because there are constituents who were forced, threatened, in order to lose their jobs because of this TTR. And I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago for protecting those workers, in particular my constituents in Barataria Sawa. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this very short intervention.
Thank you very much.
No. The member for Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
No, he did waive before.
And permit me to begin, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the constituents of the constituency of Malabar Mausika. 7,690 of them, Mr. Speaker, who would have cast their ballot for me as the standard bearer for the People's National Movement. And that constituency has remained faithful to the People's National Movement, despite the efforts of the other side, Mr. Speaker, to capture that seat. In fact, on election night, while we had counted our votes and we knew that we had won, the other side had been on social media claiming that they had secured the seat. But suffice it to say. Mr. Speaker, permit me just to respond to a couple of representations made by the Minister of Finance, the member for Faizabad, where the member would have indicated or suggested that the last administration was only about tax. And that is a narrative that they have been pushing for the last 10 years, that the former PNM administration was only about tax, and cut. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the more consequential policies that was implemented by the last PNM administration was 3 increases in personal allowance. And the significance of that, Mr. Speaker, I think has been significantly underrated. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, while there are persons who will argue that they are still on 2013 salaries, the quantum of that salary or the percentage of that salary that they take home is greater today than it was in 2015. Mr. Speaker, let me give the example. Somebody who was working, let's say a public servant who was working for $7,500 in 2015, would have been paying $7,500 a year in income tax, Mr. Speaker. So you were working for 12 months, but only getting paid for 11. So 1 month was gratis. You were paid. Mr. Speaker, please, if the member for Labrie would allow me. Mr. Speaker, with the 3 increases in personal allowance, that person, that individual, no longer pays income taxes. So that is an additional $7,500, Mr. Speaker, in disposable income that now goes to that household. If you have 2 persons living in that household, Mr. Speaker, who earn $7,500 or more, that is an additional $15,000 in disposable income that would have gone to that home. That works out to $625 per month that was previously going to the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker, is now going to their bank account. That $625 represents an increase in take-home pay of about 8.3%, Mr. Speaker. So that when we talk about the 4% and the government only paid 4%, persons did not pay mind to that particular measure. Those 3 increases that would have increased the amount that these persons are taking home. And that was, Mr. Speaker, a pay raise not just for public servants, but for all of Trinidad and Tobago, because it wasn't just the public sector. The private sector as well would have benefited from that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan mentioned that they built hospitals, plural. Mr. Speaker, they built one hospital, the famed Couva Children's Hospital. The other 5 were built by the People's National Movement, despite the representation. The sword, Mr. Speaker, for the Arima Hospital was turned on the 7th of May, 2015, 4 months before the general election. So unless that is the Arima Hospital is a prefab hospital, or it was built for ants, Mr. Speaker, they did
Mr.
not
Speaker,
build it.
48-1, relevance. This is to debate the
I am
TTRA.
responding
He
to
has
what
made his point on the hospitals, but he cannot go at length to discuss the hospitals and prefab. He cannot go so far, Mr. Speaker.
Let's have a measure of proportionality. I will allow the member to proceed, but briefly, but proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I was just responding to something that was said by the member for Barataria.
In addition.
San. The member for Barataria San Juan also spoke about a $30 million loan that was given to the toilet paper factory. Mr. Speaker, that is not correct. What the paper factory, Grand Bay Paper, would have received was a US $5 million loan guarantee to the Exim Bank, Mr. Speaker. And if one would look, Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between a guarantee and a loan. The government provided a guarantee. That same business, that same company, Mr. Speaker, within the space of 1 year was able to secure $1 million contract in Cuba. So when the member said that the government gave a loan for 30 million and it wasn't paid back and so on, that is not true, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that the repeal of the TTRA is a fait accompli. We know that. Members opposite have been repeating that all night. But it's important for us to really focus on what were some of the issues, the deficiencies that the TTRA was trying to correct. Because if we listen to members opposite, we get the impression, Mr. Speaker, that the concept of this revenue authority only came into being after September 7, 2015. Mr. Speaker, since 2008, the revenue authority has been in the lexicon of the public of Trinidad and Tobago since 2008. And as the member for Faizabad would have mentioned, as he said earlier during his contribution, the population voted against that in 2010, and then he said they voted against it again in 2025. So he acknowledges, Mr. Speaker, that the issues, the deficiencies that would have given rise to the revenue authority would have existed prior to 2010. That is why the then PNM administration would have seen the need to put this institution into place. But Mr. Speaker, the same prescriptions that they are now offering and telling us would fix the issues in the Board of Inland Revenue and fix the issues in customs such that there is no need for us to have a revenue authority. Those same prescriptions would have been offered in 2010 when they came in. Between 2010 to 2015, what was done to correct or to fix these deficiencies? Mr. Speaker, I sat on a post-budget panel in the studios of I-95 with one David Abdullah, trade unionist, known by the member for Labray. And Mr. Abdullah would have made a statement that he has repeated ad nauseum in several fora, Mr. Speaker, which was that he had a conversation with a former People's Partnership Minister of Finance. And the topic of that discussion was the issue of tax leakages, which we're treating with today. And Mr. Abdullah is on record as having said that this former People's Partnership Minister indicated to him that the estimated annual leakages
he has to take ownership of the comments you are making here. Take ownership.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Abdullah would have indicated, Mr. Speaker, that the former People's Partnership Administration finance minister would have told him that the estimated annual leakages.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Abdullah, nor the third person who we do not know is not in this house. He cannot be put on the Hansard. That cannot be put on the Hansard. You cannot reference somebody who do not know, Mr. Speaker.
I think, members, come on. The gratuitous hurling of insults across the corridors at each other is counterproductive. Members know if you're taking an objection on a point of order, you need to raise a standing order. Simply rising and articulating an objection doesn't meet the criteria. So can I ask you all to refrain from it? It's 12:18. Let's get on with it, shall we?
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I sat in the studio with Mr. Abdullah, right? And he made the statement that this former People's Partnership Minister of Finance would have indicated to him that the estimated tax leakage at that time was $7 billion, Mr. Speaker. 7 billion. It has now grown to 10, as we've heard today. So these leakages existed between 2010 to 2015. And if the prescriptions that the Minister of Finance is telling us would work today to fix the issues with the Board of Inland Revenue, why were those prescriptions not implemented between 2010 to 2015? Because had it been done, Mr. Speaker, today we would not be quoting figures of 10 billion. If it is that these prescriptions are so great and could fix the problem so well, why did it not work then? Perhaps the member could tell us what was done between 2010 to 2015 to address the issue, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are in 2025. We are in 2025, Mr. Speaker. And we're still dealing with the issue of these tax leakages. Mr. Speaker, but what are some of the issues? What are some of the deficiencies that the Revenue Authority was seeking to address? With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to read briefly a press release that was put out by the Minister of Finance, then member for Oropuch West, on the 31st of January of this year, entitled "Imbert's Tax Amnesty Extension Continues to Undermine the Integrity of the Taxation System." The news today from the Ministry of Finance that Minister Imbert has extended the tax amnesty is an unfortunate confirmation that Minister Imbert continues to undermine the integrity of the taxation system. This latest action facilitates tax evaders, individuals, and businesses that have failed to pay taxes on time. This means the minister is fully aware that there are still a substantial number of offenders who, despite multiple amnesties and extensions already given, have refused to meet their obligations to the state. This extension of the amnesty sets the wrong precedent, that the government is willing to turn a blind eye to lawbreakers, which is completely unacceptable. It is open public.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry to do this during the members' meeting contribution, but 48.1, the tax amnesty has nothing to do with this bill before us.
No. In all fairness, I think the member explained the rationale why he was referring. So let him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an open insult to civic-minded persons and businesses who have diligently abided by the law and filed their tax returns and made their tax payments on time. Imbert's priority should be on creating new and sustainable revenue streams. Instead, he continues to facilitate delinquent businesses in a desperate act to scrape up any change he can. And I challenge the minister to provide a list of these delinquent businesses who are effectively defrauding the tax-paying citizens of this country. Further, the minister should advise the country of how much money is still outstanding, due, and why legal action has not been taken to pursue these lawbreakers. It is unacceptable that tax evaders continue to get a blight from this government while average citizens are being threatened with legal action, fines, and even seizure of their properties if they do not pay the PNM property tax. Mr. Speaker, that press release didn't age well at all. You know, they're saying a few moments later? Well, a few months later, the member who issued this press statement is now in the hot seat. he is now the Minister of Finance. And he would have announced just recently that this very same tax amnesty that he was against, he extended to August 2nd, Mr. Speaker. So everything, all of these deficiencies that exist, the minister quoted here is asking about legal action being taken against those lawbreakers. Has the member taken action against these lawbreakers, Mr. Speaker? Has he indicated any intention to take action, legal action against these lawbreakers, Mr. Speaker? Has he indicated with all of these prescriptions that he has mentioned to us on how they plan to strengthen the Board of Inland Revenue? What is the timeline for that? We haven't heard that. What was that? We haven't heard that. We're still waiting for the timeline, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2025 is not 2010. We do not have the luxury of time to wait for the implementation of these prescriptions. Whereas between 2010 to 2015, we have the boast from that side that they would have enjoyed the highest energy revenues in the country's history, Mr. Speaker. Highest energy revenues. So they had a little time to play with. We see the country's economic circumstance right now, Mr. Speaker, so we don't have the luxury. So perhaps the member could tell us when exactly these prescriptions are going to be implemented and what is the timeline we're looking at. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the order paper and I saw that we would be debating this particular legislative measure, I was a bit confused. Because when one looks at all of the legislative goodies that was promised to the population by the other side during the election campaign, legislation such as Stand Your Ground law, legislation to make it easier for law-abiding citizens to be able to load up the Matic, legislation, Mr. Speaker, all of these particular legislative measures that would have appealed to the voting public.
Foul of 49-1.
Mr. Speaker, I was making...
I think you're running afoul of 48-1 now. Can I just advise you that in my view, you're running afoul of 48-1.
I was making a point, Mr. Speaker, that this particular measure, the repeal of the Revenue Authority Act, Mr. Speaker, is pretty low down on the totem pole in terms of its appeal to the electorate. But having listened to the Minister of Finance, we understand that this is really meant to be, Mr. Speaker, a concession prize, a consolation prize to the members of the PSA. Because for the last 6 weeks, we've heard about bus route passes. We've heard about who was benefiting from state housing. We have heard about ghost rentals, Mr. Speaker. But what we've not heard about is the 10% that was promised. Haven't heard that. The only time we heard about it was when the question was posed to the Honorable Prime Minister as to a timeline. And she said, I can't give you a timeline because if I tell you the 10th, you're going to come and tell me today's the 11th and it hasn't been done, Mr. Speaker. So it is clear why it is this particular measure, the repeal, has now come up above all the other goodies that has been offered. Mr. Speaker, the member for Faizabad spoke about broadening the tax base by establishing new businesses. That is good. But we have a lot of businesses in the country, Mr. Speaker, a lot of persons who are self-employed, who are not currently in the tax net. And every time an opportunity presents itself, Mr. Speaker, for discussion about bringing these persons into the tax net, it is made to seem as if that is something bad. Over the last 5 years or so, Mr. Speaker, members opposite have made the word tax almost anathema, Mr. Speaker. So if you speak the word tax in a positive manner, you're likely to get stoned. And that is the challenge that we have had to face. We know all of us here have constituency offices. For some of us, if it's not a government building, as far as I understand, the parliament pays rent for these buildings. But we have landlords in this country, Mr. Speaker, who receive their rent every month. Some of them have multiple apartments and they receive their rent in cash. How many of them, Mr. Speaker, fulfill their tax responsibility? How many of them, Mr. Speaker? We know. And that is again one of the issues. When we talk about the doubles vendor, we talk about the bacon shack vendor and the possibility of bringing them into the tax net. We make it seem as if that is a bad thing. We're trying to oppress the people and tax people, tax, Mr. Speaker. So when we want to talk about broadening the tax base by establishing new businesses, let's look at what currently exists. Because when I was campaigning, Mr. Speaker, many times the members of my campaign team would get upset with me for spending too much time with one constituent. And the thing about that, Mr. Speaker, is that more often than not, I wouldn't pay them any mind. Because these conversations, Mr. Speaker, were very elucidating. And the fact of the matter is, many times when you had these lengthy conversations with a constituent, it's not that they're talking about any personal needs, they would talk about current affairs. They would talk about national issues, such as the Revenue Authority, such as the property tax. Persons would say to me, listen, I don't mind paying the tax, but I just want to see value for money. I want to see where my money is going, Mr. Speaker. So tax isn't always bad. But we speak to the issue of the Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker, and again, what it was supposed to treat with, what it was supposed to address. And why did we have to go down the road, the draconian road, Mr. Speaker, of full repeal? And again, permit me to quote, because there were other options. In 2009, then Senator Wade Mark, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting here from a Newsday article entitled Row Over BSEP Revenue Authority Bill. Got this here, Mr. Speaker. Where did I? Right. And the article quotes then Senator Mark, stating, although Mark criticized the government for moving forward with plans to retrench workers when the legal basis for the TTRA is yet to even reach the parliament, he noted the opposition would still support a TTRA, but in a modified form. This is in 2009, a TTRA in a modified form. Speaking on behalf of the opposition, Senator Mark is saying that they would still support it. So why weren't we given the option of a modified form of the TTRA, Mr. Speaker, instead of a full repeal? Was that even explored, Mr. Speaker? Was that even explored? Perhaps the member for Faizabad could tell us that. Because the fact of the matter is, all of the issues that they have raised with the Revenue Authority, they could have amended, Mr. Speaker. They could have made changes to it. The same thing with the demerit system. The public is saying, don't get rid of it in its entirety. There are certain things that offend. So let us treat with that. Fix it. Mr. Speaker, a lot of money has already been spent on this Revenue Authority. A lot of money. And its implementation through litigation, because we know what would have happened with respect to the minister being taken to court and all of those issues, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister spoke a lot about taxpayers' money and how we need to protect taxpayers' money. The taxpayers are not pleased that tonight we are going to repeal this bill for which a lot of money has already been spent. How are we going to get that back, Mr. Speaker? How are we going to get it back? We're not. Does the other side care about all of that money that has been spent, Mr. Speaker? In their consideration and their decision to repeal the Revenue Authority? No, they have not. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the concerns that I have as a citizen, that I have as a taxpayer with respect to this. As a finance professional, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you I have clients who have said to me that they saw the Revenue Authority as being something progressive. It is an evolving entity. Nobody is saying that it's a panacea. Nobody is saying that it would solve all of the issues, but it was a starting point to take us to where we needed to be, Mr. Speaker, in terms of improving the ease of doing business. Members opposite, when government used to love to talk about that, our ranking in terms of ease of doing business and the Global Competitiveness Index, they talk about how that has deteriorated under the past administration, Mr. Speaker. But this is one of the issues that I am expressing on behalf of some of my clients, Mr. Speaker. So we need to address that. So we talk about strengthening the BIR and resourcing the BIR. But very little mention was made about the issue of the customs. We saw the problems that we had with the scanners on the port. The member for GORTT Northeast would have told us about some of the challenges they have when the scanners are working and then you have magically forklifts running into the scanners and then they're non-functional for a while. And we know the challenges that that presents in terms of scanning containers. I recall, Mr. Speaker, when the Customs Department came before, I believe it was I don't know if you call it the Joint Select Committee or one of the committees of Parliament. And the member for Oropuch East would have asked the Comptroller of Customs with respect to the procurement, whether or not you couldn't have just gone to the National Security Council and requested a sole select. And I recall the Comptroller of Customs saying, no, sir, we can't do that. We have to follow the rules of procurement based on the central tenders. This was before the implementation of the OPR. So we defend proper procurement, but then we make the suggestion of sole select. So that has some of the issues again. So I'm not hearing much about the Customs Department, Customs and Excise. I'm hearing about Board of Inland Revenue. We talk about, Mr. Speaker, leakages, but leakages don't only come from the non-payment of taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told us today about some $500 million that was spent on ghost rentals under the last administration. And let us say, perchance, that, okay, we have no reason to doubt that that quantum of money was in fact spent. But you know, property tax, Mr. Speaker, is one way that we could get back or capture some of that revenue, that money that was spent. We are unable to get it. Why? Because members opposite are vehemently opposed to the property tax, but that is a form of leakage as well. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making with respect to that whole issue, right? 400 and almost $500 million that would have been spent on rentals, so we are told. And the question must be asked as well. Was the relevant taxes, the income taxes, the corporate taxes that should have been paid on these rentals, was it paid? We don't know. Again, these are some of the issues and some of the challenges that we need to address. But what I'm hearing from the member for Faizabad in terms of what they are proposing to be able to treat with these issues, Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't gel. The member for Couva South, is it, said judge them by what they do, not what they see. That's a good point. I like that quote. So let's look, Mr. Speaker, what has been the track record of members opposite when it comes to legislation that is supposed to treat with the issue of tax efficiency? You know what happened in 2016 with the FATCA bill? They were opposed to the FATCA bill on the basis of the reciprocity clause, which, Mr. Speaker, would have given local tax authorities the wherewithal to be able to access information on a reciprocal basis from their US counterparts with respect to locals who have assets in the United States and who maybe have interest to the tax authorities. They were vehemently opposed to that, Mr. Speaker, until civil society, until citizens as a whole started to clamor because of what the potential outcome could have been if we did not pass that legislation, and eventually they capitulated and they supported. We have the civil asset forfeiture bill, Mr. Speaker. They explain your wealth. They oppose that too. On the basis that the then administration would use the legislation to go after opponents, well, to go after the UNC and their supporters, Mr. Speaker. That is what they told the public. And then when the public started to look at them kind of sideways, they came with 63 amendments, mostly inconsequential, changed may to shall and so on. The government of the day accepted 5 out of the 63. And then we heard Eureka. Because of us, the law is now good. We presented 5 amendments. The government accepted it. We could now support the law, Mr. Speaker. But again, even the Prime Minister tonight, and talking about the Revenue Authority, talks about weaponizing the legislation against UNC. That has always been the claim. Whenever it is that legislation comes to deal with and clamp down on tax evasion, issues that are related to tax, we always hear that the government of the day would use the legislation to go after the UNC. Well, they are in charge now, Mr. Speaker. As we've been reminded constantly tonight, the laws will pass. They don't have to listen to us. We on this side have been constantly disrespected all evening, Mr. Speaker, especially those of us who are new. We are being told. No, I'm not saying that you all disrespected those of us who are new specifically, but we are new and this is what we have experienced.
Half a minute of regular time.
Yes, if I might take the extension, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I am new to the House, so I am not accustomed. So you all forgive me if this is what normally takes place, but when I hear we are constantly being, some of the barbs that have been thrown across on this side. We heard just now that we are a 12-seater maxi and all of these different things, Mr. Speaker.
Can I advise you to just stick to the topic rather than be distracted, and let's move on? Please don't allow yourself to be distracted. Stick to the topic, observe 48.1, and let's just move on.
And I appreciate that coming from the member, Mr. Speaker. So, the member for Faizabad would have given us a litany of woes facing the effective operations of the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker. But the challenge that we face is we've still not gotten, to my mind, compelling arguments this evening that would move us to support this motion. As I said before, we know it's a fait accompli. So it's going to happen whether we like it or not, Mr. Speaker. But we are simply asking that they have, okay, let me not go down that road, Mr. Speaker. Let me not go down that road. But just to speak to the issue again, Mr. Speaker, of tax evasion, I am of the considered view that the Revenue Authority, had it been allowed to go through, had it been amended, or as Senator Mark would have mentioned, modified, that there could have been compromise reached. And I'm sure that the population of Trinidad and Tobago would have appreciated that. Because there wasn't much consultation with respect to this measure this evening, Mr. Speaker. When it is members opposite on this side, consultation was the order of the day. Consultation was the buzzword. Everything, we need to consult with the people. We need to hear from the people. The former administration was accused of being tone deaf, Mr. Speaker, to the views and the opinions of the population. TV6, CNC3 would have had their, if you want to call it, people meter. When TV6 had their people meter and they asked the question on this, Mr. Speaker, do you support the repeal of the Revenue Authority? The overwhelming response, Mr. Speaker, was no. The population did not support it. Likewise, CNC3, when they have their what the people say feature, a lot of the people indicated that they did not support it. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that when we are bringing measures such as these, that before we just come and foist it on the population, give them the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to be able to weigh in. Because I can tell you, again, when I was campaigning, that was one of the main issues that persons were telling me. That we send you all to the parliament and then we don't see you again. Or we don't get an opportunity to be able to share how we feel about national issues, about matters that are being debated in the parliament. Save and except on election day when they cast their ballot, Mr. Speaker, and then that's it. There is, yes, sir.
Really, you're pushing the limits on 48.1 now. I mean, you're really pushing the limits. Can I gently and respectfully suggest that you just take a little trot
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was just making the point about consultation, Mr. Speaker, that I think opportunities should have been provided to the population to weigh in. Mr. Speaker, members opposite know very well how to consult, right? With the budget, they know they would go around the country and provide opportunities for members of the public to come out and share their views. And similar could have been done with respect to this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, to find some way to be able to give the population an opportunity to share their views, and perhaps it might have influenced their decision to take a second look. Mr. Speaker, as to how they should have proceeded with this. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, of course, there's a level of nervousness. This is, of course, my maiden presentation. And I suppose that as time goes by, Mr. Speaker, I'll refine and get a little better. But nevertheless, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, with those few words I raised.
Before I call on the Minister of Finance, can I just congratulate the member from Malabar Mausika on his maiden speech? Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I heard and I sat here and I listened to everyone speak, when I heard the members on the opposite side, when I heard their comments today, you know, it became increasingly clearer. Not only why they have been completely rejected by the population, but also why this country, Trinidad and Tobago, is in the state that it is in now in terms of our finances. It will take hours to dispel the mirages, the false narratives, the fear-mongering, etc., that became characteristic of the commentary on the opposite side. And I really don't think I have the urge to do that, because I think the population has already decided. The last speaker spoke about two things that I want to respond to. He spoke about why we didn't consult. He talked about some TV6 people meetup poll. Well, I think he was missing the fact that the population has already had their poll. That is why the population voted against the PNM and in favor of a new government. That's the poll that they followed. And we on this side were very clear about what our agendas were. We were very clear about our plans. My colleague before that spoke, the Prime Minister spoke. We were very clear. Children's Life Fund, you wanted to know why this one and that, why that one. Children's Life Fund, promise made, promise kept. TTRA repeal. Promise made, promise kept. Now I know that those on the other side are anxious for more promises to be kept, but hold horses, partners. It coming. It coming. This is not a PNM where promises never materialize. This is the government of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. You talk already, sir? Are you talking? Look. When I listened, so that was one issue. The other one is my colleague, member from Malabar Mausika, I apologize. The member from Malabar Mausika cited a press release that I issued when I was on that side. Every single word said there, I stand by it as I'm standing here. The member for Diego Martin Northeast destroyed the credibility of the BIR, weakened the tax base. Correct. I gave some prescriptions there. You want to know why? You want to know what? You want to know, what was the phrase just now? When they're going to start? How much legal action coming? Patience, brother. It's coming. Patience, it's coming. But you see, the thing is, and I want to tie it back to the amnesty that seems to have disturbed you so greatly. When we came to office, we realized that the BIR had been completely emasculated of staff. Completely. I said it earlier, if you had paid attention, you would have known. That right now, the staffing of the BIR is a fraction of what it's supposed to be. Less than half of the staff. And the greatest problem that they have is the compliance officers. Because that is what this minister and your government did. You sabotage the ability of the BIR to go after tax evaders. That is what they did. So you want to know why it is that we are not going after tax evaders? You want to know why the amnesty? You think I'm going against what was said before? When we got into office and we realized that the BIR needed time to be resuscitated, needed time because they did not have the tax compliance officers and therefore they could not go after errant tax evaders, facilitated by the actions taken by your government, sir. That is the reason why you give a chance for people to fix their business. In the meantime, we will be fixing the BIR. And I made it very clear. There's a deadline. After that deadline, and the reason for the tax deadline, the reason for the amnesty deadline is to facilitate the BIR to be properly equipped to go after tax evaders. That is coming. That is definitely coming, sir. So, yeah, whole train, you might be surprised at who some of the tax evaders are. Because I heard something very frightening today. You know? I heard something very scary coming from the members of the PNM, members of the opposition. I heard 3 members of the opposition speak on this bill. And 3 of them said, we know who the evaders are. All 3 of them said it. So evading tax is an illegal act. And according to another law, if you know who the criminals are, and you know what the crime is that they are committing, you are duty bound in law to report it. You are duty bound in law to report it. Otherwise, you are complicit. You know what is the worst? So that clears that. Clearly, the PNM knows who the tax evaders are. And if they know who the tax evaders are, and they have done nothing about it, except to emasculate the BIR so that they can't go after those who are breaking the law, what does that tell you? It tells you that the PNM is complicit in this whole tax evasion issue. That is what it tells you. But the member for San Fernando East went even further. The member for San Fernando East, while he was on his legs, rambling all over the place, talking irrelevant stuff. Rubbish is parliamentary? Well, he should have known that because that's all he was spewing tonight. The member for San Fernando East, confessed to being engaged in illegal activity. The member for San Fernando claims,
Mr. Speaker,
that he was allowing
I crave your indulgence, please.
What is the standing order? I'm repeating you.
That's not exactly what he said. It wasn't as clear-cut and unequivocal as that. What he said, we've all been to professionals who've demanded their fees in cash. He did not make such a clear-cut admission. Please.
All right. I'm being guided by counsel. What?
Mr. Speaker, 48-6, will there be a withdrawal?
Of what?
Speaking to the Speaker, thanks.
Yes. Station that he was involved in illegal. Please withdraw it. And let's move on.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. The member for San Fernando East said that he was asked to pay cash only and that he was of the view that this was an illegal act. Correct, Minister? Sorry, former Minister, Junior, sir. Mr. San Fernando East, did you not say that? Did you not say, Hansard will prove it, Hansard will prove it, Hansard will, but I'm telling you what you said. You said very clearly, selective memory, you know. See, but that's just it. If he used to take his job seriously, he would have paid attention. But you see, it's easy to come here and say anything you want. It's anything you want. It's easy to come here and say anything you want. But I repeat for your benefit, sir. If you know that what was being alleged, what was being asked of you was an interest, was participating in an illegal act, what did you do about it? Nothing. You facilitated a transaction, sir? I had one more. You know, we could go on and on tonight about these rants and raves and misinformation and fantasy island stories about devaluation and this, that, and the other. Mr. Speaker, I think the population has already spoken. I think that we are already clear that this bill will repeal the act, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act. But it would be remiss of me not to treat with one other issue that was raised by Malaba Mosika. Unless I heard it wrong. My colleague from library will tell me if I heard it wrong. I heard that according to the member from Malaba Mosika, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago were better off because of the policies of the PNM. They had more money in their pocket. They were wealthy. Is that not what? They were wealthier. No. Perhaps it was true for a few friends and family and financiers of the PNM. But I could tell you, sir, that when you're talking about disposable income, talk about the purchasing power of the income. Talk about what it could buy. Talk about purchasing power parity. Because everyone in this country who is living on wages, and that's the problem, you all have an issue with workers asking for more money. You have an issue against workers generally. That is why under the PNM in the last administration, 55,000 persons lost their jobs. 55,000. Now I hope that 55,000 persons will contact your hotline, because that is what happened. You all victimize people, you remove people, you shut down petrol, you shut down every single thing you could think about. And you will see irony of that. The irony of that is at the Auditor General's report, they talk about an abundance and abuse of short-term contracts. So what you are doing, despite 55,000 being the official figure of number of persons who had jobs, who don't have jobs anymore, and you were still, do you know what the true level of unemployment under the PNM must be? Very, very substantial. Minister of my Minister of Legal Affairs, I think the member for Labre, I think the Prime Minister has done extremely well. In presenting the case for why the TTRA should be repealed. I think they have done extremely well in presenting the case for why the TTRA should be repealed. I noticed too that we are now missing two individuals. The leader of the opposition seems to have vanished. And the member for Trinity Maloney seems to have vanished. Where is your leader? Or is it that we don't have a leader? It has been hours. Since 8 p.m. or thereabouts. It is now, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, members of parliament, colleagues all. It is now 12:57 a.m. And we are still working. Members of the government are here. Members of the government led by the Prime Minister. Led by the Prime Minister. Every single member of the government is here doing the people's business. And the opposition leader, the leader of those on that bench, have vanished since 8 p.m. And she has not contributed despite the fact that there have been so many opportunities today. Not a word said in this parliament. Where's your leader? Before I wrap, Mr. Speaker, there was another issue that I think I should touch on. There was another issue I think we should touch on because there was another issue I think I should touch on, Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that it characterizes everything I said in my introduction, everything I said in my opening statement today about the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Every single thing I said. You see, there's a book that my Prime Minister likes to cite. How to, I can't use that word, how to say untruths with statistics. But you see, I can't say. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, we had a very unfortunate situation during this debate, and I think it must be recorded for Hansard. We had an opposition member stand up and insist that on a standing order, insist that a matter was sub judice. Insisted that we could not, that another member speaking could not continue in the vein that he was speaking because the matter was still, an appeal was still before the court. Insisted that it was still before the court. Mr. Speaker, I have a copy, thanks to my learned friend. I have a copy. My learned friend, I only have friends on this side. Those are not my learned friends. They are neither learned nor friends. The member for Tabakit, the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is a lawyer, I don't know what you are, who is a lawyer of great repute, has shared with me a document, Civil Appeal Number CAP268-2022, between the Minister of Finance and one Rohani Ramkisoon. Order dated the 24th day of February 2025 before the Honorable Mr. Justice P. Musai, J.A. Upon reading the notice, if I may say, I'm reading directly, I'm quoting the order directly. Upon reading the notice of application issued on behalf of the respondent and filed on the 20th of November 2024, an affidavit in the support of Christy Mohan sworn and filed on the 20th of November 2024, together with exhibits attached thereto. And upon hearing attorney of law for the appellant and the attorney of law for the respondent, it is hereby ordered that the appellant/defendant's notice of appeal filed hearing on November 16, 2022 is struck out. But it gets worse. The appellant to pay the respondent the costs of and associated with this application in the agreed sum of $10,000. The appellant is the Minister of Finance, not this Minister of Finance, not this Minister of Finance, it's a member for Diego Martin Northeast. And the issue there was the then minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, must have or should have known that the appeal had been thrown out. And yet he came here to misrepresent, to mislead the Parliament and the population by extension. I think, sir, that should be followed by an apology. Well, we will treat with that accordingly. That deliberate, he should have known and ought to have known, he is in position to have known. That correct, since February. That is an unfortunate stain if it is not treated with by this parliament. I am advised, and I take your advice that we will, and take caution, sir, we will be filing a privileged motion against that kind of action because we must not allow that mischief to continue. Mr. Speaker, I think that there have been quite a lot said tonight. I want to thank my colleagues on this side, the Honorable Prime Minister, Member for Lebury, Member for Sama Baratario. I want to thank you all very much for the contribution tonight. I think you have done very well in terms of clearing up the misconceptions and the repeated old talk from the members on the opposite side. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act 17 of 2021, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
That the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Yes. You call for it.
Mr. Padar,
Yes.
Mrs. Basad Bissessa SC,
Yes.
Mr. Tanku,
Yes.
Ms. John,
Yes.
Dr. Munilal,
Yes.
Dr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Hussain,
Yes.
Ms. Amin,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Mr. Maraj,
Yes.
Ms. Mohit,
Yes.
Mr. Sturge,
Yes.
Dr. Bodo,
Yes.
Dr. Daulat,
Yes.
Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin,
Yes.
Mr. Sobas,
Yes.
Mr. Watts,
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan,
Yes.
Mr. Kisa,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Ms. Sam,
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh,
Yes.
Dr. Rip Narayan,
Yes.
Mr. Gosain,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
No.
Mr. Imber,
No.
Dr. Kaspidali,
No.
Mr. Young, SC,
No.
Mr. Scotland, SC,
No.
Mr. Deobrega,
No.
Mr. Manin,
No.
Mr. Marcel,
No.
Mr. Devines,
No.
Mr. Birchwood,
No.
Mr. Ramin,
No.
Let's have some quiet, please. Some peace, some quiet.
Mr. Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 27 members voted in favor of. 11 members voted against.
Honorable members, the results of the division is that 27 members voted in favor of the proposed bill, 11 members voted against, and there were no abstentions. The bill is passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act 2021, Act number 17 of 2021.
Call on the leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the adjournment on the House, may I remind colleagues that we have the Standing Finance Committee on Monday, and we start at 1:30 p.m. for the Standing Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 53, I beg to move that the debate on the Standing Finance Committee report be complete. The House be adjourned, on Wednesday, the 18th of June at 1:30 p.m.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do adjourn to Wednesday, June 18, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, June 18th at 1:30 p.m.